versatile lanes. Whereas their biggest strengths to me, like you're saying, Cloud9 is a team that's like all brawn, all mechanics. You know, they're like, hey, stand and fight me fairly, 2-on-2 in my lane, or 1-on-1 for Thanatos. You know, where if you're looking at it on paper coming into this series and you were able to guarantee that it was going to be 1v1 Thanatos versus Whippo, I guarantee you they would have slammed some way better picks for Thanatos where he could, you know, try and demolish Whippo, right? And try and get individual advantages. But I feel like a lot of the success that we saw over this split for Cloud9 with their early game being the very best in the whole league was tied to standard lanes. And so it felt to me like with everybody looking up to Team Liquid and FlyQuest also using lane swaps a lot, and it felt like that is in everybody's minds and has really shifted how they go about drafting and setting up for these games. And I think that has been to the detriment of Cloud9. But I did really like the interview at the beginning that we just kept referencing because JoJo and Inspired were both of the opinion that if the game was slow and methodical, that their respective teams would have the advantage. You know, Inspired was like, oh yeah, we will. And then JoJo said, nah. For sure, if it's controlled, then we are going to have the advantage. But, you know, clearly it was to the benefit of FlyQuest. I would also throw out there, though, that there were specific individual throws from Cloud9 multiple times where it came just after they had done something good. They had just won in one of the games the big fight around Dragon, and then Vulcan walked really deep into the jungle and like chased Alistar with his Leona ult and stuff, and then they threw, and that led to a Baron. Like that was a single play that was like a 6,000 gold swing because they got Baron right after all those kills and stuff too. And that had just been a Cloud9, you know, big win in a team fight where we were hyping up Vulcan himself for, you know, stunning them on the MF ult and, you know, keeping them in place and stuff. And then right after that, the next game, we had Cloud9 win a big team fight mid, and they went to Baron with no smite. And then the Baron got stolen with Blabber not having smite, and then they also got all chased down and for kills.
That was actually so hard to watch.
And so in my mind, yes,
that was tough.
Looking back in hindsight, we're like, okay, there's a lot of things that Cloud9 didn't play correctly or didn't draft correctly, but also I can pinpoint two really big throws in two of the games where they had just done something really good. And if those things had been, you know, taken care of or cleaned up or something, I feel like it would be a bit different of a discussion. I feel like right now it is so negative on the side of everyone looking at Cloud9 because of that. But I feel like a couple small branches in the timeline, and it wouldn't be so negative. I still think still think FlyQuest really deserve their praise though, because being able to, you know, come back from the deficits and then also when they were the ones with the big lead to be able to slam them was very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest things, just to touch on what you were talking about earlier, with Thanatos being such a good laner, what really surprised me was that a lot of times the Renekton was picked first, and then they just picked Asante as the answer. It wasn't even like, oh, we need you to blind pick a tank this game. It just felt like they really got caught up on some things. Like, they seemed super worried about ever giving Lilia over to Inspired. So they're like, we have to get Lilia. It's kind of, maybe that was like the cornerstone of like, we need Lilia, so therefore we need an AD mid laner, so therefore we need Corki. Like, we cannot let him have this. So they're denying him Lilia every game, but oh crap, he's on Ivern, and Ivern's working pretty well. Okay, we gotta ban Ivern now. Like, oh crap, now they're playing, you know, J4 Orianna. And it was like, it felt like it was more about maybe, you know, you're talking about the lane swaps, you're talking about like these types of things, and when I'm talking about like Lilia, it's like you're trying to stop FlyQuest from doing what they're good at instead of just doing what you are good at, you know?
Yeah. I think that point you made about Inspired's picks was really big too, because I feel like Ivern is one of those champions that if you're going to play a slow game, I would not want to be playing against Ivern in those slow games, because it was game 1 or 2 where Inspired got a really early redemption, and it was just like every single play that happened, he was just playing like a Karthus jungle. He was just redemptioning the play.
Yep.
It was so crazy. And so this champion's just very hard to outplay in those kind of games. I think that if you're going to play against Ivern, you want to pick something really aggressive, you know, maybe a Nidalee or something, and just have crazy pushing lanes and actually deny him from farming. Because one thing that, you know, if you play Ivern, you realize is Omega cringe is that if you're getting invaded, you can't actually farm. You can't start channeling your thing on the camp if you're getting attacked. So if there's an Italy who just kind of like takes red and then walks in your jungle and disrupts your first clear, you can have a really, really rough game. So I think if you want to play against Ivern, taking a route like that would probably be best. And C9 is one of the teams that could pull that off, I think.
Yeah.
But they were opting to go for these slower style games into Ivern, which I feel like was just kind of counteracting a lot of the potential fights they could have gotten, because like this champion is just so annoying. His bushes and everything. So I feel like if they took away the Ivern earlier, or maybe banned it, like not necessarily take it for themselves, it could have gone better.
Yeah.
That being said, though, like Cloud9 did actually control the early game objectives really, really well. In almost all the games, they were getting like 6 grubs and like setting up for either getting a soul or being on soul point super, super early.
Mm-hmm.
So like C9 did play the early game well in that regard. It's just kind of like, I guess, Fly had the better scaling comp.
And they were out team fighting them, I think.
Yeah, they were out team fighting with Ivern, and it was interesting to see that, you know, when you banned Ivern, it put Inspired on Jarvan, which I thought was super cool to see, because this is something that to me seemed possible. You know, he seemed like a pickable champion for a while, and so they played the Jarvan Ori combo, which when I was thinking of Dignitas, this was something that came to mind. It's like, you know, if you have a really good Orianna player and a jungler who's like good at ganking, then like just play this, because I know from experience, laners hate playing against Jarvan. Like carries who are on a mobile champs like get actually traumatized walking up to mid lane when they don't see Jarvan, and even like level 2 ganks and whatnot. Like this champion is just like the nightmare for laners. So I like that Jarvan's rearing his head up a little bit. I think that's a cool pick, and obviously it worked really well for them.
Yeah, I also just loved the first 6, I think, almost even 7 minutes of the Jarvan game from Inspired, because to me, he played it almost perfectly. Out of the lane swap, doing a very efficient clear both times because there were no other options to go for. And then on his reset for his third full clear, comes down for the lane gank. Very efficient gank onto bottom, still goes back up. So his farm was still really high on Jarvan, but then he specifically for bottom lane put that Jarvan pressure, and they got multiple summoner spells off bottom lane, and then they dove bottom lane. They kept pushing Berserker off. They kept getting kills down there. And I felt that game so quickly snowballed out of control in the favor of FlyQuest. While Inspired has had so many titles, everyone has had a lot of respect for him as a jungle, but it's like the CEO full clear, and then everyone's like, ah ha ha, you know, he never does anything. He's always just farming for next game and all that stuff. And then he plays like Ivern, who is pretty low CS, is not farming jungler, is very supportive, playing for your lanes. And then he plays Jarvan, but not only does he still keep up very efficient pathing in CS, but he also puts on, you know, pressure on bottom lane specifically, which is like the one you can really play off of. So I just thought it was very impressive to see that in this series.
Totally. And I think FlyQuest also, you know, we talked obviously a lot about it from the C9 side, because people, I think, were surprised on how the series looked, and, you know, surprised. Most people were predicting C9, you know, like even I heard from a lot of players that FlyQuest had been doing really, really bad in scrims, and like more than normal, people were favoring Cloud9 heavily. A few people I talked to were like, it's an easy 3-0 for Cloud9 and this kind of stuff. But obviously that Cloud9 didn't show up. FlyQuest really did show up and played really, really well. And I think FlyQuest also deserves credit for being able to just like find easy slot ins. Like every time Cloud9 banned something, it just didn't feel like it mattered at all. You know what I mean? It was like, okay, now Ivern's a problem, so we're gonna like, but Ivern's not actually the problem. It's Smolder. We're gonna ban Smolder, but then they pull in the Azir combo with that, and then they just always had something else to slot in, I think, for whatever Cloud9 tried to attack. And I felt like they played the map really well. Quad was always getting so much gold in the side lane, and it really reminded me of how TL plays with APA sometimes, where, you know, in these slow games, it always feels like TL is getting an edge because APA is in the side lane killing your towers while the other team is forced to group. And I think FlyQuest really enabled Quad very, very well to do that. Something that I was really interested in when we were talking in our story meeting, I was trying to pull up some stats for jungle proximity and whatnot. So in the LCS, there was a lot of people were kind of joking about, oh, CEO full clear. So when we looked at Inspired's jungle stats, he was 9th out of 8 junglers because there was a sub with mid jungle proximity. In this series, he was like by far highest out of anyone in playoffs. It was like he just played for mid, and it really, really worked well. And I think Quad played incredible with all the gold that he was given and with the leads that he was given. Really found himself in good situations and was able to do a ton with it. Masio, I felt like was playing more of a supportive role in most of the games in this one because he's like a lot of like Ash duty and this kind of stuff. I think he played a Jhin game too, if I'm recalling correctly. But I just thought FlyQuest really leveled up in their team fighting. Their drafts all really made sense. They played the map really well. It was like, yeah, Cloud9 was taking all these objectives early, but it just didn't feel like it mattered because they were always getting to the point that they needed to get to win that big fight and always kind of able to execute on that. So it started to make me, really excited for a potential matchup against TL because I really want to see, can someone really push TL in a best of 5, right? Because TL has obviously looked so good. And FlyQuest, I felt like, really was able to step up and look great in this series. Should we talk about the lower bracket match?
Yeah, I mean,
This was a rough.
like I mentioned earlier, I wasn't actually able to catch that one yet, so I still need to catch up. But I'd like to hear about it from you guys.
Well, they played Skarner, and it was great for contracts, but the series, oh man, the series was so rough. Honestly, for both teams.
That's what I heard.
Where do we start?
I heard it wasn't very good.
We kind of talk about the elephant in the room. I feel like it's tough because Energy had such an incredible end to last year, and there was so much hype, so much excitement around this team, and it was like they finally did it. These players who've been working for so many years, have been undervalued and overlooked, they made it work, and now they're good, and now they're going to be great, and they win Summer, and they beat G2, and then they come back, and they just couldn't make it work this year. And, some of their best players really had off years, and Palafox, it was so sad because he had such a down split and really such a down year that was very, very disappointing. And then we came into this series, and even in a loss in game 1, he looked really good. And then game 2, I think as well, also looked really good. I think it was even game 3, he also looked good, or was that the Azir one where he first threw? But there was 2 moments especially, but he just had some of the worst throws I have ever seen in competitive play. It was crazy, and it feels so bad to end your year on that moment after a good start to this series where it felt like, oh, he's actually fixed it. He had this tweet where he's like, I feel like I'm battling against my own mental, and if I can fix that, I really feel like we can come back and we could still win the title and stuff. And then the early games come out, and I'm like, damn, he actually did it. He's playing well. Let's go, Palafox. Okay. And then he has this Azir moment where I don't know if you've seen a clip of it, Medios, or not, but they're in a pretty good spot, and they're around mid lane, and he just slides forward, and I think he E'd by accident or something, or maybe thought his soldier was the other way, and he slides in, he's on top of Sven, so he could maybe kind of bail it out by just ulting Sven in or trying to make some sort of a play, but I think he just has a crazy panic moment, so he E's in, realizes, oh shit, then he flashes out, and then he ults nothing, and just dies, and then Dignitas were getting pounded in this game, and then Dignitas is like, okay, let's go to Baron. And, I think someone else maybe tried to bail him out of that situation. They died too, but whatever. They go to Baron and Contracts and I think FBI were kind of able to hold the line. And Contracts had a really good ult on Skarner where he double ulted 2 people and they pulled it back and they killed him. And it's okay, thank God. They bailed him out. They don't lose the series off of this because that would have been a series ender. And then get in the next game and he's playing Corki and they gank from mid lane 1,000 times and get him in a really good spot. And he there's this one play where FBI is playing Jhin, I think, in that game and has no flash, and he gets caught mid, but it's not a big deal. It's just oh, it's just one death, and they committed some stuff for him. And then Palafox is playing Corki, and he just Valkyries into the middle of 4 people and just Valkyries in, and then of course they all instantly flash on him and ult him, and they just use all their stuff, right? And he has his flash up and he just dies. And then they go to Baron and they get Baron and they lose the game, they lose the series and stuff. And it was just these 2 moments were so heartbreaking. There was another one as well, which I don't think was as crazy, but it was kind of a series ender where Doka was playing Kennen, and Hui was playing a really good Bard game. Hui in context, I thought smurfed this whole series, by the way. And Hui hit a Bard ult on the back line and 2 members, and Doka was going in on the Kennen, and I think he just didn't realize the Bard ult was going or like hadn't hit, so he flashed ults on Kennen, but they're Bard ulted, and so like. It was like a same-ish time, but the Bard ult had clearly landed first. So it's like he maybe it's adrenaline or maybe I don't know what happened. But anyway, so Kennen ults on top, they lose that fight, and that's the end of the whole series. So like, but there was like these big moments where it was just like the wheels fell off, and it was just kind of really sad. I felt like because, you see contracts on stage and he's crying and he give a really good loser side interview, but like all the players are devastated, and there's this feeling that it's like for sure energy is not running back the same roster next year. There's no way, right? And we know the LCS is changing and there's 2 different teams coming in, so it's like this is the end of at least that iteration of energy, and it just I think was like a really sad way for it to happen.
Yeah, and honestly, it was sad for both sides because Energy had been getting these leads also and then throwing. So Dignitas, when it's a super long 5-game series and they feel like they just kind of barely squeaked by getting basically thrown to, they were also, not happy with how the series went or how they played. Those are by far the 2 most difficult interviews I've ever done. And it was like, yeah, it felt so rough, even for the winning side interview, for Sven even, because afterwards, well, when Dig got up, they had the same things in their minds playing this series, like he's talking about for Energy, where it's like everybody knows, there are changes coming to the league next year, and unsure of what the future is going to look like for any of them. And so you could really see it when this series ended on that side too, and it was like, Sven was very honest and open in his interview also. He was like, we need Jesus, and he thought that they, coming into this, had actually had good practice this week, and they were actually feeling, more confident for one of the few times where they had been getting beaten a lot of practice this whole split. And so like they kind of did feel like, they had to like fight through the mud, to be able to get this one. And so they're very much, looking at this week of scrims and practice and stuff to, hopefully find something new and better to be able to continue on through the gauntlet, because it was very much like a kind of squeak by in this series. And so, man, yeah, that was definitely a hard one to do.
I feel like it was. I mean, it's the kind of elephant in the room. I think for a lot of players is like, oh, is this the end of my career, right? When you're not performing as well as expected, and when you're on a roster that had that expectations of like, oh, you could maybe go to Worlds, or you're gonna win, or you're gonna do whatever, and you don't live up to that, and especially when you're ending on a really bad note, and some players are gonna lose their spots because new players are gonna be coming in with new teams and so on. That is really stressful, and I think especially for players who have had a lot of success, it's really hard to like come to terms with that, of your perception of how good you are versus like what the results are. If it's not lining up, it feels terrible, right? It feels really terrible. So, I mean, I think it's definitely a tough series through that lens. I will say for Dig, I thought the two kind of like shining lights that made this series a win for them were Sven and Licorice to me. Sven I thought was really kind of like pretty solid and consistent. Licorice I thought was really good and was absolutely gapping Dokla in every single game. The only game where he wasn't, massively behind from the 1v1 Dokla was, I think it was the Kennen game where they just like chain gank Licorice over and over and over. I might be misremembering the game because they're all kind of starting to blur together, but I think it was that Kennen game. But overall, he was just getting like these monster leads. There was one game where they were up 10K and Licorice had over 5,000 of it in the 1v1. Like on Cassante. He had another game on Cassante where he's up another like 3,000 and something gold. Like I thought he was such a hero for this team. And it was cool because I wasn't expecting that, honestly, because I didn't think we had seen Licorice at that level that I was expecting from him, this split, right? It's like when he's on Golden Guardians, best top player in the league. And then he came back and it was like kind of, middle of the pack. So it was cool to see him step up and really have some of those hero moments because I thought he was saving them.
And it is also worth mentioning that Dignitas got some pretty big leads out of lane swaps in 2 of the games. So like exacerbated that issue.
Yeah.
And Licorice would have like a 2-level lead over Dokla pretty early on into the game, and so they definitely did get some benefits out of lane swaps as well. At least especially early on in the series.
Yeah, especially early.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like I thought Spica and Jensen. Jensen was pretty rough. Spica was gapped by contracts in every single game, I thought, pretty hard. And Isles also, I think, got gapped by Hugi every single game pretty hard. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, they won, but like you said, they weren't happy about how it looked at all. So it's tough, and they kind of have to go back to the drawing board because, again, they're in that situation where it's do or die.
Yeah. So, I mean, he did say that they had good practice last week. So for their sake, hopefully they have, another good week and come in with some good improvements.
Yeah, it's cool to hear Licorice did well because I don't know if you guys saw the Impact interview where he did an interview where Impact rarely ever fires shots, but he actually like directly called Licorice washed up, which I was pretty taken back by. I was like, wow. What did Licorice do to this guy?
APA effect.
No, but it wasn't even like in a malicious way. He was just talking about I think the question was something about like, how have you managed to like stay so good for so long? And he talks about he's just always improving. And he says that, you're only washed when you stop improving. And he specifically used Licorice as an example for that. So
that almost hurts more.
Yeah, that's like completely, because it's
it was
about him. It's like,
it was like really cold-blooded, for sure. But I mean, I don't think they were saying like ill will behind it. It was just like,
that makes it worse.
That's why it hurts more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
it's not like this guy doesn't like you. No, he actually just thinks you're bad.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really interesting interview. And yeah, he fired one right at Licorice for sure.
I will say, despite there was kind of like this gloominess hanging over the series a little bit, it was an exciting series to watch. And regardless of, for Energy it's over, but for Dignitas they're still in playoffs. And the reality is, you're only 2 series away from Worlds, right? So it's like there still is that possibility. Of course, it is like a very unlikely. I think no one is going to bet on, regardless of Dignitas or 100 Thieves, whoever wins, no one's going to bet on them against Cloud9, or at least they wouldn't do that today. But I think it would get pretty interesting because it's like whoever wins between Dignitas and 100 Thieves, you're a top 4 team. And if Dignitas wins that, I feel like top 4 is basically where most people had them. You know what I mean? So it's like, as weird as it is, it's like, yeah, they didn't look very good for most of the year. But if you finish 4th, isn't that kind of where everyone expected them to be anyway?
And you're also only as good as your last series, and people only remember really your last most recent performance. So even if you've had a rough split or like depressive,
and on a bang,
even if it doesn't have to be the final end, if you have a long stretch of poor performances, you can have a really good game and people will be like, oh my God, they're back. This person's back or that person's back. And it can slingshot you forward. It's the same as people like really overreacting to like one bad game or something. The same thing can happen the opposite direction.
One really good game and they forget all the bad.
Well, yeah. Especially to a degree, if you have a long history, like a lot of these players, of success, people want to feel like you're back. That's an exciting storyline. People want to jump on that. So if given the opportunity, I feel like people would jump on that, and it doesn't have to be so gloomy. If you can all of a sudden find some success and you can have that spark.
Absolutely. Well, we're gonna take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
Hello?
Bro, what are you parking?
Seriously, what is that?
Remote smart parking assist. You could have parked anywhere.
They could have parked there. They could have parked there. They could have parked there.
Welcome back to the dive driven by Kia. Before we start previewing the playoff matchups for this coming week, we have to talk about the Kia Rookie of the Year. We have the results. They're going to be out by the time this episode goes out. The winner was Masu, which was not a surprise to me. Congratulations to Masu, but it was first place was Masu, then Sniper, then Thanatos. But what was really crazy is that Masu, he only received first place votes, not a single second or third place vote, and he was an absolute landslide. 90 first place votes for Masu. Second place was Sniper, who got 6 first place votes.
I don't know if I'm surprised though.
Really, that one-sided?
Well,
Wait, does that mean the people who put Sniper first didn't have? Wait, does that mean they're people from FlyQuest?
Maybe. I
That
don't
must
know.
be right, because like,
but is there 6? Because 6 people voted Sniper first.
yeah, but that
And
like,
so those 6 people, like you're saying, they didn't have Masu second or third.
true.
that means they were either from FlyQuest or they were hard capping, because not putting Masu anywhere in your top 3 is like
Yeah, that is
crime.
true. I'm not sure because I just have the results in front of me. I don't,
I mean, I see
I
it
don't
too.
have the full ballot, so I don't actually know.
Just reading a spreadsheet here.
The full ballots do get released though, so we can do some investigative journalism. We can get on the case.
I think either way, though, super impressive. Masu had such a great year. He was someone that I didn't really know much about coming into this year, honestly. Like, I think he played in Academy last year.
Yeah, he was in Fly A or whatever for a little bit, I think.
And I remember hearing a little bit of buzz about him, but definitely a phenomenal first year for him. So, well-deserved.
So just doing some quick math here, there are 96 first place votes. There are only 64 second place votes. So a bunch of people just didn't put second places. I didn't even know you could do that on the survey.
I thought you couldn't because
to me-
I tried to not vote for Coach of the Split.
And there are
and got told I had to fill it out or my votes didn't.
well,
count
also
right.
I couldn't click forward because I tried to do that on some and leave it blank, and I tried to click forward and the survey wouldn't go forward. But the third place votes, there's even less.
I'm willing to blame Mark for this.
There,
Our spreadsheet could be wrong, is what I'm taking away from this. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm just doing some basic math here, and it's not adding up, fellas.
Yeah, it's not enough. I agree, but we'll hope that he is in fact Rookie of the Year. I mean, it would be insane if he's not. I for sure thought he was gonna win. I thought maybe the voting would be like a little bit closer because Sniper did have a really good spring, but Masu also had a good spring and had an amazing summer, whereas Sniper definitely couldn't reach the spring highs.
I think I know what it is. This must be points, not number of votes. Because if you get a first place vote, I think it's like 3 points or more points.
Okay.
You get more because they have a total at the end, so it must be like.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I think it's points. It must be points and not actual number of votes.
Because look, snipers add up to 61, and it just says 61.
Yeah, that's points. Total points.
You think so? Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
That's because there's the other explanations are way weirder than that.
Yeah, that could make sense.
Because he got 54 points for his second place votes, so then it adds up to 61.
All right. Well, either
I'm
way,
gonna go with that.
Masu wins by a landslide.
Congratulations, Masu, you killed it. It's definitely been exciting to see how he has developed and how good he has been looking for FlyQuest. It's really cool. The team has kind of transitioned, I think, to being more about like Masu and Quad than it was just like topside only in spring, right? And they have really been looking really, really strong. So congrats. That is pretty sick. The first matchup we're going to talk about, because this is the Friday one that's coming up, is Dignitas 100 Thieves. This is a rematch. 100 Thieves did 3-0 them last time. Then I guess the question is, like, did Dignitas learn enough to try to change something from this? I know we were talking a lot about, like maybe Dignitas would have a big advantage in lane swaps. And it was interesting because the same thing was then again echoed. Core JJ, I think, was talking about this. It was Core JJ and Masu and Bwipo that were on the episode. I'm pretty sure it was Core that said this, but I can't actually 100% remember. But saying, like Dignitas could have the advantage in lane swaps because Licorice got these big edges, or maybe it was Bwipo was saying this, but anyway, against when they played against NRG. But like it didn't work for them last time. So maybe 100 Thieves their confidence is more shaken because they got blasted by TL, but I feel like that shouldn't really bother you and you just swept this team. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw the Liquid series, Sniper had a really rough time against Impact, especially dealing with those lane swaps. It was like every single game he was just incredibly behind. And that was another thing that Impact mentioned on the interview I was talking about earlier, where he said that with top laners, when they get behind, he said sometimes it's the team's fault, but it's almost always the top laner's fault when you get that behind. So, yeah, it seems like Sniper is still figuring it out. It's not easy. I don't know how many people on 100 Thieves roster like have played, in the lane swap era, because I think having that previous experience helps a bit. Obviously, the game's changed a ton, but yeah, it's not an enviable position to be a top laner in lane swap League of Legends.
When did lane swaps first start happening? When was like the actual initial era? I'm trying to even remember. Like, what year it was.
2013. I think like my first LCS game I lane swapped.
Oh, really? Okay, so like way back in the day. When was it like? Did it get really popular again though? We had like a while where like every game was lane swap and everyone was doing like Lulu's area. Was it the Ardent Sensor meta? Was it that year?
I don't think it was Ardent Sensor.
No, it was like random games with Scion were like the only time you'd really see it. I never felt like it was a full on meta though when that was the thing.
They had to. It became a really big problem. I forget which year it was. I don't think it really matters what year it was, but it did for a stretch become a really big problem, and that's when they started making these changes, like the bulwark change and stuff.
That was 2016 is when they got rid of lane swap the first time.
Yeah, that's why the reason I asked the year was because I was trying to think, was River playing at that time? And River started playing in 2018 pro. So yeah, probably literally no one on their team played in back then.
Yeah.
Or what?
Honestly, the lane swaps are very different from that time now as well anyway. Yeah. And I feel like you have to relearn so many things because minion waves actually operate differently now.
Yeah.
As well as far as pushing. So I do think it is something where, of course, you've got a bunch of young rookie players regardless, and you have to teach them so much that it just like doubles your curriculum basically.
Yeah.
If you're going to like pro school, there's already so much they have to adapt to coming from tier 2 that now you just added on a whole bunch of extra work and extra options. And again, I always want to see Sniper in 1v1s, and so much of why he has found success has been in traditional top laner roles. And so especially in that case, it's a big thing. But as you said, it didn't matter at all in the first matchup that they played in. And I think the only, there's not a lot of analysis you can do to say it's going to be so different this time, because we didn't see much to that effect in the Dig Energy series, except maybe you could say those couple games where they got Licorice way ahead. Yeah. Maybe they could do that versus Sniper. I think that would still have been the goal, though, in the first time that they matched up. It's just that maybe you would have to cite stuff that we haven't seen on stage, as like what Sven was talking about, their practice that week, which was the week when he was referencing it, was the week after they played 100 Thieves, leading up to their series versus Energy. Specifically said that week was good. And so we could cite that week being good, and then if this week is also good, then that would be my reasoning for, changing prediction to the side of Dig. But I don't think that reasoning is strong enough for me to change my prediction. So I am still going to be on the side of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm still on the 100 Thieves side as well. I mean, it feels like you need to attack them in the lane swap, though. I mean, it's like, even when you look at champion pool, Sniper just doesn't play tanks. Like, he's Renekton and Jax. Like, those are the ones he wants to play, right? Both of those champions aren't that good in lane swaps. Like, Licorice is Mr. Tank, basically, these days. So put him on a tank, try to lane swap, try to create a big advantage, a clear avenue of attack. I also just think, please, God, just no more 80 carries for Jensen. Like, he did not look good on them in this series either. They've tried a number of different ones. I just think at this point, who cares if you're getting like the one trick accusations or whatever? It's like, you need to win. Like, this is the end of the year. This is to stay alive. This is to try to go to Worlds. You need to get on a mage. You need to be playing, whatever you're most comfortable with. I would rather see them play like J4 Ori and stuff like that. Like, take a page out of FlyQuest book. Like, play these kind of comps, because I think that can really suit their play style. and just have Sven on a standard carry and look to like 5v5. Hopefully you get advantages from lane swaps. You can put Sniper behind. If you can put Sniper behind out of lane swaps and just like draft a strong 5v5 team fight comp, I think Dignitas are in with a chance for sure. But I want to see them actually make some adjustments and not just, attack them the same way they did, because clearly last time 100 Thieves blew them out of the water. So I feel like you have to be favoring 100 Thieves, especially when Quid, I think, has looked way better than Jensen, like way better. That we haven't really seen a secondary carry really step up and like dominate for Dignitas or anything like that, right? Like Sven, I think, has been solid, but he hasn't been taking over games by any means. Licorice was definitely the big hero in this last series, but yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to not go into this favoring 100 Thieves based on how the last series went and based on kind of what we saw from them.
Yeah, I think you pretty much covered everything that I was going to say as well. I think lane swaps, obviously, just the biggest thing to talk about, I feel like, with a lot of these teams is just because it's kind of a binary pass-fail in a way. If you know how to do it or if you don't, it's just so pivotal to your game. So you can actually just lose the entire game off of a failed lane swap because you're just so behind, and then when you just will never have pressure on one side of the map, you can't contest objectives, you're going to have someone that's just struggling to be useful at all the entire game, and being threatened to be solo killed and whatnot. It's just so unplayable. So definitely something 100 Thieves probably going to look to avoid. I also wonder, though, with the Jensen playing mage issue, is what is Spica going to play? Because he did play some non-AP junglers against Energy, it looks like. He played Zinjao in 2 Vi games. So that's good. You kind of don't want to play like Lilia with Orianna or something. That would just be Merc Tread value City. So yeah, I mean, I would like to see them play that kind of stuff. I think those champions are playable right now. Zinjao, Jarvan. I even feel like Rek'Sai wouldn't be that bad in the current meta. I feel like you could pull it off. Maybe not against Lilia, but if your opponent's blind picking like Sejuani or Maokai or something, I think Rek'Sai's pretty strong in solo.
Yeah, this is an aside, but just because I know you love Rek'Sai and have for a super long time, have you tried? Because I saw this little interaction in solo queue and then they immediately nerfed it, but the Spear of Sojin was amping item damage and actives. And I noticed this because I saw Rek'Sai had such a crazy win rate with going Stridebreaker into Sojin. And so I played it a few games, and it was crazy the amount of damage. I feel like I didn't even like drop off. I usually feel like I'm, not scaling well. But like the damage was crazy because you would be able to proc it so quickly. You would burrow Q someone before you go in, and then go in, and you'd get a knock-up Stridebreaker and auto attack, and you would just be smashing with full stack Sojins. And with the AoE knockups before, I was like, oh, I do less damage now, but like, I like that I have my knockup back even though we lost the slow. But now I was like, wow, the damage is also there. And I don't know if you got to try that before they nerfed the item interaction.
No, I'm more of a Titanic fan.
Yeah.
Like Stride's not bad, but I feel like Titanic gives you like way more carry potential.
Yeah, I guess it would have amped that as well, so would have been there. But Spear of Sojin's still pretty strong on her because the ability haste is pretty sick. Anyways, yeah, I definitely agree. It's a fun champ. I always think like, wow, that's gonna be fun if it's in pro, because I feel like it will make the pro team also just go for more ganks, like especially in side lanes where you can burrow over the thick walls and stuff. So I'm always open to that possibility.
And we kind of saw from when Contracts was playing Skarner, it was like, I was really doubting it, but he had so many good angles. Like if you really can find those angles where people aren't prepared for you, it can be pretty powerful.
Yeah, I mean, ganks is just with the geography changes this year in the game, ganks have been way less prevalent, which in a way makes it so if you play one of those champs who has the unique routes, people probably won't be as ready for it. Skarner coming through walls. Rek'Sai can also come through walls. The tunnel's got a really long range. So I'm definitely biased. I really like the champion, but I don't know. I can see someone playing it. I know Speaker really likes Rek'Sai, so maybe he'll whip it out.
Yeah. I have a feeling this series is going to be like absolute banger. I think it's actually going to be a really fun series.
Yeah, I mean,
I hope
it's lower bracket. If it's not, I mean, they're just gone, right? So it's back up against the wall for both these teams, and we'll see what they can cook.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited. I don't think that the Dignitas guys are going to just like go out on a 3-0 and that's it. Like I feel like we're going to be in for an absolute bloodbath. I think it's going to be a really fun series. I'm
Well-
actually ridiculously excited for this series.
If you still want to abuse the Sojin thing, they actually missed one item. They missed one. I don't know if like
You better get it in fast.
yeah,
'cause
I don't-
Kobe's about to get nerfed.
Dude, I've
Am I
never
gonna
rolled
get?
Sojin
I don't know if I'm
in
gonna
RXI.
get like banned or something. Is this bug abuse? But they did miss interaction on one item, which is Dead Man's Plate. When you auto attack stuff, it stacks Sojin procs, no matter how many stacks of Dead Man. So because it adds that little proc of damage, it's something with it. It must be something with how it's coded
as a spell or
onto your auto attack or whatever, but it still counts as a spell. And so something in the spaghetti, it doesn't. Sojin still amps and
Dude, if you're building Dead Man Shojin
charges-
Rek'Sai, you're not winning.
I'm
that
not
game.
saying specifically for Rek'Sai. I'm just saying that this is the one
Who builds Dead Man
interaction.
Shojins? Who can you build this on?
So I was thinking, and I got
Like,
this.
What champion is this?
I got this from Xpetu. He is the like Shen
the Shen
challenger.
guy. Yeah.
He plays like Shen mid and stuff. And he always loves Dead Man's because Shen has, good base attack speed and
Yeah.
not other or attack damage, excuse me, and not other great scalings. And so he actually does that exact item combination on Shen. And so I was
Instead of
trying.
Titanic, or he does it later in the game.
Well, he went for an early Tiamat for the wave clear,
Okay.
and then upgraded the Tiamat afterwards. After then getting his
went
his
Tiamat,
Dead Man's and Shojin. For the wave clear, so just sat on like the baby Tiamat. But I was really like, it's not a lot of champs that can use.
Yeah, I
both of those.
was like, you're cooking, but like, who's gonna eat? You know, like who can actually use this?
I don't know. Like 99% of my Rek'Sai games is like Titanic into Sterix.
Yeah.
Like maybe a cleaver from.
So the
Red.
reason I was cooking on it is like those are pretty good for Volleybear. So Volleybear is actually my proposition
It's your
because
one true love.
you can rush the Sojin because you need ability haste. So rushing
Yeah.
Dead Man's is total int. But you could go Shojin into Dead Man's for Volleybear, and
Do you think it's better than like the Flicker Blade stuff?
so to me, I'm super on. I don't like the Flicker Blade at all because it leaves me like squishy.
Okay.
But I am on the Cosmic Drive rush.
Okay,
as,
cool. Yeah, I know that the win rate on Cosmic
I
Drive is
love
crazy on launch.
I love those buffs. Anyways, though,
All right,
back
let's
to
talk about next series then. Obviously, I do think this is gonna be a really fun one in the lower bracket, but also the game that everyone's gonna be looking forward to is on Saturday. Team Liquid Fly. They're both already going to Worlds. Now they're trying to get into the grand finals to be one step closer to winning that championship. And it is going to be, I think, really, really exciting. There was a quote from Whippo on Pros that I really liked. I was listening to it this morning, and he was saying he was calling certain teams sandbag teams, where basically the idea is you hit them and they just like, they just take it. They don't hit you back. And he was saying Team Liquid, he thinks, is the only team in the league right now besides them that isn't a sandbag team. So he's like, if you hit Team Liquid, they're gonna hit you hard. Or if you make a mistake, you're gonna feel it because Team Liquid's gonna really punish you. And when they go for their big play, it hurts because like they're gonna make it happen. And so I thought that was fun. And their series, especially their first series in spring, was an absolute banger in the playoffs. That was actually the last time Team Liquid lost a series because they were undefeated in the regular season for this. They won the rest of the series in playoffs. They lost that 3-2 absolute bloodbath series against FlyQuest in spring, and that was really, really fun. So I'm hoping we're going to get like an absolute action-packed one, a repeat of that.
Can I just say that's a weird like retake of the phrase sandbagging? Because sandbagging is so widespread as a good team that is playing bad.
I'm just saying what Bubba said.
Yeah, I feel like that is like almost universal sandbagging. You're sandbagging,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I feel like punching bag would probably fit better
Yeah.
because like do you hit sandbag? Like sandbags just weigh things down.
You will hurt yourself if you hit a sandbag. By the way,
Yeah,
Like,
those things are heavy.
Have you ever even
All
like
right, it was
kicking
terrible. It was a terrible thing. I shouldn't have brought it up. We'll get Whipple on here next week so you can tell him about it. You can flame him.
Need to educate him on sandbags. Like, if you punch a sandbag, you're gonna hurt.
You know what
your
you should
fans.
do? You should bring a sandbag to the LCS.
Yeah, have him punch it.
Be like, punch it. See how it feels. It doesn't need to hit you back because your wrist can be broken.
You just hit yourself.
Yeah.
But I am also like I'm super amped for this series. You talking about quotes like Core JJ was also talking about it. He's also much nicer. He was like, yeah, FlyQuest are improving, but we're also improving. So everyone's going to be improving, and it's going to be a great time, and we're going to show good games, and it's going to be a great League of Legends.
That's too polite.
Yeah, I embellished a little on the quote, but the core of it is that all of the matches between our S tier of our top 3, I'm always incredibly looking forward to, just because I do feel, even with small changes from week to week in practice, either of them could come out on top. Now, I have had that hope multiple times for like upsets, and I just keep getting proved.
You've been burned before.
I've been proven that Team Liquid have my full, they've got my full confidence now.
They're a good team.
There's a couple times where I'm like, okay, Cloud9's gonna, do some, or like, okay, now Energies or 100 Thieves is gonna take a game, and I just keep getting my confidence in TL reaffirmed and reestablished. And so I think right now it's at an all-time high. I'm also one that I'm always looking to okay, what's the angle to upset the general opinion, and topple whoever's on top. It's too comfortable. Everybody thinks this team is the best team.
Too easy.
But now I'm like, it's too comfortable. I also think they're the best team. Type of thing. So
These pillows are pretty nice. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm going to stay here.
they actually are the best.
Yeah, I actually I don't know. I'm pretty confident in Team Liquid as well here. I'm trying to debate if it's going to be a 3-0. Like, part of me kind of feels like it's going to be a 3-0 just because
Team Liquid looks so good.
they do look good. We talk about top 3, but TL really just seems like they're
Top 1.
Yeah, by themselves in top 1 right now. And I guess we haven't seen them against. When was the last time they played Fly?
It was
or
first game
First
of
game
the
of the season.
entire split, so it's been forever.
That is one thing that makes it hard to judge is, if you're not actually seeing these teams against each other, it's a little different. But at least looking at their last series and just the way they play and what they're going for, FlyQuest did beat C9 in a fairly convincing fashion score-wise. But when you look at the games, it didn't feel like Fly was playing the same way Liquid was, right? In Liquid's games, they just have so much pressure all the time, and they're constantly looking to punish you for things that don't even feel like you're going to be punished for. Whereas Fly was really just kind of like, hey, we're going to concede every objective and just outscale you with Ivern type stuff. So, I mean, obviously they'll probably play differently against Liquid because of the type of team they are, but I don't know. I think it's pretty likely Liquid just sweeps them.
And earlier, those Cloud9 pinpointed kind of big throw moments I was talking about, I have 100% confidence that TL do not do those. So if FlyQuest do a similar plan like they did versus Cloud9, and TL is the one with those early advantages of all the dragons in this big gold lead, I don't think TL is going to have a massive throw and give you the Baron, and then, now you get to do your outscaling and team fighting type of game plan. I feel like that's definitely one of the big differences. And the FlyQuest members have all been super complimentary, and they're like, yeah, that this series is going to be a lot harder, even in their post-game interviews.
Yep. And on pros, they were talking clearly just Masu and Bobo said, just point blank period. Team Liquid's the best team in the league right now. And I do think, to your point, it's I think FlyQuest needs to play differently. I think that they looked really good against C9 overall, but I don't think you can play a slow game like that where you just seed everything early and still win against TL, because I think they will get so much more. They are so good, and one of the things that really always impresses me about them is as soon as they have any sort of small advantage, you can never enter your jungle again, it feels like, against Team Liquid. Umti and Core are just posted up in your jungle. They're farming all your camps. All the vision is denied. You You walk in, you're getting engaged on, you're getting picked. Like, they will fight you for it nonstop. And that is something that I think TL does way better than any other team in the league. They play the map really, really well. And as soon as they have an edge, they now control 3/4 of the map. And then it's like, well, now you can't play slow anymore, because if you don't retake, part of your jungle, you just lose the game because you have access to less minions. You're falling further and further and further behind. It just snowballs like crazy, right? So then you're forced to fight them, but then you're fighting blind into an area where you have no vision and where TL already has an advantage. So they're just so good at that type of game that I don't think FlyQuest can play in the same way. So I'm hoping that FlyQuest, comes out with a bit of a different look. I honestly, I would be surprised if TL swept them. I think FlyQuest is pretty strong and are pretty adaptable, and they're usually the kind of team that is going to like throw some different stuff at the wall if it's not working. So I would think that they are going to win a game, if not some games. But yeah, it's just at this point, it's like, you cannot, in good conscience, predict against TL until someone gives you a real reason to. Otherwise, it's all just conjecture. It's like, I think TL are going to lose because they're going to play worse than they have before. You know what I mean? Like, you have
You're
no...
like, okay, I guess.
You have no data that has, like, there's nothing that we've seen that should make you believe that they are not the best team, right?
One thing that gives me a lot of confidence about TL is that they also aren't the team that seems to slow down when they're winning. They had their undefeated 7-0 season. Like, granted, it was really short, but but they're not doing the C9 where the more you win, the more you start going out there with your drafts. Like, they're still just playing what they think is best and trying to win every single game. So that does make it, pretty likely that they're not going to just randomly like lose the game on their own, because the only thing I could say about their drafts is sometimes it looks like they draft kind of low damage, but they haven't really been punished by it so far, and it seems like something they're totally comfortable doing. So,
do you think they could be punished by that? Like, the comp you talked about where it's 3 meatballs to Liazeri. If you're playing that and FlyQuest gets Ivern, like an Ivern comp, do you think that is something that could really be punishing? Where it's like, okay, now all of a sudden you're low damage, and they have this enchanter that means you have to have enough damage to like kind of punch through.
I don't know if you're punished necessarily by a pick like Ivern alone, but it would be more just like if you fall behind in the game, like you get outlaned randomly, you lose a fight, all of a sudden you just don't have enough damage to kill people. And so even if you CC chain somebody, they're just surviving it, and then like you just can't win. So I think that's the bigger risk. But if you can just, win everything early because you're just playing better, then you don't really get in that situation.
One thing I will also give a lot of credit to, I thought Bwipo did such a good job of actually shutting down JoJo in this last series. It felt like every single fight, I mean, he played Renekton in all 4 games. Every single fight, he is on top of JoJo, on the Corki, he's stunning him, he's pushing him back. And it was just one of those situations where it felt like, they had identified that JoJo was going to be the big threat on the Corki, and his whole job was just making sure that JoJo couldn't have a team fight where he's just sitting and shooting. Like, not once was he able to do that, it felt like, the entire series. So, I thought that was really impressive, and it just kind of made me think of that when you're talking about, okay, if you're a low threat comp, if you're able to shut down one of those threats, all of a sudden, you pile all on that one person, then maybe they don't have enough damage punch through or whatever. I'm just kind of trying to think of like, okay, like if they were to win, or how could they win, or what could they, what could you really think about? But I will say Quad really performed very, very well. Masu's been performing very, very well. But it's just so hard when you look across at the counterparts to be like, yeah, he's better than that guy.
Yeah, I would also say, since just giving credit out, since we focus so much on Masu and Quad, I really think Busio has been playing well.
Yep.
And I was actually a little bit worried after some of the like MSI and coming back. Like you were saying, a lot of the high pressure situations, maybe he had been making some errors, but I feel like he has been quite good. And it does get like overshadowed when your lane partner is a rookie. He's like, newer and younger, and is getting Rookie of the Year award, and is rightfully so credited with being a massive carry for FlyQuest. But I do think Busio had some really good engages, and it is also able to play the Bard, and there were some missteps on the Bard, but there are also some really good plays on the Bard. So you can kind of like, he can definitely contest for some of the picks that Core JJ really likes, I would still say by far Core JJ for sure was my first team All-Pro support, and like you said, you can't say they're better, but I do like that you can, he can contest there on draft and stuff like that with him and like look for similar plays.
I think for Busio to, fair or not, to kill any sort of choker narrative, he has to do well. He has to get to finals and do well in finals, right? Because I thought he played well in spring up to finals where he had a horrible series. And then he went to MSI and really played bad, right? So it's like, in those biggest moments, I think he really struggled. Whether that's just like a random bad day or whether it is like, oh, the bright lights got to you kind of thing. When people start thinking that, the only way you can kill that off is by being in an equally big situation and doing well, right? So fair or not, I think that's what he's going to be, dealing with is people, may label him with that until he goes to finals and has a good series or until he goes to Worlds and has a good tournament or whatever. But I agree. I think he's been having a really good year. I think he's been improving a lot. It's not like it's just Masu. All the pros that I talked to, the bot lanes in interviews, in public, private, wherever, are all saying this is just a really strong bot lane now. Like Masu and Busio are a really good laning duo. They're tough to play against, and they are a big threat. So I definitely think he deserves his credit as well. Whippo on pros also was talking about impact and was really complimentary. He was kind of like firing shots at different people and whatnot, and he was bringing up the like is Berserker him thing again and trying to push Masu and Core to basically say like, oh, he's not him. It's kind of like what it felt like. But he was saying that like he was really excited to play against Impact because he was like, Impact is the bar. Like Impact is a great player. Like there's good players in the LCS and there's great players. And he was saying Impact is that bar for greatness. And, he's so good that basically like he was saying he really, really cares about performing internationally and performing at Worlds. And that's like what really drove him to want to come back to competitive, which I thought was pretty cool. And he was saying like his barometer for like basically can I do well internationally is can I do well against Impact? Because he sees him as, that kind of player who's like, really good even internationally. So he was giving him a lot of respect. And I thought that was pretty cool.
I mean, if you fire a shot at Impact, it's going to bounce off the wall, and it's like punching a sandbag. Okay, that is gonna hurt. Everybody will be coming for you. So yeah, better give respect to Impact. I will say also, the bar is usually the like base that you have to get over.
He's the bar for greatness.
Okay.
Not liking these Whippo saying. Leave him alone. He's not here to defend himself, you bully.
I just think it is hilarious. The only thing I'm really worried about for TL actually is if they like let ego start to get into it. I don't think it is going to happen, but we had Core JJ on, the last day after they had already had their thing. And I was like, okay, no ego though. And he was like, yeah, it's fine. It was just 100 Thieves. We have no ego. They're very much still focused and they're all so, grindy in their work ethic. But have noticed Jake's got an ego now. Spawn is getting a little bit of an ego himself. He's got to get that in check. I know you listen. Calm down a little bit there, buddy. And, bring home the championship.
Pipe down a little.
Bring home the championship.
Win Worlds first.
Yeah, win us the Worlds.
Then okay.
You can say whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
We'll
what? Carry you around on a throne when you come to the LCS.
NA winning Worlds would be so sick.
Yeah.
We need that.
We'll get one of those. What is it, like a palanquin or what do you call it? Where they carry around the royalty.
Yeah,
Spawn could have one of those.
Yeah, well, I'll carry you around on my shoulder.
We'll carry you around.
Whatever you want.
Whatever you want, bro.
I will.
Until then, pipe down.
Yeah. I'll farm you Mage Blood.
But to be honest, I haven't heard him being cocky, so I'm just repeating what you're saying. He was pretty humble when I talked to him.
But I like where you're at though. You back me up.
Yeah,
anyways.
I back you up. But he did tell me they could lose to either of the top 3 teams, so he didn't seem like he was being cocky.
Yeah.
But he's being cocky. Pipe down low, bro.
Yeah.
All right, that's gonna do it for this episode of The Dive. I don't think we really need to go into the theoreticals of the next series. We talked a ton about Cloud9, but it's gonna be a really fun weekend of LCS. Thank you, Kia. This was The Dive, driven by Kia. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and everywhere else you listen to your podcast. Make sure to send us your questions on Twitter with the hashtag TheDiveLOL. Week 3 of playoffs starts this Friday, 1 p.m. Pacific, as Dignitas takes on 100 Thieves. Make sure to tune in. Thanks for watching. We're going to be sending our last team to Worlds and deciding who is that final team to go to the LCS Finals weekend. We'll see you then.
See if he can actually get the steal. Nocturne ult's gonna get popped, and there's a flash forward. They're in on Despika, trying to keep him alive. They can't do it. And the flash forward from Quid with the stolen Amumu ulti. Anything you can do, I can do better, says Quid.
Flash Amumu.
I cannot TP right now.
Look at Amumu, look at Amumu. Kill Amumu.
44.
I'm 1 HP, guys.
We need to cut.
Nice.
I'm very flashed. I mean, Sal's flashed.
I got it.
I'm dead.
I'm on
Sal's
Yeah, go Salas.
126.
Hit anyone.
We win. Nice. Good shit. Top wave 5. TP. Top.
I'm slowly coming to
Nice.
you. You can
Wow.
fight him. River, I'm here with you.
Look fight is good.
I'm coming, River. I'm
I
coming.
still have ulti.
Hey, look,
Can we look
look,
Corki?
Cassante,
We can look their
Cassante.
chunk.
Yeah.
We can look their group.
Rip,
We can
guys.
look their group.
I got you, baby girl.
Anything?
I'm
5 seconds
Sabat.
old. 5 seconds old.
FF will die.
2 seconds old.
Yeah, look me. I can W. Look me.
I can't fight him.
I flash out. W and fire. No, run. W2.
I'm keeping behind. Fight is good, guys. Fight
Maokai's
is good.
1 HP.
Maokai.
Maokai's 1
I'm
HP.
coming right now.
He's dead.
Look Kalista.
We
okay?
can win. We can win.
Corki.
No W Corki, guys.
I'm
No
going,
W.
I'm going Kalista
Okay,
one
sir.
time here.
Roll back. Go forward.
Yeah, go forward.
I'm on MF here.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
I'm going Jarvan.
Yeah.
Okay, actually.
Yeah, we went.
Look at
we
Mimi.
should back. We can still slowly
That's it.
fight.
That's it.
Smurder coming.
Yeah.
Can you get out?
It's not here.
Probably not.
We can win this, guys.
Holding here. It's really good. It's
Jarvan
really
said,
good.
really good. I'm stuck.
Earl behind us, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's fine. Go forward.
I moved yours. I'm going
Yeah,
to
yeah.
see maybe. Is this net? No, he's not.
Yeah,
I'm healing you.
yeah, I
You're
think
fine,
he's
you're fine,
killing
you're
you.
Kasante here.
Look Senna.
Senna.
Wait,
I
TP
vote
me.
No
Senna.
flash, no flash.
Look
Wait, TP
Maokai.
me.
Kasante has all, guys. Kasante has all.
I'm cooked.
I need to flash.
They're really offside here. They're really.
Yeah,
still
go.
not-
It's all you guys. Okay, it's all you guys.
slow.
It's all you guys. I need
still
to.
not.
I
We
need
win
to
this,
go.
we win
Yeah,
this.
I'm actually going to look off the replay as Licorice is fighting against Ayla. He's going to get hooked in. We're back. And now Licorice in a lot of trouble. Dawning Shadow comes in over the top. He's going to go all out.
Oh, you're in here. You're in here.
Camille will die, I think.
We need help with
Come
Kevin.
back. Camille might die. I got Senna as well.
Senna flash. Can you ulti?
I'm 1 HP. It's all you guys.
Huge. It's huge.
I say to
Your mom sees the brutal, savage rat.
I had to hit him with it.
Gonna get slapped up though, and Flash gets him a little bit of distance, but I'm not sure it's gonna get him enough. Trying to run for it, can't get out of there. River knocks him down, first blood. Wall, but River gets scooped away by Licorice, and Licorice is just ulting him and pulling him out, but he's down, and the Baron's still alive, and he's in, and he steals 100 Thieves, get the Baron, get the kills, and just like that,
100 Thieves with the heist of a season.
not here, but the sleep comes on, and Jensen is going to be cleansed off, and Quid, the last breath onto Jensen. It may just be the last breath of Dignitas. 100 Thieves, make no mistake. They fly into the back line. They look to close out the series. They'll take out Dignitas. They'll put the finishing touches on it, and they'll move on to a match with Cloud9, where they'll play for a chance at Worlds.
No. It was,
freaking
I didn't
go,
do that,
guys.
bro. Wait. Don't end yet. I want to buy my item. Please don't end yet. Why do you guys freaking end when I say that, bro? Whatever. Team Gop?
Don't end!
Did he ever buy the item? I don't know. I don't think he
Till
made
this
it.
day, we don't know.
Welcome to Waiting Room. That was the 5th place decider.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dignitas soundly in 5th.
Unfortunate.
100 Thieves is going to be playing Cloud9 on Sunday, so tomorrow, to decide who still gets that last shot in finals weekend. Let's look at the bracket, because this is what we have left. We only have 4 best of 5s left in this LCS championship season. C9 versus 100 down in the lower bracket. Today, we have Team Liquid versus FlyQuest, the main course of the upper bracket.
Who's going to fall into the gulag alongside C9 and 100 Thieves? That's my question.
Who's going to get a potential warm-up game before the championship on the Saturday?
I feel like there's something more pressing here.
What is?
I have never been on this chair. All this way long.
Yeah, wow.
This is so much room.
That can't be true.
What are you going to do?
I'll tell you what I'll do.
Okay.
You're my therapist.
Okay, Raz.
Okay.
How did yesterday's series make you feel?
Both excited and incredibly scared.
Okay.
Why are you
Elaborate on the fear.
I never felt secure that the game was going to end. And so I felt as though at one point where I was running out to do an interview, I realized, no, Dignitas threw again. Which actually might do really well for their sales, for their
Interesting.
emote.
So
but it felt really bad for me.
You felt insecure with the safety of Dignitas. Is Dignitas a parental figure for you?
A little bit. They've been around all my life. So I think we need to see more from them, but you know, that's a next year thing. That's a next year thing. This is great. You have so much space all year long. We haven't used it.
No, we haven't.
Yeah,
well,
no.
usually we have 4 people.
They also always tell me that, like, I think because I'm too short, they always tell me to, like, sit specifically on one side so Tibbers can take up
I feel more
majority of the
comfortable in the
space.
corner of the couch. So that's why I sat on the chair today.
I could
because
pick
can
favorites.
It's also really deep. You kind of sink back into it.
I can pick favorites, Jet.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think
I
this
can
is.
do that.
We've hit our limit of couch content.
Yeah, okay.
Producers are making us go ahead.
That's
I don't know
fair.
why, because this is great. Either
That's
way,
fair. I'm
people
enjoying
tune
it.
into.
FlyQuest and TL, they've been having matchups a lot this year.
They
so
have.
We have.
Weirdly
two
enough,
best teams.
the best FlyQuest TL matchup wasn't the finals in terms of absolute cinema. It was the first round of their playoff series in spring. And here's some highlights.
And the thing that was really funny is talking to the guys on Pros last week that both Core and Masu and Whippo all remembered this series really fondly as like the series between their teams that they enjoyed the most. Obviously, Core was like, I wish it had gone our way instead of your way. But I thought it was interesting because this is Jan set a few records here, and this is the series that both teams seem to remember in some ways even more than the finals.
Yeah, it was also the kickoff of Team Liquid really solidifying their ability to play aggressive. Even though they didn't win the series, you could see the direction that they were moving in perfecting the playstyle they currently have.
All split long during spring, you had pointed out how really slow they were.
No.
And Spawn, their coach, was not happy about how
No.
slow they were playing.
Yeah.
And was always talking about how he wanted to see what they were doing in scrims on stage. And that was the series where we really got to see it. It was incredibly bloody. And that was the most exciting series I've honestly been a part of.
Yeah.
Just like it's incredible back and forth, nonstop fighting for objectives. And I hope we get something similar to that today.
And as a reminder, even though Team Liquid lost that really exciting series, they then dominated FlyQuest in the finals, and there was some legitimate beef at the time with Team Liquid. We have some sound of Jan and Core after winning the finals.
Honestly, the win is like nice, but it was more so I didn't want to lose to the top jungle of FlyQuest. They're so fucking annoying, man. Like, their skill level was not as good as their egos, I think. They're good, but like they were talking too much. It's like, I mean, honestly, I'm not the person to talk someone after I win, but my God, they would not shut up after they won.
If you guys want to trash talk, be as good as this guy.
Oh man, that brings back memories. Jan was really
he
charged.
was on one. The line of their egos didn't match, or their skill didn't match their egos is actually great.
That's crazy. The fact that he's for sure just holding on to that until they end up winning the series, just to be on the mic to say it. I love it. We need more irritated Jan.
Yes. So then he has to lose this. Whippo has to trash talk him right after the series, and we'll get the full circle in the finals again. Either way, FlyQuest wasn't the expected team here.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, people did think Cloud9 was the favorite going into last series, but then FlyQuest won the series 3-1 and was like an auto attack away of winning all 4 games.
Yeah, and it was pretty surprising. I really enjoyed what FlyQuest, because a lot of people talked about C9 drafts, right?
Yeah.
But when you look at the opposite side, FlyQuest, I thought, did a really good job of responding to what C9 wanted to do, because as we take a look, we have 4 games of Renekton for Whippo, right? 3 games of Ivern. By the 4th game, C9 identified Ivern as the problem. Previously, they'd identified Smolder as the problem. And so you can kind of see the evolution of specifically jungle mid and then top, and how they kept that really stable and then changed up their bot lane, which I found super, super interesting for a few reasons. One, I thought they did a great job of just drafting in the series overall. But the second is that when you remember FlyQuest previously, especially in spring, in a lot of those games they were playing TL, they would often save R5 for Whippo.
Right.
And really switch up like counter picks. So I thought this was a very different look from them, but I really, really liked it.
Yeah, it created so much safety, like a safety net for their carries. Because both Masu and Quad are incredibly reliable in the backline.
Yeah.
And so the fact that we were able to see an Ivern providing shields and heals to our Renekton to just be as belligerent as possible for as long as he can be, made it ridiculous. And Quad in lane, by the way, when he's on his Smolder or, even the Azir, he's insane. I just don't think it's a champion. Even if they move him off those champions, he's just going to be great on the next one. So it's tough. I'm excited to see this series just to see what APA's response is going to be.
Yeah, and there's also a level of trust from Inspired with being willing to play Ivern all of those games after playing carry junglers basically the entire split. In the post-series interview, he actually had very complimentary things to say about Quad. We're going to take a look and then talk about it more.
Quad was always insane. Like week 1, when we lost to TL, I think we were trolling him. So it wasn't his fault we ever lost any game on stage. Like honestly, looking for any game we played this split, I don't think it was ever mid fault that we lost. So I really like playing with Quad. I think he always knows his job and plays very well. So good job.
Yeah, Inspired was really complimentary of Quad. I'm gonna go through some few basic lane assignments in terms of how FlyQuest has done a really good job of just making sure that he gets gold. I'm gonna be talking about everyone's favorite thing, minion waves and turret plates. So here the setup is C9 are actually taking grubs right here. Quad is down here pushing bot on Azir. And we are going to roll through this. So he is going to recall down on bot side as Bwipo blows Blabber's flash. And then he is going to end up TPing right here onto this ward, coming in. And the most important thing coming out of this is actually that he is going to be able to push in this mid wave, and Bwipo TPs down to catch the bot wave. Now, when we pick back up a little bit later on, what's going to happen is Busio is here to cover. Quad is actually going to be able to shove this all the way in. He's going to get 2 turret plates off of this play while Bwipo is able to cover mid, and they get JoJo's flash. They almost kill him, but even though they don't kill him here, he actually ends up escaping. They do get prio off of that, and like I said, Quad gets 2 turrets off of it. This is in the next game, the Orianna game. So once again, it's a grub setup. He is down here pushing onto bot side. As Blabber is clearing the grubs, they actually give up those grubs and really focus on making sure that Quad is able to get turret damage down on bot side. But then when the time comes, he's actually going to TP into this fight that they're setting up with FlyQuest heading up to collapse up here. He's going to end up TPing in and getting the kind of double kill tap off of this play once he TPs into the fight as Orianna. And I thought that FlyQuest overall, these are just 2 examples, one just in terms of lane assignments and another in terms of when they TP him into the fight as opposed to keeping him bot side to cover waves. Funneling plates into him, giving him the double kill, really, really focusing on making sure that he is in a great spot once their mid-game team fights happen.
I love the focus on just letting him farm on sides.
Yep.
Farm plates, farm minions, deny him if no one's going to be able to respond to those plates. And also, just having Busio sit in a bush in a control ward. I know the last time we talked about it. Yeah, last time we talked about it, he was just sitting there for over a minute. This time around, he was there for not too long to be able to make a play happen. FlyQuest really loves being able to make traps and play for their for their mid lane on side. They did it with Jensen and they're doing it with Quad.
And it's really interesting when you compare him to APA, right? As we see their respective player of the series numbers from recent series. I think TL is also so good with their mid-game lane assignments and making sure that APA is in a good position either to catch waves or, more importantly, especially on stuff like Corki, on stuff like Ziggs, previously on the Tristana, he was so good at taking down turrets. So when we compare how these 2 teams are playing around their mid laners, it's a really, really interesting matchup.
And I think what we saw from Quad last week is what we've been seeing from APA potentially in this entire summer split. And it's just the ability to find gold and for the team to give them space for gold. That's what you just showed, Emily. But that's something, when I was talking with Core last week about APA, the strange thing to me about him was that he's such a young player, but his macro seems to be so good. And the way Core explained it was, well, he just really likes to carry. So he's really good at getting gold.
Yes.
And that's the oversimplification of the breakdown that you just did, where they're very willing, like Quad, before he TP'd in there, he made sure to get the cannon first.
Yep.
Like, the timing ended up being perfect, but I do wonder if there's any world where he doesn't kill that cannon before teleporting, because he's just trying to maximize his gold. And APA is the same way. He's going to have more turret plates than any other player on Team Liquid in any given game, and it's just going to supercharge their gold, accelerate them in the game, and allow them to carry.
The only way I see a difference here is the fact that APA's Talia was incredible.
Yeah.
And that's
so
like
good.
a change in how they play, and him trying to put resources into his side lanes in particular. And so it's going to be more about, can Quad in those type of games accrue resources and try and get the team to play as slow as possible and protective as possible, so they're not losing kills and losing out in plays on side lanes to APA's Talia.
Yeah, and another thing that's a huge part of this is the junglers, right? Because like looking at the drafts from the C9 series, it was really interesting in terms of Inspired has so much confidence in his team now, where he can go for stuff like the Ivern. We're also seeing him switch to like Sejuani, Vi, things that facilitate their lanes more often when he wasn't allowed to be on the Lilia. And then by contrast, you have Umpty.
And I want to explain this graphic a little bit. M-prox is mid proximity at 14. It's the percentage of time they spend within 2,000 units of their mid laner. And the difference between Inspired and regular season, where he was 9th in the league in terms of being near his mid laner, to during the playoffs, where he's second only to Umpty, does show that both of these teams are very willing to put a lot of their jungle time and attention towards their mid laner. Another interesting call out, there are only 6 teams in playoffs, so Inspired being 6th in damage is in large part because he's just pivoted to Ivern, and it's more just illustrative that he is not the one carrying these games, and it is working for them. So the amount of trust that Inspired has put in the rest of his team this playoffs is an evolution of his game from what we've seen this year on FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to see, like the stark differences from Spring Split, early Spring Split, to this split, where it feels like you needed to have Inspired play a carry jungler. And even though he started this split playing the Nidalees and Kindreds, that was more so an answer to the meta rather than the faith that he has in his carries. So the faith is definitely there. They're giving back in by 10,000 times with how they've been performing. So definitely get Ivern off the field. I don't want to see Ivern. If you're Team Liquid, you might want to ban it.
I think Lily will be hotly contested too. I mean, Umpty is also, by contrast, I think, a jungler who a lot of people are now looking and being like, was he snubbed? As we look at the All-Pro, where it was just
there's
all
4 Team Liquid players
all
there.
Of TL
That's a lot of
plus
blue.
Blabber. There was actually a really funny tweet that TL did where it was like a Photoshop picture of Blabber. It was like, bro thinks he's on the team. And then it was, I believe, Inspired with all of C9, and then Umpty with the rest of FlyQuest.
Yeah.
And what Umpty does for this team has already automatically been a more facilitative style. He's talked about it a lot. But I think he is similarly a really crucial part of Team Liquid's success in terms of how he sets his team up. Like, I still remember that Baron fight from last week when he was on Sejuani, and his mechanics in that and how he controlled that fight was so good. And if you really look into what Umpty does, especially in team fights, it can be really, really impressive.
It's really funny, actually. Another team or a player that he reminds me of, a really successful team domestically that was like under a fine-tooth and comb, and everyone is looking at who's actually the weakest link, was 2018 Invictus Gaming for me. Because
I was going to say Team USA Basketball.
That's a good one, actually. That's a great one.
Wait, are we going to talk about Ning?
I'm going Ning. Because in the domestic regular season, Ning was the person that was sacrificing a lot of his farm to be able to look to dive lanes to support his solo lanes, and he was doing it so extensively that when teams were like, this is a perfect team, this team finding a lot of success, and who's the weakest link, who's sacrificing the most, it was him. So I feel like there's that level of expectation when it comes to Umpty compared to the field. And I think people are underselling him currently.
I just hope he doesn't try to change his style because he feels left out of the All-Pro first team, because the other two guys that were first and second team are guys that take a lot of resources and weren't helping their lanes as much. So I think Umpty is playing exactly the role that the undefeated Team Liquid needs him to play, the team that hasn't lost a series since the first round of the spring playoffs against FlyQuest. They've been completely dominant with the way that Umpty has been playing, so he can't let not being a first or second team All-Pro based on subjective media votes to actually affect his play. With that being said,
I don't think he will. Yeah, he respects like everyone on this team, and in particular, he's joked about Core and then specifically Impact, where he was like, you know, the man in the top wants me to play Sejuani, so I like say something fun, and he's like, no, Sejuani. But Impact's like legacy on this like not only TL but across the LCS has really been widely noted, especially since he's had a massive career resurgence this year.
He really has. He's potentially playing the best League of Legends he's ever played, finding his way back to Team Liquid, reuniting with Core, really leading the charge on the lane swap meta and always gapping the other top laner. And he also is so unanimously respected by the other pros in the league, even Bwipo, who rarely has nice things to say about his opponents.
Impact's the #1. He's probably getting the MVP. And if you hear from Impact on stage, he also believed the same. And
he does.
That was a great interview you had with him.
It was funny. And it's the confidence comes from how well he has individually played in lane swaps, and then also how he's played in lane. He's always, it feels like, gotten better as a player for no matter how long he's been playing, and he feels like he's always a student of the game. I'm excited to see when it's moments like these that will qualify you into the finals, and of course later on the finals itself. Like, if you can keep consistent to that when other players are now looking at you as the best and you to improve on. So it's like, if Bwipo's finally saying, you're the best player, you're the best top laner, he's probably gonna be watching your VODs and trying to find those weaknesses and try and get the upper hand. So a smile from him. This is going to be a fun series.
Yeah, Bwipo hoping to vibe well. And another really cool thing about this series is you have a guy like Impact who won the 2013 World Championship, is the NA top lane GOAT, might win his first ever MVP. And then you have rookies and second-year players on the same team in the same rift. Masu, we have to call out. Congratulations on Rookie of the Year, by the way. A big glow up as well, I'd say, between spring and summer. Not that his spring was bad, but his summer was elite.
Yeah, his summer has been so strong, and watching him improve throughout this year has been really fantastic. I remember when he first came in, when I watched him in NAC, I was like, okay, he's gonna be strong in team fights, but his laning needs a lot of work. And I think you can see the evolution of that, especially in those Kalista games.
Yeah, the Kalista games, it's funny because you started to really see that confidence at MSI, and then moving past that, a lot of the times when you ask pro players about a rookie, they're the first ones to be like, oh, hold on, this kid's not that good. But they were saying differently. They were saying that, like, oh, he's actually really good in this, specifically the Kalista matchups they used. Like, he's a really good Kalista player. That's why FlyQuest is playing it a lot. And it's nice to see that a rookie is able to get that confidence so quickly after one split is crazy. And he wasn't even bad in spring split. He was good.
And one thing I remember that was really interesting that Jan said, he said it to Busio on Pros, but in the, like, when he was talking about Masu, maybe, like, FlyQuest had a rough MSI, but you'll be able to get over it because I had a rough World, and now I'm doing really, really well, right? And when we look at these two players, Jan in his second year, former last year's Rookie of the Year, going up against this year's Rookie of the Year in Masu. They're both such crucial members of their team, and they have been fantastic carries.
This is the future of our North American AD carries, the fact that we're seeing Jan and Masu at the top.
NA talent.
NA talent. It's like a sneaky double-lift type. It's like it's one of those things where you see a player that is growing so quickly, you see a matchup that we're probably going to be seeing from years to come. This is where it starts, and I'm excited to see it going forward.
Yep, playing against each other yet again. Jan got the upper hand last finals. We haven't even seen these teams play that frequently. It was the first series of the summer split where they went 2-1. So it's been a while since we've actually seen these teams play on stage, and even if Team Liquid's the favorite, I think I'm kind of expecting a close series. You also caught up with APA and Inspired before the series. I only caught the end of that interview, so we're going to check out the whole thing now.
What's up, guys? Got Inspired and APA here right next to me. This is a finals rematch, actually, from Spring Split. First question, actually, going to Inspired. What's something that you feel like is going to be different this time around going up against Team Liquid?
I mean, they just have a new player, no?
Yeah, that's the most simple answer. New player.
Anything else that comes to your mind?
I don't know. Nothing else. I think other than that, will be similar story. I think the games between us were usually close, so I assume today it's gonna be close as well.
Okay. Speaking of like the new player, I guess like for Quad, I feel like both of you guys have just been the best mid laners coming into playoffs. You were down at the very beginning of the split. For him, like, what's your assessment so far having to go up against him?
Well, I think the first week I thought it was terrible, but I think it was just stage nerves because it was like first time playing on like LCS stage. So I think since then, you know, we scrimmed them a decent amount throughout the season, and I've seen his games, of course. So I think he's a lot better than what he showed to me on stage. But you know, we'll see what happens.
And for yourself, you're going to be going up against Umpty. I think that's an exciting matchup, and I remember like the constant battles you guys have had. Like, what's your assessment having to go up against him?
I don't know. It will be probably ganking around and being funny. So we'll see what happens. I will try to tell my team every option he can do to surprise them. So hopefully they won't get surprised, and we'll see how the games goes.
Okay. Any final messages you guys have against each other?
I mean, last time you guys shit talked us, and we smashed you into the ground. So I don't think it's gonna be any different.
Inspired?
I don't really care.
All right. With that being said, we're gonna send it straight back.
This man does not care.
He's just vibing. He also knows he's in finals weekend. Winning here is something they did somewhat in the spring split. He really wants to be able to beat them twice. Let's check out predictions here. Are we all TL? Are there any FlyQuest believers?
I'm pretty sure we're all TL. I wonder what the Discord's saying, and it's the same thing. Everyone's oh, Jack.
So yeah, I had a weird feeling that FlyQuest was going to take this one, but I still wasn't. I've been predicting against Team Liquid too much. This split, I've hit my limit. I need to start predicting them. But basically, Fudge here yesterday was also predicting FlyQuest.
Yeah.
They've been performing very well in scrims. Apparently, Team Liquid hasn't been as elite as they had been in the past. And then also, FlyQuest was really solid in their series against Cloud9 just last week. And that would have tested them a lot more than Team Liquid's road to here, beating 100 Thieves. So I think it's just going to be a very competitive, very close series.
Yeah, I think I'm like kind of sad. I should have swapped to a 3-2. I think both of these teams, again, these are our two best lane swap teams. These are our two best macro teams. I also think the mid matchup, to APA's point in your interview, Raz, like that was Quad's welcome to the LCS moment, right? Where he ended up getting destroyed by APA in that series. We just talked about how FlyQuest play around Quad so much better now.
Yeah, and even just looking at the chat, you got a lot of people with various different like assessments. We got a lot of 3-0s from TL side. Alan has a 3-0 from FlyQuest side. Some people have a 3-2. It can go any which way, and it's based off of like the Cloud9 series, so it feels like anything can happen.
I hope anything does happen, Raz.
Something's gonna happen.
Let's get into game one. Let's send it to stage to get into the match.
I didn't want to lose to the top jungle of FlyQuest. They're so annoying, man.
I think our game will be the heavyweight match.
Next is Whipple continues to survive and thrive. He pushes forward with FlyQuest. Every man still going. Him back at the kill on Bucio, but it costs them everything.
There will be fists flying left and right. We'll be trying our damnedest to win that game.
And Whipple drives the front line. Team Liquid will run them over.
If you guys want to trash talk, be as good as this guy.
I hope there's going to be a lot of kills, but we'll see.
Just fight.
I will not back down. If you hit me, I'll hit you back.
Just let me cook.
We're gonna 2-0 them very easily.
Oh, he kind of like stole my whole flow.
Welcome back to the Summer 2024 LCS Playoffs, and welcome to the Upper Bracket Finals, a rematch, a whole split in the making. The last time these two met, Team Liquid was triumphant, but that was a long time ago before everything this split came to pass. Today, FlyQuest looks for redemption after their victory over Cloud9. Can they prove themselves to be contenders against the LCS's top squad? Or will TL just continue their reign of terror all the way into the grand finals? Let's find out. I'm here with Kobe and Azael. I'm Captain Flowers, and I am excited to bring you this best of 5. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
I'm doing good, man. I think we're going to have a really good series today, and I'm so excited to see if some of the adaptations in the meta we've been seeing over this past week are going to be showing themselves here today.
Yes, sir.
Nasus is getting banned out. We saw Mumu really prevalent in the series yesterday. We saw Senna become really important. So there's all these different changes that we've seen over the last week around the world. What are these teams going to take from them?
Definitely some big ones here. If Corki gets slammed, then you start to think stuff like Azir for the side of Quad and FlyQuest as well. Also interesting because we saw very different, team compositions yesterday. It was like really, really heavy dive on one side, and then it was double marksman, a lot of structure for 5-on-5s on the other side. TL obviously in slamming the Corki, you are going to go with a more traditional.
All right, well, it's Smolder, Lilia, and Nasus banned out by TL, with the Ivern, the Ziggs, and the Rumble banned out by FlyQuest.
Back on his Renekton.
All right, yep. Dread it, run from it. Renekton arrives to the draft all the same. That'll be Bwipo's pick for game 1.
This is interesting. Bwipo was actually talking on pros about how, he always felt in the past in his career that he couldn't just stay on one champion. If he has one bad game on champion, he's like, all right, I need to mix it up. I need to be able to change that up. And that was something that really would get in his head. And he said he's really been working on that, seeing a therapist and trying to get over that kind of block where it allowed him to feel comfortable playing the champion that he came with that preparation with. He played it all 4 times in their series last week, really performed incredibly well on it against Cloud9, and now bringing it out here again today.
Sometimes it really does help to become a specialist there and keep some of the extra variables consistent so that you can just focus on the other variables of the game. But I like what FlyQuest also did in pairing with their Renekton priority. They wanted to break up the Corki Ezreal combination that is so popular across leagues right now. Don't want to give over the double poke scaling there. Meanwhile, Team Liquid will keep it very standard so far. Now, this is a funny hover. We don't usually talk about the hovers, but ever since leading into MSI and all the hype for the Galio changes where they added health ratios to Galio and Core JJ was spamming it in solo queue, I wanted to see it so bad. And and it was even flexed around in a couple leagues to mid lane, to top lane, but we still have not quite gotten the real slam.
It would be exciting, but when Core was on the LCS the other week, when we was chatting about it, he's like, well, I played it a lot and I thought it was really good, and then I kind of realized it's just a worse Alistar. It's just like worse than the other champions. So
you just have less armor, so lane phase is hard. It's painful. On the side of FlyQuest, there it is. I mentioned already the Azir. No surprise there. The go-to into Corki.
Okay. Corki Azir in mid, Cassante, Renekton in top lane. I don't think you could get a more textbook solo lane matchup than what we've seen in the first half of the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Corki Azir, Cassante Renekton. It's about as common as it does get. We'll see if there's going to be any shakeups in the second half of the draft, because a lot of those wrinkles that we've been seeing develop in the meta were all banned out, right? Ivern plus multiple AD carries. Smolder has become really, really popular on multiple lanes. We were watching it earlier today in the LEC. At their finals weekend, that was being played top lane. Nasus is becoming pretty popular. We saw Jensen have a monster game on it yesterday, where it was actually a blind Nasus, I think, even in that one, and he crushed that game. So has been cool to see, but thus far, it is pretty standard stuff. That's unlucky.
Yeah, drove from Canada to see Cloud9.
But Cloud9 are playing tomorrow.
Yeah, they're playing tomorrow. Just
come back.
Don't go back to Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, just camp out here for an extra day.
Exactly.
Stick around for a while and listen. Let's see here. What other AD carries are they worried about for their Ezreal lane? The Misfortune and, they were hovering Kai'Sa earlier, but that is definitely, I think, a little bit less likely for Team Liquid. They definitely still could go for it. Let's see. Rel is also still up, so they could slam on the side of Team Liquid since they're the ones that are going to have to show both picks there for their entire bottom lane in the next rounds. Rel plus something, so they are worried about that Kai'Sa, and in the end, they do ban
The
it.
sign game is on point.
Yeah.
I gotta say, there's some good signs out there
liking
today.
The trash being talked by the signs. Carnivorous horses. There's some ostriches and stuff. I'm down with it.
Carnivorous horses are terrifying.
Those things are fast.
Just the idea of that.
All right, Brand, our last ban here the second half of the draft, alongside the Leona for TL. MF and Kai'Sa, like you already mentioned, Azale banned out by FlyQuest here in the second half. Let's see what they're going to pick here. We've already got both solo lanes. They could just lock a jungler, leave that support counter pick for very last if they wanted. Hovering over this Amumu, again, you already mentioned how this was a very important pick in the series yesterday. This has become pretty popular, and now we're going to see it here again.
And
today.
it was so interesting because across all major regions in summer, it had something like 10 plays, and basically we saw it 5 times yesterday. So it is really ramping up in priority in NA. People are putting a lot of value on its ability to actually just start out team fights. It's simple. Get in there.
Press the button.
Hit the ulti. The fight begins. It also can be flex to support. We haven't been seeing it in support, nearly as often, but there is that possibility if they see an angle for a different jungler that they could still move it down there.
Yeah, biggest difference here is going to be Prio in bottom lane. They take the Callista here. The Yon and Core JJ lane is what every lane in the LCS right now has been looking up to. These two have been such a power duo ever since the ascension of Yon. So let's see if they also slam the very powerful Senna right now. The only little wrinkle is that Team Liquid have, up until this point, fully relied on Core JJ being a main engage, either a Rel, a Nautilus, an Alistar. It's always him, the captain of the team, being engaged and making calls for the angles that they're going for. So it will be interesting to see how TL as a team just operate with him on the Enchanter. Very squishy champ. You have to go for vision very differently when you're running this type of composition. You also have to be way more reliant on Umpty and Impact, which is fine because they also were like S-tier engagers.
Yeah, but one of the big losses, I think, even though it's an amazing champion in a strong lane, his ability to roam is really hamstrung, on this Senna. The roams, I think, has been such a big part of TL success, and Core JJ in particular is so impressive. So this champion, really, really strong. This player, I'm expecting to do well on it. He won a world championship playing Enchanters, but he just is so special in what he does for TL on the Engage champs. That'll be interesting to see how MT and Impact step up and how this looks in the first draft.
Yeah, and I feel like that's been a story with Core JJ for so long. It's not that he can't play the Enchanters. You already mentioned he won Worlds in Ardent Sensor meta. There was never a more Enchanter time to enchant than Ardent Sensor meta. That's when he won. But he's just such an incredible go button for his team. We'll see if they can find the angles to dominate FlyQuest here in this first one. Team Liquid have been looking absolutely insane so far this split. They have been the best team. Kobe, I remember you. I was listening to the dive the other day, and you were talking about how...
Was he saying something smart?
He was. Yeah, he was. I was
good
nodding
job,
my head
Kobe.
along with
I was sweating there when you asked
I
me
was
that
sweating too. We say some dumb stuff on the dive.
I was like, that was 50-50.
That's rare. That's rare.
I was nodding along. I was like, you know what? I think I agree with this. You were saying that until somebody gives you a reason, there's no reason to doubt Team Liquid. And I think that's what everybody's wanting to see here today is can FlyQuest give us that reason?
Let's see, because they have been building to this moment all split long. This is my most anticipated matchup in a long time because we've had to wait since the first series of summer. We have been waiting to see this clash again. And let me remind you that when Team Liquid won in spring, they specifically called out the FlyQuest top lane and jungle as being annoying and being very happy that they were able to take them down. So let's see. There definitely is some built-up tension between these two teams, and we will get immediately into the all chat.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a rivalry that is building up. FlyQuest has been up there at the top. There's a lot of players on these teams that really want to be winning that title. They don't want to just be second best. Buppo talked about it, how he has been kind of second fiddle to Impact, and Impact is that bar for greatness right now in the league. Everyone looking up to this guy and how well he's playing, and Buppo was excited to kind of test himself against Impact.
And man, Impact has always been such a rock there at the very top of top laners in the LCS. But I feel like this split has even been remarkable by his own standards. Like, the difference between Impact and everybody else in the top lane has been definitive.
I think it's really exemplified by the fact that they have led the way for lane swaps. They brought back so much from MSI and from international play in how to play their side lanes in the mid game. So it's not just like lane swap openings, but it's lane swaps back at like 5 minutes, then at 9 minutes, then after all outer towers are down as well. And Impact is just so knowledgeable, paying attention to every minion wave on the map, even while he's still concentrating on his own lane and making a lot of macro calls for Team Liquid, while also still maintaining very good individual performance.
Well, you can see by the 3 cameras we got right here, no lane swaps starting off here in our first game. Instead, going to be some pretty standard stuff with APA having the push here in mid, while Jan and Core are doing the same thing bot.
And that is, going to benefit Jan and Core, of course, with this Kalista center lane, and Core trying to stack up his souls whenever he can, get these chunks, especially onto the Nautilus there. So building their wave on bottom side, and it is worth mentioning that junglers have opposing jungle starts here, so Maokai, Mr. Umpty will end up on the bottom side, while Inspired is going towards top.
And I think one of the really interesting things about, FlyQuest, he's talked about the meta changing, but also the playstyles have changed. Inspired has been so complimentary towards Quad, and in the regular season, he was 9th out of 8 junglers, by the way, as far as his mid-jungle proximity. In playoffs, he's 2nd. And he has really been... Bwipo's in trouble.
Yeah, Bwipo very, very close to death. Impact going forward for the 3rd hit of the Antofo strikes. The Croc tries to escape, but there ain't no running from the best top in North America. Impact with the solo bolo for the first blood.
Bwipo said, Impact is the bar for greatness, and that bar is still above his head.
I think that bar just hit him in the head.
Yeah, it definitely did. Let's take another look at the bar.
Yeah, we can watch it one more time. The bar hits back. This one gets scary as Bwipo wanted to go past and look for a little bit of a proxy play. But this gets awkward when you try to cross back through. He pulled right tower aggro as he actually hit him, and Impact just slowed him down in that tower, got the Pathmaker, stunned him against the wall. And this is just a bit of an overplay there from Bwipo, because when you walk through that tower, when you cross, you cannot hit them back or you pull tower aggro. In this case, he did, and then it all goes bad.
I don't know how many times, gentlemen, we are going to see professional top laners disrespect Cassante underneath the tier 1 turret. I feel like the story ends the same way every single time.
And, walking past Impact right there and disrespecting him is a mistake you don't get to make again. We'll see what they're able to do with this lead because they're already calling Umpty. You see the Maokai heading up. Plenty of vision here for Bwipo, though. He has multiple angles covered, so probably should be Umpty. Oh, he's actually passed over the Tri-Brush ward there as he goes to hover behind Impact, but I don't think Umpty will waste much time. He can just go to another full clear top to bottom.
Yep. Yeah, doing pretty well in that situation. And I think Bwipo was just in a spot where he thought, Impact's not going to hit me. He needs to farm the wave, right? And Impact just recognized that spot and now is keeping him away from those minions and pushing him all the way back. He might just die here, likely going to have to go back to base. Now has no TP, so if Impact can crash the wave, Bwipo is going to lose quite a bit here.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. It was a fully completed Bramble on first back because of that first blood that Impact got, and Bwipo, no summoner spells, walking his way back.
And it's not a cannon wave, so there's not going to be any minions to actually really heavily tank this up. Let's see how many he loses. It's already 1 minion he's lost. I think he's going to lose at least like 6 or 7, and Impact doesn't have a jungler up here, so we probably can't actually stop him from getting all the way back to the tower, but you get the plate, you're going to deny probably at least about a full wave. Inspired maybe gets to stop the base here.
6. That was number 7 right there, and he got in range, at least for EXP of it.
Lost 8 because he missed that last one as well. So quite a big hit there, and now the CS is evened out.
And again, the experience is the real kicker here, because Impact is almost level 6.
Yeah.
And Bwipo, as he does get back to the lane, but he's still going to be so far behind. So they're lane swapping. This is a very common timer with the level with the 6 minute for Grubs. Team Liquid still going to be ahead of the curve. They swap first, but you see FlyQuest answering straight out of base. Here comes the Nautilus as well. Masu is kind of hovering down to the bottom side and is going to get popped by that sapling. So they do see the Ezreal going back down bottom.
Jan still just hanging out in the brush here with Core JJ. Bwipo hits level 6. Dominus available for the Renekton. Umpty looking to come up and maybe assist him here. Bwipo's got half HP.
Inspired yoinked it too.
Remember. FlyQuest popping that ulti there for the Renekton, maintaining control over the top side river. They got the one grub, the other two are gonna reset. Whippo running out of time here on the ulti for the Renekton as he jumps in. Call of the Meek heal off of 2. Now Umpty looking for the angle. Whippo has lost the ult. Flash engage comes out with a twisted advance. And now with a little bit more damage from the bottom lane duo, Team Liquid's about to pick up another easy one. Whippo drops and Yawn's getting the money.
So while Inspired did yoink the Void Grub, he smited the first one, but then here comes Umpty and he gets payback. Since your smite was used on the first one, he's just gonna go pick up that one, and it is just really good response from TL, seeing the big wave and saying, you have to get this thing crashed, you have to get this thing in, and then they just fight FlyQuest off of it and prey on the Crocodile once again.
And it looked to me like Inspired moved down, and APA was kind of skirmishing with Quad around that jungle, around that river, and it seemed that APA might have spotted Inspired, which then prompts them to go in on that top side with the Renekton ult expiring. Umpty knows, all right, well, if Amumu's down by mid, we have a free 3v2 up here, so they go in, they get that kill. You know, TL played around it really, really well. I think FlyQuest, you know, initially was doing a pretty good job to actually get in and steal that grub, but maybe overplayed their hand, and we can try to watch on the mini-map. Oh, this is pretty far back, so I'm not sure we'll get to see what I was actually talking about.
See, the sapling
does spotted
tag
right
him.
there, and then this is after the initial steal. It's much later than I was thinking.
Yeah, so this is him just walking by, Inspired gets it, and then they chase Umpty off, but then they don't respect Umpty wrapping back around.
Oh
and
yeah, he does see him right on the ward.
Yeah, he's clearing the control ward, no problem there, but they don't respect it because that big wave is there, and then TL, they prey on them, wrapping around. Umpty just walks up. He was like, okay, fine, giving me the pathway, I'll take it.
Yep.
And that's further dividends being paid from Impact's solo kill earlier as well. Because there is no flash on Whippo, it's so easy for Umpty to just commit the flash with the point-and-click W, lock up Whippo, get another kill, make it easy. 1,500 gold lead early on for TL. It's about to be even more as Yawn is mining plate gold while Umpty takes the drag.
I gotta highlight something that's a little bit sad right now. A 90-stack cull, 8.5 minutes into the game, is never the spot you want to be in. Whippo has to pop the Dominus, you know, expecting some more potential pressure to come in. He's going to use this likely to just try to clear out the wave, but he is in a really tough spot.
Okay, Inspired going for the dive on Impact up here on the top side while Yawn has to get away in the 2v1 down in bottom lane. Meanwhile, Impact staying alive for a moment longer, trying to go all out, but it ain't going to happen. Masu taking the kill there while the bottom lane fight turns into nothing. They tried to reinforce Impact with the Senna ultimate. It wasn't enough to keep him alive. Busio barely gets away.
That is very good news for FlyQuest. They needed to pull that off.
This is not good news. Whippo has no ulti any longer, and it's more money over to TL. 3 kills now as Whippo dies again, and the tier 1 turret is going to pay the consequences.
Yeah, TL just seemed to be getting more on these trades each and every time. Umpty now has that lock completed. This is kind of becoming the new meta over the Zeeks a lot of the time. People just rushing straight towards that. As they're going to look mid.
Oh, APA gets shuffled back. Inspired looking to make his way into the minion wave with the first bandage toss. APA tries to get away. Quad needs one more hit with a soldier, and FlyQuest picks up their second kill.
I went back to look at it too because I was a little confused why Whippo went back under tower since he had gone up to the Gromp basically and got hit by a sapling. But he didn't walk all the way in, so just not respecting the fact that Umpty could also still be there. So in the end, they do mirror those ones. Interesting choice there, but they do get one more back here towards mid lane, and that is going to be your completed Leandries for the Amumu. So now you do have that threat here on his side, has his flash ready. As soon as that ult comes back up, they can make a big play. The Amumu really was a big star yesterday, so high priority. Actually, both teams really preferring it over the Maokai, even though they eventually did respond with it.
And I feel like the itemization for the front line of FlyQuest is pretty simple this game. It's a lot of armor, right? You're up against a double marksman duo, a triple marksman if we include the mid lane, and then the only real magic damage is coming from Maokai, which isn't that much of a threat. So FlyQuest's front line with the Amumu, with the Renekton, should be able to get pretty tanky against these guys as long as they don't continue to fall behind.
The question is just how much armor are you really going to build, right? You know, realistically, generally Renekton is just going to go, you know, very kind of bruiser items, HP items. We do see a Mumu sometimes go Leandries into like a Frozen Heart, but then it's hard to get to a third item as he's going to go all up, pull him under the tower.
Whippo continues to find himself in tough spots as Impact tries to dash away while Inspired reinforces his top laner. Finally, Impact may have gone too far. Inspired barely survives while down to the bottom lane. Yon has to try to get away down to 100 HP as Masu continues firing. Core JJ firing off a couple of heals as they try to kite the fight backwards as Busio goes forward and Masu gets locked up. Busio grabs the kill on Yon. Masu arcane shifts in. FlyQuest comes to life, 5-3.
Huge Inspired diff on the top side. The Amumu we were looking at with just completed Leandries and Ultimate goes for the counter on Impact as Impact flashed over to follow Bwipo. They get that kill, and then the bottom lane comes up with heroics. Fly Masu, the rookie of the year, is now 2-0. Trinity Force completed on Ezreal.
Yeah, he's playing really well. Him and Busio finding the angle here. To look for that all in, we can look back one more time as this was Impact fighting Bwipo.
Now, this play is actually even better because Bwipo had died earlier to Impact, so Impact's going to flash follow for sure, but Bwipo had Inspired coming up the river a full 10 seconds earlier. So it was a really good timing there, just as Impact decided to Cassante ult Bwipo under tower. It was the perfect situation to pull him over towards Inspired.
Nice job. No flash Cassante.
Maokai coming. Fighting. All right, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy.
Nope.
No flash Cassante.
You can't be too cocky after the start of the game.
All business in game one. Yeah, you kind of have to nurse your own ego a little bit after the 0-3 start. It's a slow climb back up.
And it was a good timing for Inspire because if he wasn't there, Impact probably solo kills him.
I would give my jungler something more like a jungle diff. Good job. Cheer
him up. Hype him up. Jungle diff. Wow, look how good you are when you gank top lane.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
spam
see how I slid that in there, you know?
Let them know that you're on the same
smart.
team.
You're well practiced, I could tell.
Yeah. Wow, you're so good at ganking top.
Maybe you
could pull that again. Yeah. I'll be here when you're ready.
You've had some practice.
Oh, yeah.
Then when they gank bottom lane, you're like, good try.
Good try.
NT.
Bot lane was inting you on that one. I got your back though. Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah.
FlyQuest with 30 seconds left before turret plates fall are ahead 1,000 gold. Particularly impressive considering they were down 1,500.
Oh, Busio hooks in. Upty's here.
Busio wants it down to the bottom lane. Yon's taken low, but the reinforcements arrive for Team Liquid. Busio is first to die. Quad gets a shuffle, but it's only on the enemy jungler. Inspired arrives, and Upty flashes back over the wall to safety. FlyQuest brought more men, but they also lost one. Finally getting a trade back at the back end as Masu goes on a killing spree, and Yon dies for the second time.
That's a big kill for FlyQuest because they were giving up full mid prio to APA with Quad using the teleport to the bottom side. They're going to pay this price no matter what, so it was necessary to get that extra kill onto Yon at the end. But APA and TL still opening up mid lane is a huge objective.
And this is something that they are really, really good at doing, at utilizing APA to play the map. And obviously this is just Quad TPing away, but as the game gets later, almost always TL will put APA in a side lane, and he's constantly taking those objectives. It's very difficult to trade up against this team.
I gotta say, this series is already delivering here. This is what I like to see. Counter punches from each side, FlyQuest versus TL at the top, and this one is going to be a trade. Dragon will just get picked up, so it's 1-for-1 now. FlyQuest grab that one, even though Umpty, Core JJ, and Yon are down here. All you can really do is push the wave.
Busio goes in for the hook, finds his mark onto Umpty, but a nice use of the Bramble Smash to try to disengage it. Meanwhile, Core's gonna have to be pulled to safety from Yon, but Yon is already down to begin. Core JJ now stuck in the middle of 4 enemy players on FlyQuest. Impact makes his entry into the fight, but it might be a little bit too little, a little bit too late. Impact grab the kill on Bwipo to at least get something back for TL, but FlyQuest is out fighting Liquid.
They couldn't even finish pushing the wave because Umpty got hit there for the engage, and the teleport came in early, but Maokai.
The Maokai ulti locks up Busio, who dredge lines forward, only finds his way onto a wall. Team Liquid's attempt at a counter engage won't get anything in the back end.
Yeah, not going to be able to find anything more, and Masu is getting dangerously fed here
excited to see this guy back on a hard carry. Played a lot of Ashe in their previous series, obviously a strong champion, but he excels so much on these team fighters. Such a talented player. And here it is one more time, as both teams just immediately the TPs were coming forward, but Inspired preempts the play, R flash in, Whipple's behind him with the teleport. That really made all the difference.
Yeah, getting there really early, and then you see Impact now joining, but the damage has already been done. They've got the numbers advantage, and so Cassante ult over the wall here to answer one. Quad, this tower is basically dead.
Yep. 2 shots from APA with the extra damage over time on the Grubs will do just that. Umpty now getting caught yet again. Dawning Shadow from Core JJ, but now he's in danger as APA fires back. FlyQuest has to retreat. They may have overextended, and Core JJ's grabbing the first kill. FlyQuest thought they had a pinch there. They thought they might have caught Umpty, but Team Liquid thought otherwise.
And the angle from APA was so good as they tried to push through that corridor to get in onto Umpty. APA is just free firing on them. TL had the faster backup, and look at top lane. This is something that is so signature Team Liquid. When you make a play, you look elsewhere, they're hitting towers, they're taking objectives, and they are punishing you for any sort of misstep. So FlyQuest is really going to have to be so clean in these fights and in their map movement.
I think one thing that FlyQuest can look at now is that after that play, the Corki with no flash could be a big target. APA does a lot of work for this team, so maybe some burst damage as far as one of these plays as we have another friendly top lane trade.
It's not just going to be top lane for long. Team Liquid is bringing the whole squad. Third hit knockback on Whippo there as he has to flash away to try to survive. Lives with 100 HP. Team Liquid not quite enough firepower to bring him down.
Yeah, they should be able to finish up this tower as well. So we'll end up with all 3 outers here pretty early in the game, as is typical TL fashion. But FlyQuest have been getting a lot of kills for themselves.
And you can see they had actually pushed out bot, so just now are we seeing him arrive at that bot lane tower to hit there. Mid lane, the Kalista arrived to actually defend mid in time, so we'll see how much of a trade FlyQuest can get. They are going to get that bot lane tier 1. Mid lane will be defended, but TL will trade the top lane tier 1 a kill, and they're going to be able to try to get this Herald.
And I really have to remember back to what we heard from Inspired after the interview with him when their victory against Cloud9 had just happened, talking about how the early games were so slow in that one because they knew that they could do that. They could, just weather the storm against C9, but Team Liquid wasn't going to allow that same sort of a thing to happen. Gentlemen, this has been a scrappy game. We've got 14 kills in 18 minutes, and honestly, I'm hoping we get 5 games of it.
I concur, Flowers. Definitely want some more already. It's also interesting because if you just see, like, the bounties are actually starting to go down right now. Even though there was one right there, Masu's has shrunk, and it even disappears now because if you look at the actual gold for each of them, it is Yana ahead, even with all those extra kills that had gone to Masu. This tower gold that gets spread among your team, doing a lot of work for Team Liquid. Him and Corki here, very, very powerful as they're roaming around. And now the extra territory that you get to work with, look at the mini-map as all TL go topside here, 4-person.
Yeah, we're going in for Whippo again, a target on his back. But they will not find the mark. Umpty has to retreat, soaking too much damage there from the turret as FlyQuest reinforcements arrive.
Yeah, you were talking about that FlyQuest early game, those early games versus Cloud9. This series has been very scrappy, but that last one was pretty different. This is kind of the comparison in the regular season versus what they were doing against Cloud9. Even from behind, they were able to kind of out-team fight Cloud9. They were depending a lot on scaling. They were going a really different angle, and they're just saying, we're going to play Ivern, we're going to play Smolder, we're going to beat you 5v5 later on in the game. This time, I do think they still have some really strong scaling, but it's not as stark as I think it was in the Cloud9 series.
And I would definitely credit FlyQuest here for their better early game really coming off the backs of Inspired and Busio. These hooks from Busio to grab them some of these plays on their counter plays on the cross map, and Inspired, similar thing with the Amumu engage, has really afforded them a lot more gold earlier on in the game. So we'll see if it ends up becoming a problem for TL. They should be able to set up for Dragon first, and with the vision advantage, FlyQuest might think about it twice, but Inspired has flash. He could ult flash on Amumu.
Impact is already on the flank. Inspired goes in. Nice flash engage coming out with the curse of the Sad Mummy, but there's no follow-up here just yet. Impact going all out, taking Inspired back over the wall as Busio is down to 50 HP, and APA is going to be the focus now. Whippo takes him down. That's the first kill coming in for FlyQuest, but the rest of their lines are in danger. Quad is under pressure from Impact, who is an absolute raid boss yet again. He cannot be stopped. Masu tries to run away as Impact continues the chase. The third and Tofo strike ain't going to hit. Masu jumps over the wall, but Umpty's ready to follow. It is a 4-for-1 for TL.
I'd say that's all on the engage there. Inspired goes R flash just to get the Corki with nobody in range. No damage follow-up. Nobody can actually play off the Amumu ult. And then Whippo does come in at the end, but the Senna shield's already over the top, and you already have such a big lead as far as the front lines go for TL.
And look how much damage Whippo took actually as he was walking through there. He wanted to target APA. He walked past Core and Yon. He was a pin cushion by the time he actually got the first hit in on the Corki.
The timings in these team fights, especially from these top 3 teams in the LCS, if one team is like a half a second or a second off on their coordination on their engage, then you just get wiped like that.
Very, very good stuff from Team Liquid. Now 3,000 gold ahead. They're up a Drake as well. Things are once again in their favor. What do we got to see from FlyQuest to sort of stop that momentum? Is it just you got to make sure you don't get hands diffed in the fight? You got to make sure you're on the same page, or there's something more to it?
I mean, I think it's like what Kobe was talking about. You know, you have to be coordinated on that engage. We had the R flash come in, but you need everything to happen at the same time. You need the Ezreal ult over the top. The Renekton needs to be arriving at the same time. It has to be picture perfect.
And I will say that we were mentioning armor before, but this is all magic resist. That Amumu is a Liandry's DPS item and then double magic resist here versus Corki Callista. So if you are not picture perfect on your engage and your timing and you're not relying on actually locking them down with the CC, then you will take damage very, very quickly. You saw before, like that Amumu just kind of disappeared.
I mean, it's high risk, high reward, right? You know, it's magic resist, but it's also magic pen for him in the Azir. So if you're perfect on that engage, you can one-shot them, but if you fail the engage, you get one-shot. And that's kind of the build that he's opting into here. Which is going to be very exciting. FlyQuest still have a ton of gold on their carries, kind of where they want it. Obviously, we do see TL in the advantage, but the Ezreal is strong. The Azir is strong. They both have 2 completed items. You look over on the other side, it's the same thing for APA and Yon. FlyQuest are definitely in with a chance, but they've got to make sure that they're playing this out well and somehow have to answer Impact, who's really been a problem.
Well, the biggest individual gold lead in the game right now is actually in the support role for Core JJ on this Senna. 2 support items fully completed with the Moonstone, with the Echoes of Helia. We've seen how big of a problem this champion can be if he's allowed to just be an undeterred healing battery in these fights. And Team Liquid's War Machine is not slowing down. 5th turret claim now as the tier 2 in mid crumbles.
And you know what the healing battery loves is a great front line to heal. There's a huge tank difference in this game because of those frontline items that we mentioned.
Has no clue. They have no clue they're on Baron right now.
I honestly don't think there's a lot that they can actually do about it too, because it's so hard to face check this team.
Well, Inspired doesn't have flash, but he does have a way over with the bandage toss.
Inspired's a man on a mission. He might try to go in and steal it away. Impact's going to try to keep him out of the pit. The Baron is secured, but now is Impact the sacrificial lamb. He wants to try to get away, but he cannot find that exit route. Whippo trying to cut off the rest of TL from being able to escape, but he can't get there in time. Instead, Umpty's ready to try to turn it, but it's still a 4v5. A nice shuffle from Quad, and Masu's got the kill on Yon. Team Liquid may have got the Baron, but everybody's dying as the price.
Yeah, they only get 2 Baron buffs out there as Quad done a great shuffle. TL, the initial play looked like it was going to go so well. Impact kept the enemy jungler out. You think, hey, if they can escape with 4, this is fantastic. But FlyQuest had a good TP from Renekton, had great follow-up from the team, and are able to punish heavily.
All about Whippo and that teleport that you mentioned. The deep ward is the star here. Right here, that ward allows him to get in. The other big star is Steric's Gauge, because they chunk Whippo as they're trying to run away, but then the Steric's Gauge shield pop, and they're like, we were actually not close to finishing off this Renekton anyway. And Yon, does get locked up. They try and go peel for him, but they end up losing so much more because Quad can go in, shuffles him back into the Amumu ultimate for the extra collection here.
Run. We're split, guys. Copy.
It's okay.
All right, so let's take stock of where everything's at. The Baron power play is currently negative because of the deaths that they suffered immediately after securing the buff. They still do have it on 2 players, though. We'll see what Team Liquid can accomplish over the course of the next 90 seconds with this buff. The only turret standing outside of the FlyQuest base is the tier 2 in top.
Yep, it's going to be Dragon number 3 here for them, since you're seeing the commitment here. Oh, actually, mid lane could fish around for something, since Quad does have teleport on the Azir. You know, FlyQuest would love to just have him finish off that top tower. Maybe they make the call, just get the guaranteed gold. It's only Dragon number 3. It's not Dragon Soul yet, and it is a Cloud Drake.
And we talked about how Team Liquid does the APA. Honestly, FlyQuest has been doing this a lot with Quad, especially in the more recent weeks where they've been putting him in the side lane, trying to get as much gold in his pockets as possible. We had heard from FlyQuest members that, you know, Quad is so good, but he's not greedy enough. He needed to ask for more. He needed to take more of the resources. They're trying to do that now.
That thing melts.
Yeah, that turret is already done for. Team Liquid, despite the fact that power play is still negative, have found great value out of the Baron. Breaching the gates here in the bottom lane. The tier 3 turret destroyed. But now the Sun Disk is summoned up in its place. FlyQuest just trying to last these next 20 seconds until the Baron buff expires. But it's a double Baron Enchanted Cannon wave as Impact is ready to push mid lane up at the same time. The remainder of Team Liquid going to keep the pressure on the inhibitor down here in bottom side. Already got it down to half HP, but FlyQuest is looking for an opportunity to punish. Masu very low now. That opportunity for a punish ain't gonna look so great now as Impact has to try to get away. Quad ready to engage here with Whippo as they chase after the Cassante. They'll force the flash, but Impact survives and FlyQuest lose bottom inhibitor.
Notice how the carries of TL operate, because Yon knew that he's the target. He had no flash, he had no cleanse. So it was APA and Core JJ stepping up. They were the ones creating space with their range up onto the tower, up onto the inhibitor, while Yon was just staying out of range, barely there. And so FlyQuest, even though you think the comms are like, all right, we got to go for the no flash, no cleanse Kalista, they were unable to have that as a target, and TL get what they came for.
Yeah, they play it well. Quad off the back of that did get the mid lane tier 1, and you notice Whippo backed up, so it was full solo gold for Quad again. Now he has 3 items, and he has another 800 gold in pocket, so he is keeping pace with where these TL carries are, and he's only 300 gold down. Yeah, Core has a massive amount of gold over Busio, and that's going to be problematic because it just makes it so much more difficult to punch through those other carries as he's going to have so much healing and shielding. But Quad is strong. Masu is strong. They are going to have an opportunity here. You can see the Mortal Reminder is now done for Masu as well to cut some of that Senna healing, cut some of the Maokai healing. So they have their opportunities. They're just going to have to make sure that their engages are picture perfect. And Busio, anytime he goes in, it's going to be a one-way trip. You know, when you're on one item this late in the game, you are paper. Warmogs are not.
Hey, there's a Ruby Crystal in there. That's more than one. All right.
He's got something in the pocket of his Warmogs.
What percentage of an item is a Ruby Crystal for you?
Like, I don't know, 10.
Okay.
That's generous.
That's nice. I like that.
Not that great, but it's something. It fills up an inventory slot.
That's true.
It's not an empty square.
It's trying its best.
We will see.
It's a rock.
If he survives with 150 HP, then there you go.
Ruby diff.
All right, we'll see if the Ruby Crystal ends up being the make or break here for FlyQuest, because right now they have to dig in, they have to continue to defend. Team Liquid owns Summoner's Rift, and Baron is going to respawn in about 60 seconds. Dragon a minute after that, and it will be Soul if Team Liquid claims it. That'll be very, very difficult for FlyQuest to deal with. Remember, this isn't just movement speed on ulti, as everybody wants to chalk it up to be. It's permanent, constant move speed, and you're against 3 marksmen who want to kite you.
So my main question then, since Baron is coming up very shortly, is going to be how do FlyQuest actually get their vision to have a good team fight? Because when we talk about frontline diff, the biggest thing you think of is team fights. Makes it way easier, but it also makes it way easier to get the vision set up for those team fights, because Impact and Umpty are so tanky here on the side of TL, and FlyQuest, they've got no pre-existing vision, so they're going to have to go a little bit risky with it.
They could potentially wrap on Impact here, but we don't know exactly where they are. They're playing in fog, so Umpty is here to cover now. If Umpty walks in too far, he could be in trouble.
Gonna drop the control ward in the brush, as now Impact gets jumped on all of FlyQuest, committing for the kill on Impact. APA teleported in, but now FlyQuest moving as a 5-man unit. Gonna make a play for the Baron. It'll be up to Team Liquid to try to answer.
And that is so freaking smart from FlyQuest. There were no other angles. Now it's gonna have to be TL 4 versus 5 defense.
Baron's already below half HP. Umpty is not in the pit just yet. FlyQuest are trying to burn it down. Inspired should be able to smite this, no problem. Baron for FlyQuest. Gold lead for FlyQuest.
Vision play is play of the game for me, Flowers, right there. That was amazing from FlyQuest. We mentioned how difficult it is for them. They have no pre-existing vision. They know that Team Liquid are going to have access to the super scuttle crab bloom basically around Baron, so they all go through lane, huddling on the top side of the map, the one area TL don't have covered, and they go immediately kill the Cassante, the tank that everyone always complains about having such a hard time. That was such a necessary comeback play for FlyQuest. I am looking forward to seeing what they do now with the buff.
And now the question is, does TL challenge at this dragon? Because Soul is on the table for them. It's spawning in 5 seconds, but it's difficult when your opponents have that Baron buff. APA is top lane, it has no GP, so I think the answer is very clearly no. They're just going to try to continue to play for more gold for their solo laners and wait for that better opportunity.
All right, no Soul just yet. FlyQuest controlling it, APA trying to finish off this last remaining tier 2 turret. Still standing on the FlyQuest side. With Impact coming up to reinforce him, it should be pretty easy to get that done. Busio and Bwipo are both here, but they're not here in time to stop that from happening. Not that big of a deal at this point in the game. 31 minutes in, still only 1,000 gold separating the teams. It has been a battle so far.
It is really close, and it's going to come down to late game execution here. You can see the Baron buff only positive 200 because those tier 2 towers are worth so much gold. TL went topside. You can see now that they're also doing this work, reclaiming all of the vision in this area. This is all dark now for FlyQuest, and they're going to look for a pick.
That's the twisted advance on Bwipo. FlyQuest made their last play with a 5v1 on the enemy top laner, and now Team Liquid's doing the same thing. 5v4 for TL, but that true shot barrage just ripped into the health bars, forced them back a little bit as the wave is clear.
They stole their whole flow, bar for bar, word for word.
When in doubt, go works. When in doubt, go kill enemy top lane.
It's like, hey, that whole killing top laner thing looked pretty good.
Give it a spin, boys. Team Liquid feeling pretty good about that one. It also slams the brakes for anything FlyQuest would have wanted to do with that Baron. You can see up in the top left, 35 seconds left on that Baron timer. Half of that is going to be wasted on Bwipo's respawn.
I will say, because FlyQuest did it first, they got a bigger reward. You know, they got Baron out of it.
You're the original.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bunch of copycats over there on team.
Oh, Core JJ nearly killed there. Masu does so much damage so quickly. Luckily, Yawn is nearby to save him, but that was still both summoner spells out of the Team Liquid support.
And the Kalista ultimate here. Thankfully for Team Liquid, you know, there's no huge objective immediately, so they have some time to regain that cooldown. At least the Kalista ultimate will be no problem for them, and it should just be pretty safe clearing of minion waves, as the plants will afford the extra vision this time so they don't get trapped or caught.
Both mid laners have their big ticket items now, IE done for the Corki, Deathcap done for the Azir. Knight's Vow is done for Inspired. Who is he actually the Knight to, though? Who did he link that to? It looks like it's probably Azir because I don't see it on the Ezreal. So yeah, it's got to be Azir.
Inspired is the Knight, and Quad is his lady. He must protect Quad.
King Quad.
Yes. Quad with all of this AP, with the Void Staff, with the hat. You were already talking about the big ticket items, dude. If this guy finds that huge shuffle, or not even a shuffle, just a couple of auto attacks with the soldiers.
The huge auto attacks from 700 units away.
The massive Azir spears. Just going to turn these guys into Swiss cheese, man.
I mean, it is an interesting story with Quad and Masu being so reliable carries for this team now that you were talking about earlier. It is definitely deserved.
New era.
They have really proven themselves to this FlyQuest team. So yeah, take your vow. Kneel and protect them.
In spring, it was really all about FlyQuest topside. That's what everyone talked about. It's about the Inspired Bwipo duo. Now it's much more about enabling Masu, enabling Quad, getting these guys in the right position to succeed because they can dominate in a 5v5. Might have one now.
Busio with the engage, the dredge line onto Umpty. There won't be a whole lot of follow-up here just yet. Bwipo's coming around from the side, already has the Dominus, so the Fury is building, but the fight has fizzled.
And now Renekton going to be without ultimate. They didn't actually see him pop it, I don't think, so may not have that info, so might not really be relevant, but now has been spotted by that blue trinket.
I feel like you should be able to suss out that he used it
so much Fury.
Just by seeing him at 100 Fury. It's like, you know that he wasn't standing there hitting.
That's why the blue trinket, I think, matters there, because it kind of tips you off.
All right, Team Liquid maintaining control over the mid lane here yet again. We are 60 seconds away from both another Baron as well as another potential Dragon Soul on the map. This time, they're not staggered. These are going to be spawning almost simultaneously.
And you can see with that replay the observer showed us, they didn't actually see him on the way out until that blue trinket right there. So that obviously gave them the info.
Luckily for Bwipo, with this build, your ultimate cooldown is 57 seconds.
Not bad.
So we'll have that back up
now. Okay,
perfect.
Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about.
Well, Dragon is something for these teams to worry about, though. Dragon and Baron, the spawn timers are very synced up this time around. Only a couple seconds separating the two. FlyQuest has done a good job of actually moving in and taking over a lot of vision on this bot side. TL has been pretty much choked out. Most of their vision is placed around the Baron on that top side.
Oh, Umpty's very far forward, and FlyQuest is going to go in after him. The Dawning Shadow ain't going to keep him alive as Inspired has to try to get away, and the Sun Disc is summoned up, so TL cannot push further forward. Busio is overextended, and APA is grabbing the kill. 1 for 1 thus far. Quad and Masu still looking for a little bit more, but they got to be careful. There's so much damage on both sides. One misstep and you're dead. Masu.
Watch Inspired, watch Inspired.
Half HP like they're Inspired. Looking for the angle, but not finding anything just yet.
That was pixels from bringing an Amumu ultimate right there.
Yep.
That was so close. The plane just barely goes up towards the Baron, and now they're actually going to trade it. They're going to try and put pressure on Baron. It technically is a Callista.
It's so slow, though. By the time they get there, they're going to spot it with the Ezreal. Oh, this could be problems here for TL. We'll see if FlyQuest can actually respond.
Bwipo just flashed to try to catch APA, but it didn't work. Now Team Liquid still going after the Baron, has it secured. They're ready to try to escape using the power of that mist from the Senna to make it so FlyQuest can't catch up to anybody. Team Liquid trades away the Dragon for the Baron.
Yep, now it's soul point for both teams here. Both teams sitting on 3 dragons. TL obviously with the run of the map right now for 3 minutes, having that Baron buff. We have to see how much damage they can get done. Because if it goes to that next dragon fight, it's really anybody's game. And APA did have to use the QSS there, so has that available now. You can see Seekers picked up by Quad. It's really tit for tat. Both these carries are buying the same kind of items at the same time. And it's going to be so explosive. We're seeing how fast these fights go. You know, even with that first kill for Fly, Inspired instantly had to flash out because he is paper at this point.
And even the objective trading with that small amount of information was really smart to see from TL. They only sent Impact and Yawn, but it's a Blade of the Ruined King plus your Rage Blade Callista. So even with just the 2 members and the other ones trying to give away false information, they're able to burn it down so quickly, the extra couple seconds there, allowing them to finish it out.
And you can see it's also a Jack show now for Yawn. So he's actually building a little bit tanky, likely going to be a BT last item. This is actually pretty popular on the Callista because you have to get so close to your opponents and you're really heavily outranged by both the Azir and the Ezreal. It can be tough, so you can't be too squishy.
Remember, Bwipo, no flash, but an engage comes out from Inspired. He's too far forward yet again. There is no follow-up on the Amumu. No matter how many targets he hits, it will not matter. Team Liquid now with a 5v4, still with Baron for the next minute and a half. FlyQuest are going to have to really dig in to defend this one.
It's going to get so tough for FlyQuest. They need to depend on Quad. His wave clear is so critical at this point. This is here monstrously strong, but look at mid lane. Bot lane is already open. Mid lane is about to fall down as well.
Impact catches Bwipo, brings him back over the wall, and there is no escape. Sun Disc summoned up on the ruins of the freshly destroyed Tier 3 turret here in the mid lane. As FlyQuest still has all 3 inhibitors intact for now, but Team Liquid is looking to change that and change it fast. Mid lane inhib should be the first to drop. Bottom lane inhib will fall to APA right after. Top lane inhib. Next in line is Impact and Core JJ. Put the finishing touches on that one. Inspired will respawn in about 2 seconds, but it's still half a minute until Bwipo is back on the Rift. Just about the same timer as the Baron buff here for Team Liquid. First Nexus turret nearly dead already. Inspired looking to follow up with Busio. They want to find the engage, but it ain't going to work out. Inspired is already dead and APA's on a rampage. Impact leading the charge. The Nexus turrets about to fall. Try as they might, FlyQuest cannot withstand Team Liquid, and it's a TL dub to start the series.
What a first game we have of this series. We've waited since the first series of Summer for this rematch. and already delivering. I did go back to look at Inspired's vision when he went for that Amumu bandage in the front of the tower because it looked a little odd, but going back to look at it from FlyQuest vision, they did not have vision of the rest of TL moving up, and so he was trying to get a bandage onto the minion to get range for his ult onto APA, and burst down APA was the thought process, but because TL had already rotated halfway up, they were there in time to immediately kill the Amumu, and that was the game breaker right there. That got them inside the base, and with the Baron buff, they're able to finish it.
A game that close is a game of seconds, a game of inches. The smallest difference makes everything. Reminder to all y'all, single-day tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship at the YouTube Theater in Los Angeles. Head on over to riot.com/LCS Championship to claim your spot now. LCS Lounge, break this one down for us.
I refuse flowers. That's not going to happen. We're sending it back. No.
Yeah.
We're done. Goodbye. No. Yes, Team Liquid taking the first game of the series. We want to talk about that Dragon fight 20 minutes into the game that really blew it open for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Of course, it went on a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this game was really close, right?
Yes.
But I think one thing that made it look a little chaotic for FlyQuest is that they couldn't win front-to-back team fights, and we're going to see why in this one. It's basically, for me, because Senna counters Amumu, in my opinion. Let's watch this fight. Just if you roll it forward to when they actually do the engage Raz.
There we go.
Speed this up.
And they're coming in.
Yeah. And I'm going to want you to pause it when Inspired flash ults, which is about now. So, like, we're a little zoomed out, but this is the range. It's about the whole river. It's a pretty big Amumu ultimate. You think it hits 3 people. But now, roll it forward. And wait for the shields to hit.
Bang!
Oh my goodness! It's bigger than the river. So unless they're literally one-shotting the team, the Senna ultimate is always going to completely negate the Amumu ultimate, and then as we roll through the rest of this fight, Team Liquid cleans it. And you wanted to talk about Cassante.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to come back a little bit because the first thing that comes to mind when it's Team Liquid, first of all, they have great control of the entire Riverside. If I actually turn off Fog of War, yes, they put Blue Trinket to see that they're doing the objective, but imagine you're FlyQuest, you're Busio, you're the
Anyone
Nautilus.
could be there.
Yes, you don't know where they are. You're going into Senna, Maokai. It's very difficult to start your fight. You need to be the face checker. And so they do see impact immediately, but the problem is if you want to get the fight started, you're going to have to push on through. So they go for it. My biggest issue is like, the Cassante is still sitting in here, guys. You may not see it, but if I do this, the man is vibing. So yes, you make the engage happen, but if you're Quad and Masu, what's the play?
Yeah, how do you get through this Cassante, man?
It's not happening. And so guess what Cassante does? Cassante things. That man sends Amumu straight through, follows the fight immediately afterwards as they focus on Bwipo. So I think this fight was just impossible right from the get-go, A, because you're walking into Senna Maokai, which is going to be tough, and B, Impact was amazing this game, and in this team fight, he made his presence felt.
I want you to do one favor for me, Rex.
Hit me.
Go to the end of the game on the timeline.
Oh, I'm ready.
Whoa! Pull the items up.
Okay, let's do that. I'll do that. You know what? I like the victory screen, but I think that's fair.
Press O. Okay. I'm just slightly disappointed.
Okay, tell me why.
This thing. It's the magic resist item.
Yeah.
Because I count 1, 2, 3, 4 physical damage dealers, and I count 1 magic damage dealer who's built no AP whatsoever. I can understand the mask to buff the Azir damage. I don't know what he was doing. I think he got a little lost in the sauce there.
That's fair enough. The game escaping
it probably didn't decide the game, but it just irked me.
You know what? That's fair.
Yeah.
We're doing a therapy session at the beginning of the day. I think it's fair to be able to speak your truth.
Do you need to swap places? Do we need to give you therapy for itemization?
You want to? No, we already got past it. We got past it. We got past it. But yes, just looking forward in the series, Emily, what would you want to see coming out of this?
So I actually thought FlyQuest had a lot of really good team fights. They had really good setup prior to that Drake fight that we just walked through about how TL had set it up. I think Senna is really, really strong.
Yeah.
In general, like she did so much in team fights, but I think the big thing for me for FlyQuest is it did seem like at times they were desynced in terms of how they wanted to set it up. Like, obviously, Burpo's ult is on such a short cooldown, as they pointed out on cast, when it gets to the later fights. There were a lot of times where it felt like he was looking for flanks without the rest of the team either understanding where he was going to come in. And I felt like that was a big thing that we saw that was good from them last week, right?
Yeah. If I want to quickly point out something that was good from FlyQuest's side, we're kind of looking at them there. Masu and Busio had a great laning phase. They were able to get a 2v2 kill on Yon and Core JJ. And when we were saying, it was like, this is going to be a difficult matchup. You're going Kalista and Senna. They found their window. They made the plays happen. They're playing well. FlyQuest is choosing red side.
Yeah, that's super interesting.
That's interesting to see.
They liked a lot of what happened in that draft is what I take from that. And
yeah.
they're going to want to run it back in game 2 with maybe some mild tweaks. We'll have to see that as we head to break. We're going to take a look at our LCS Connected Comms replay presented by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Ian no W. Look for flash. Move is looking for flash.
Careful. Ian flash.
Left of behind.
Watch him move. Okay, I move side. Pretty.
I'm probably gonna die.
I'm still low.
Watch Renekton.
Yeah.
I should be fine. I think we should win.
Through look. My W2.
Play with impact.
I change bomb.
Okay.
I'm going to
Yeah.
Hey guys, Baron's up.
Go fast. Back up.
I don't think we can do Baron.
We got it.
Oh, look at this. No shot. No, he's got to try again.
You good, dude? They're watching.
Hey, man, chill. I got it. Yep. Wow. Pulled it off at the end. Wow. Not bad. Not bad.
It's full crashes. Yeah. One more crash.
Top set.
Nice. I'm moving your impact.
Good impact.
Yep. If you go. Send out top.
He will die.
Here.
Nice drop. No flash Kazante.
Maokai coming. Fighting a lot bot.
Maokai has flash, okay? I can help you if you go down here.
Yeah, I have barrier.
She has no plans. Keep going. Yeah.
Well played, that was huge.
Next passive auto, I can flash out of her.
I think grabs will have to give because of that, but I think it's worth.
Got
You sure he's dead for 15? I can help you right now.
No. I
Okay. Nice job bot lane, guys. Huge.
Nice bot lane.
Oh, that's good. I'm tipping. Let's go. They have no flashes.
Yeah.
Anyone?
No flash.
They're tipping.
Let's go. Let's go. Kalista Senna.
Yeah, I'm trying. Block the Senna.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. Fight.
I'm coming.
Look Orchid.
No. Kazante together. Everyone together.
I'm strong.
He ulted me.
Look, Sama.
I'm down.
I'm ulting Kalista.
Just go. Kalista.
Kalista Nautilus ulted.
Azir just flash in.
No flash Kalista. Kalista's ulted in. Nice job. Next.
I'm on. Jan, be careful.
Baby coming.
I'm ulting.
Hey, I ulted here. Come slowly. I'm outside. I'm fine. I'm looking at Azir side. Azir Junior. I'm fine. Azir no flash. I'm fine.
Azir no flash.
We turret.
Cross it, target.
End the game.
Yeah,
Okay, win.
Good job, guys.
Nice job.
APA, 60 seconds to guess the champion.
Okay. Is the champion a guy?
No.
So the champion's a girl then?
Yes.
Okay. So now the champion. All right, let's just make it easy. Is it top laner?
Sometimes.
Is the main role top lane?
No.
Is the main role jungle?
Yes.
Jungle. Main role jungle girl.
Does she have plans? Lilia?
No.
Is she an AD champion?
We can say something.
No.
So she's an AD champion.
Yes.
AD jungle?
AD jungler girl.
Oh, Rek'Sai?
Is it Rek'Sai?
Yes!
What can't he do? This
Smart
APA.
man.
Wow.
Smart team,
Aggressive
honestly. There were a
Rek'Sai.
little bit of hints coming through there.
Okay, so Team Liquid win game 1. It was close. There were 6 total Drakes. There were multiple Barons taken across the board, but they out-executed FlyQuest in the end. I'd said Yon didn't have a great game 1. Busio Masu did. Quad looked solid enough.
Yeah.
But then, going into game 2, FlyQuest says, we're taking red side, which is going to be the same side they played on game 1, Emily.
I mean, it means that they don't think that the problems came from draft. They came from execution, which I'd actually agree with. Thus far, both teams seem to be sticking to their bans. FlyQuest banned last time Rumble, Ziggs, Ivern. TL banned Smolder, Lilia, and then Nasus.
Don't ban the dog. Free him.
So let's see. Nope, he's out.
Man.
In the doghouse.
Yep. And then Ivern, I fully expect that to be,
Yep.
that the ban coming through. You don't want T to get hold on that. And then TL are locking in Corki first. So it's looking.
So how long is this ego battle
We
going
have
to
the
continue,
setup
Emily?
for the salty run back here.
Let us know, what does FlyQuest pick next if we're continuing the run back?
Renekton Ezreal, too.
Renekton, Ezreal, 1-2.
Surely we're not doing this.
You won't.
We're just throwing out an
You won't.
idea, you know?
I don't see why they wouldn't.
There it is.
I mean, again, like, do we disagree with their assessment, though? Because I think the only thing I would try to make sure of is that TL doesn't necessarily get the Senna again. But in terms of their composition, like, I would say it's more on execution.
I'd
than
say the
comp.
1-2-3 was really good for FlyQuest, so the first phase of the draft. I think Bwipo misplayed lane, and he would have been confident that he's not going to do that again.
Yeah.
And then if they change their 4-5 bans to include the Senna, I like FlyQuest draft a lot more.
Also, in terms of junglers, I would probably lean towards, I was about to say Sejuani, but if he wants to pick it early, there it is. It's going to be the Amumu no matter what. So at least that's going to be their engage option, but it's going to be moved up from 4-pick to 3-pick.
Yeah, so this is definitely going to have a ripple effect into the bans here in 4-5.
Yeah. And we'll see. Last time they ended up taking out the MF and the Kai'Sa, so Kai'Sa is going to be gone. And I will be very curious to see if they remove the Senna for the 5th ban.
That's been the most captivating part about drafts, where both teams acknowledge how strong Senna is, but it is now become like a mind game of, if you're going to pick Senna, are you going to pick him 4-5? If you do, similar to yesterday's series, where it's like, well, now that you've picked it consistently and it's kind of destroying us, we're then going to ban it in game 5. That seems to be the champion that both the teams are kind of feeling each other out on.
Yeah. And the Ori ban
There it is.
new. Last time they banned Leona and Brand, and there is a Senna coming down, which I think is that is the
I do
accurate
like
draft
this.
pivot.
We mentioned in our post game that we think the Senna countered the Amumu. So Inspired actually thinks the Amumu was good. It was just the Senna that stopped him from being effective, which is why they prioritized it earlier, so they get it again, and then take out the thing that countered it in game 1 with the bans. And then because they haven't picked their mid laner here, the Azir Orianna have been targeted from quad, and now he has to go with something different.
Yeah.
One of the biggest anomalies from last game,
Asol.
too. Oh!
Ooh.
Quad Asol. He picked that a lot when he was in NACL, so when he came into the league and there was only 80 carry meta, I was like, well, you got a great control mage player that's not able to play his picks. Now we get to see it on the stage. I'm excited for it.
Team fight circles, they're going to be going for.
A
The
lot of circles.
Amumu into the big Asol ultimate.
Yeah, the big anomaly I would say is the biggest change from last game to this game, hopefully, has just been the early laning phase from Bwipo. He was getting kind of rinsed in the first 5 minutes of the game, where that just simply wouldn't have happened if the whole turret play, taking turret aggro, all these things. Bwipo is going to be a lot more confident going into this game, not thinking that'll happen again.
And now on TL side, we do have the MF, and we have really good setup for both MF and Corki with that Maokai coming in. So now that that also has remained on the table, it's nice to see TL picking that up, and then Core will lock in, I would say, a signature pick for him in the Rakan.
A little bit stronger engage from the support position to maybe lock down Ezreal or Asol so they don't lose the front-to-back fights as hard.
The only difficulty is going to be his role in team fights. A lot of the times with Rakan, you'd want a buddy to be diving with so you can jump on a buy or something. In this case, you have a Maokai, but in a lot of team fights, especially if you have range with MF and Corki, you're kind of just throwing out your ulti and playing at a distance. So it's going to be interesting to see how Core JJ plays it out. Maybe trying to peel for the Misfortune and Corki if Renekton goes in. There's a lot of different ways, but that's going to be a last pick coming in from Busio for a Renata pick. How do you feel about that?
I like this pick from Busio. It means they want to win lanes even harder and then maybe translate that into some team fighting. Very interested to see this tweak from FlyQuest as we head to the casters for game 2.
All right, let's do it. It is time for a draft that was looking way too similar at the start, but we got some shakeups in the second half of things. It's Team Liquid with the Misfortune Rakan there in the bottom lane. We talk about liking to see Core JJ with some engage potential. Wham bam, right there it is.
There it is, his Rakan. Now, is he gonna have the signature on Summoner's Rift? Let's see.
I hope so, dude. There's no bigger flex than that, especially with the rise of Team Liquid and how they talk trash, how they just say whatever they want to say to everybody. That's how you say something. There's so few dudes that have their own skin in the game. You just got to flex on them.
Looked like Spawn almost just got punched in the face when they were going for the fist bumps there. There was some crossing of the streams. They were trying to fist bump.
Oopsie, sorry.
Look, dude, Spawn's a pretty big dude. I don't want to just start beefing with that guy on the stage. I feel like that's not a fight a lot of people are going to win.
Probably the coach in the league that you least want to accidentally hit.
Yeah. The backyard brawls between the coaches.
All right, well, I actually think that the biggest insult is using Aurelion Sol versus APA, throwing that down. This is nice. I like to see this. There should be some all chat with a steal away like that. And this is actually, Quad only has one career game on the Aurelion Sol, and it was a loss. So if he's able to beat APA, the Aurelion Sol guy of the LCS with it.
Oh, was it against APA? He said, do you remember this matchup last time? I wonder if it was against APA.
That 0-1?
You know, I think it was. I think this was their first series of the split.
Yeah,
I seem to remember him bringing out, the full scaling comps.
Yeah.
Yeah, so throwback to it. Team Liquid, 456 wins, passing TSM now for second all time is pretty crazy.
Also, you're triggering my memory because now, I remember now, Inspired also doing the interview afterwards, he was like, that was not Quad's fault. Everyone blamed Quad for that game because APA was able to get so far ahead, but Inspired actually blamed the rest of the team.
All right, well, while we're waiting on minions to spawn, Emily standing by for an interview with NukeDuck.
Thank you, Flowers. I'm here with FlyQuest coach NukeDuck. Is it safe to say that you identified Senna as one of the main problems in the Game 1 draft?
I don't think it was I guess it was a problem. I think it's not good, but we didn't play against it properly, so we have to ban it.
And then going into this game, what is the #1 thing you'd like to see from your team in terms of execution?
I hope they're a bit more comfortable. I think we were a bit nervous on stage. We were like engaging a bit too quickly. We were like kind of just wanted to get it over with. So we threw like completely winning positions, like just engaging too far. And so I hope we don't do that this time around.
What did you tell them kind of in between games to try to mitigate that?
Yeah, I told them just that, that's a habit they have when they get stressed, and that they should be really mindful about that, and that the game it was a very easy game for us to win if we just like focus and relax a bit more in team fights, so yeah.
I agree. We saw some patient play from you last week against C9. All the best in this game. Thanks for taking the time to catch up with me. We'll toss it back to casters.
I actually really like that that interview from NukeDuck, and he mentioned kind of what we were talking about with the Amumu, like even just a half a second or a second ahead of time on some of these engages versus TL got punished so quickly.
That was definitely one of the best interviews we've seen from him, and we got to touch in on the last time TL actually lost. We saw this one before. Whipple gonna have to be careful of this. 170 days now. The last time they lost an LCS series was to FlyQuest in the upper bracket back in spring. Got to tap the sign every time another day passes. And FlyQuest looking to reset the number to 0 here today. We're very competitive in game number 1, and it gave me a lot of hope, a lot of excitement for what we could see in the rest of the series.
Especially because we have some really fun combos on the side of FlyQuest. You have the Aurelion Soul Ultimate, you know, charging up to the Giga Star to be able to combine with the Mumu. And then you also have more counter engage options. Last time they were all forward, but Renata does a pretty good job of really counter engaging and creating some more space for your team. So maybe to NukeDuck's point, they'll be able to play a little bit slower with some of their plays and actually get the perfect setups on some of these. Because I feel like you kind of have to versus TL.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of ways to interrupt Yon's ulti. I would not want to be playing MF in this game. Obviously, you know, Renekton can be running at you, but Ace ult can interrupt you, Renata ult can interrupt you, you know, Mumu ult can interrupt you, Bandage Toss can interrupt you. There's so many ways, even from range, to actually stop you. So the chances of him being able to stand and full channel an ulti are, I think, pretty low.
Umti going in after Bwipo here. Flash for the twisted advance. Bramble smash to knock him back. There's not a whole lot of damage between the Maokai and the Cassante, though, so Bwipo lives through it.
But honestly, him living here is not really a problem because he's already used his TP. So if they can just push this in and Impact can get a reset, Bwipo could be in trouble. You could lose a lot of experience, a lot of minions off that, and that's why I think they went so aggressive, because it was post-TP.
Oh, nice use of the Pathmaker there to knock Bwipo back into the waiting arms of Umti, who was still in the brush, but Bwipo stays alive. Inspired trying to chase after Impact. The roam from Quad, and Umpty burns its first blood for FlyQuest.
Ooh, Quad Aurelion Soul makes the move, the extra mobility up to the top play, and Inspired had been trailing, waiting in the fog of war during that whole lead up for the play. They actually get the first blood. This greatly accelerates the game plan for FlyQuest. So much of it revolves around these big Aurelion Soul ultimates later into the game. Now with first blood, that is going to be huge. So the timing there, just before the recall goes off, they show, and so they go up and it's able to get canceled. But that actually just turns into the first blood.
And Bwipo got a level up there. I think that actually saved him. I think he would have died if he didn't level up right on that minion. So was incredibly close. I did like the aggressive move because Bwipo had TP'd back so early with the cull. Like if you force someone to base right after TP like that, you can get sometimes a full level advantage if you can reset the wave. But Quad, great roam, really heavily punishes it.
And I know people's first instincts, when a play like that happens to you, you look at your Corki mid lane and you're like, yo, what are you doing? Enemy mid laner's roaming on us, do something. But like, there's no other better option for Corki, for APA. For him, he's like, all right, this Aurelion Soul is roaming. I can't move as fast. I'm not going to get there and change it. So you guys need to not die while I go for turret push towards mid lane and try and get a plate.
Renata's coming up here to try to back him up. They were worried about a potential dive. Inspired, you can see, is down on bot side over by that dragon. So they actually sent Busio out of base up towards top to cover a potential dive. You could tell that Bwipo was pretty nervous about it because he was so far back. He has no TP and no flash. They're really trying to cover and enable Bwipo to have a better game this time around. He had a pretty rough one last time on the Renekton.
Exactly. The first 3 kills for Team Liquid in game number 1 were all on Bwipo's Renekton. And with a champion like that, so much of it is not falling behind the pace of the game because you want to be that big threat. You want to be that powerful bruiser that dives in and actually has some sort of kill potential. Mountain Drake claimed here by Inspired, going to be traded with no fight from either side for the Grubs going over to TL the other way. As Bwipo pops Dominus, Impact's ready to go all out and try to drag him back closer to Umpty. There is no flash available on Bwipo any longer, and now that Impact has his ulti, he should have enough damage to make this work. Meanwhile, back over in mid lane, CoreJJ is going to be the focus, and Quad's looking to grab yet another kill. APA tries to escape while Bwipo wastes a lot of time for him up here in top lane, but it ain't going to be enough. A 1-for-1 trade across the rift.
Great job by FlyQuest to get a kill down on that mid lane, but seriously, for Bwipo to die there, you know that they're going to be up there. They're doing grubs. It is a trade. They put a lot of emphasis into protecting him up on the top side. Quad roamed up. Inspired came multiple times. Busio walked up. And then you die to a very obvious gank right after the grubs. That is not what you want to see from your top laner.
Yeah, especially while your team is communicating about their play in mid lane that they're pulling off simultaneously. The kill, of course, did actually go into the hands there of the Renata of Busio. So not the worst of worlds for TL, but let's take another look at the setup and them going for it.
Yeah, and this is just Core getting caught out a little bit. We didn't see the start of it. Really nice grab, and then the ulti, it all comes down in onto APA. Core goes in to try to bail him out, gets hit by the ulti from the Amumu, and is able to be finished off with that flash there.
Yeah, with those two ultimates,
excuse me,
you can actually miss a lot of other stuff. As long as you have an Aurelion ult and a Mumu ult, don't really need the extra ones, and so they were barely able to finish off that kill.
And hey, you say you don't want the kill on Busio, you'd prefer it on a carry. Look at that inventory right now. Ruby Crystal.
Boom.
He's
10%
off,
of an item.
He's
Boom.
off to the races. He's ready to go as FlyQuest is up just a couple hundred gold, and Bwipo is once again looking to proxy farm.
I know what I'm getting flowers for his birthday.
A red
Ruby
box.
Crystal?
He loves Ruby Crystals.
They're great.
Let me tell you.
They build into so many fantastic items. As Umpty working together with his team here. Core JJ moving up with him to steal away the enemy blue buff, because Bwipo is just taking over the blue side of Team Liquid's jungle, making sure that he's got complete control over that area. Impact coming around to try to do something about it now, but probably not a whole lot to be done.
Yeah, not really it's not really worthwhile chasing either. That's kind of the annoying thing with proxying, is it's like you kind of waste your time if you go after them. So he's kind of just avoiding the matchup, basically. And if you think you're going to be losing in the 1v1, you know, if you're not going to win out on those trades, hey, just go behind the tower.
Yeah,
you force them to tank that minion up. And top lane has been a pretty big focus, though. Umpty has been actually spending a lot of time up there this series, which is interesting to me. You know, we've seen some shifts for him as well. You know, top lane in the regular season was obviously such a priority. He was playing much more around mid in playoffs. But this series so far, it feels like he's been back again, prioritizing playing around Impact, as it has been these standard lanes. It has been Impact and Bwipo 1v1, and that's been an area they really wanted to attack.
Yeah, definitely is always fun examining the jungle proximities for each of these teams and how they change as the game plan changes, and the decisions here with lane swaps heavily affect those proximities early in the game too. I, for one, am kind of happy that we have had another standard setup here.
I, for two, am happy as well.
All right, we've got 2 for 2 up here.
3 for 3.
Yeah, 3 for 3. Honestly, it's cool because, to me, it emphasizes stuff like we see in mid lane, where you get to see roaming mid lane champs like an Aurelion Sol with this big mobility spell actually get to use it and have some meaningful, you know, decisions to make around the map. We saw the first blood move, but that first blood has knock-ons effects of it's going to be an earlier Liandry's for him, as Amumu's already completed his Liandry's. Aurelion Sol will be pretty soon. He had to stop off for the tier, of course, as a mid laner, but the Dragon game plan is definitely going according to plan here for Quad, as he initially goes...
Ooh. That could have been a big catch. The second pot of grubs is just now spawning. If APA would have died there, that could have been an easy take for FlyQuest, and it looks like Inspire's just going to go ahead and start it up anyway. Amumu very good at clearing these out.
And it's the timer for your mid.
Renekton's going bot, though.
They want to make the play in bottom lane. Bwipo looking for the angle here with the TP flank, but a nice interrupt coming out from Core JJ. The hostile takeover chases after him, but it ain't going to find the bottom lane duo of Team Liquid. Bullet time to try to clear out the wave. Yon stays alive for now, but he ain't going to survive the dive. Busio gets away with 150 HP. Impact arrives, but it's way too late to get a whole lot done.
Yeah. You saw the Misfortune ult attempt here. Busio says, not on my watch. He goes immediately in under tower. Really good job from Busio, recognizing that if the Misfortune ult is channeled, the minion wave goes poof. Mid lane, they actually might get chased off too, as Inspired visits again with Quad, but they don't want to go too deep into enemy jungle. Close. Yeah, a little bit of a bait attempt there maybe. If you let that connect, then Maokai ult comes out. But if you let it connect, you also run the risk of a Mumu follow-up and how much damage can they actually dump into it. So a bit of a risky bait, so doesn't want to actually let it connect. Still, though, really nice job from FlyQuest, because it had looked like Team Liquid had the escape, but they had to keep running, and they tried to clear the wave instead.
And I really like that they forced that as Masu.
Yeah.
Got out here, no cleanse.
Masu was not ready for the ultimate of Umpty to cut off his escape route. Jan's getting his first kill of the game there, shortening up that gold lead that FlyQuest has been building.
Yep, he's playing TP, has no cleanse, so no real way out of that one. But it was just a really interesting run of play, because as soon as Bwipo is TPing down a bot, you know you guaranteed are going to lose the Grub's top. So you have to make that play happen. And a lot of credit deserved by Busio for that flash that you called out, to be able to flash in, stop the bullet time, keep the minion wave there, allow the dive to happen. And that forced a response from Impact, which was a little bit late, so they got that TP out of him as well. So you know, FlyQuest doing well in these early stages. The gold pretty darn close to dead even because there has been a lot more plates, it feels like, going TL's way. But FlyQuest has 2 early dragons, and the gold is close with a comp that scales really well. So they've got to be feeling pretty damn happy, I think, about their spot.
First turret bonus as well. And all of that local gold of the tower also going into Jan's pockets to fund that bloodthirster for the misfortune. 1 item power spikes coming in very, very quickly for most of the members. But here's another look at the escape. And they did such a good job, as you see CoreJJ peeling Bwipo and barely getting out of range there. Really nice peel. But then you mentioned it really early on. How many misfortune ults are ever going to get chandled? I mean, we'll start at 0 for 1, but it might stay at 0 the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, man. There's just so many ways to interrupt it. Also, credit to Core on that TP. He peeled really, really well, right? You know, so they're able to build that space to maybe turn around the play. Obviously, in retrospect, they maybe just had to evacuate and just fully run. But Jan obviously thought with the bullet time, hey, I clear the wave, we delay the play, then we really win out here.
Yeah, you could look at it again and say maybe if CoreJJ stands in front of him when he channels, or they channel a little bit.
But then you get thrown into him with the handshake anyway.
Exactly.
So it's definitely tough, but you know, in the moment, I think they definitely made the right play, and FlyQuest just capitalized on it well from Busio.
Still a very close game after 14 minutes here. The Rift Herald spawns and is immediately jumped on by Umpty. You can see Team Liquid also has Jan and CoreJJ nearby to help with this. Make sure that FlyQuest can't just walk up and try to take it, but FlyQuest still look to contest. Herald is secured, is smitten. Eyeball picked up. Okay, I always do a double take there. Sometimes we see the eyeballs have to get left on the floor, but not today.
Who is Herald smitten with? Who's Herald got eyeballs? Okay, yeah. Umpty's looking kind of good.
No eyeballs left behind here.
Herald and Umpty forever.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's kind of messed up that he killed him then.
Well, yeah, and then took her eyeball and stuck it in his pocket.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. And then you have to actually crush it to summon her back. Yeah, it's all kind of messed up when you think about it.
Let's not think about it too much then.
Yeah, don't examine too closely.
No, yeah, let's just, they're going to be friends and they're going to summon and help each other later.
Shelly's just crossing the rainbow bridge.
Yeah, she's, Godspeed, Shelly.
Shelly will come back. I have faith. She'll come back to him. Yeah. You know, if love is really meant to be, then...
Oh, yeah, so if you love something...
Let it go.
Yeah, there it is.
Which they will do as it brutally crashes into a tower later on in the game.
Yeah, or kill it and then put it in your pocket for later.
That's the lesser-known half of the quote, yeah.
All right,
In-game.
During this enlightening discussion, during this enlightening discussion, we have had full vision takeover of the red quadrant of FlyQuest jungle and an attempt on Impact's life. Not a very...
Yeah, I don't know how scary this really is because it's Bwipo and Inspired. There's not a lot of damage there. Impact is summoning up some help as APA arrives first. Quad's going to arrive with a teleport of his own. The big ulti is ready here from the Dragon, but Inspired is already dead. FlyQuest wanted to make a move on Impact, but they just didn't bring enough guns. One more shot is all they need, but Impact with a rare miss on the third and Tofo strike. Let's see if Umpty and CoreJJ might be able to finish this off. Not quite yet. Bwipo escapes. Inspired falls.
And meanwhile, I got to see on the minimap, maybe we can get a replay. It looked like Jan went into the Raptor Pit and ultied over the wall to clear the wave, so he wouldn't actually get spotted and interrupted by Busio on that. So was able to clear that out.
Umpty taking some shots from Masu as he and CoreJJ try to exit. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald clearing out that bottom lane turret, doing some damage under the tier 2 at the same time. Jan and Umpty just trying to get the wave shoved out back in mid lane now as well. Next Drake spawning in under 60 seconds.
I love just watching TL after they make plays. The escape here as Umpty flashes away.
That's a justified question mark frog there.
Yeah, that's the exact right moment to use the frog.
Yep, fair frogging.
Ruling on the Rift is...
It's a fair frog.
Fair frog.
Fair frog.
Play on.
Right.
Yeah, play on.
Game will continue as planned. Bwipo losing a lot of HP there to those rockets from APA. Yeah.
The frog enraged him, and then he wanted to continue chasing. It does happen.
Are the rules for the Teemo
Jan
different than the Pepega frog? Everyone is has its own qualifications. Here's a look at the original play, but what I really loved was actually what TL did after their play here. Really nice counter. You mentioned the clear on the wave and then running down the river too. So TL has brought everybody to counter this attempt from FlyQuest.
Yeah.
But then they also got so much out of it, being able to get this tower and then the other one. Of course, The slow-mo on the sidestep there from Bwipo as Impact invested flash for it, and Bwipo actually got to leave.
Whoa, happy spawn!
Wait a second.
Umpty, I don't think Umpty's gonna be very happy about that one. Twisted advance, tries to stay alive, but it ain't gonna work. The execution from Quad secures the kill. And critically, it happens as the Drake has spawned. FlyQuest already has the first 2. If they secure this one, they'll be at sole point on an Infernal map. But Core and APA are moving in to try to stop him. Inspired drops the ulti, just trying to lock up Core JJ, who can't escape. Quad's on a killing spree, and Yawn has to flash out. APA still firing back at him as Inspired limps away from the fight. The Dragon is still standing, but another Dragon is ready to continue pushing the fight forward for FlyQuest. Quad very powerful in this Aurelion Soul, and FlyQuest will maintain control over the Drake. APA trying to get a cheeky steal there at the very end, but it won't happen.
What a critical fight for FlyQuest. The Dragon auto attack, the last bit of damage onto Core JJ to finish off the Rakan. They get their 3rd Dragon for stacking, and they get their extra money here to fund the mid game. Guess what? Aurelion Soul has the most annoying slow now in the game, the Rylai's plus Leandri's combination 2. Here's another look at them really rushing it and trying to burn it down and then reacting to teleport.
And look at where Masu is. I thought they were going to win for sure because they had the TP from Impact, and Masu had just used his TP to go up toward top lane, but they get that early kill on the Core. Inspired barely gets out, has the bailout. Look at that health on Inspired. That is maybe 50 health, maybe 30 health on the Amumu as he actually limps out. And then Yawn just gets pushed out the other side. They're completely split, so they can't re-enter the fight. FlyQuest winning out big time on that one. Move to Soul Point in a really pivotal game here.
Quad on the Aurelion Soul. Remember the first words typed in this game. APA said, remember the last time we played this matchup. Well, it is looking a bit different because I think from here on out, the Aurelion Soul is going to be like the biggest problem. We'll see the super charged up ultimates on top of Amumu ultimates, on top of Renata ultimates. It's just such a wide area of control.
You know what I think is also a really big problem is the fact that Mikhails is now done for Busio. Their only real engage on the TL side is Maokai ultimate. You throw that out there, one person blocks it, he gets Mikhails. Even if TL want to try to pile in behind that, you can just throw out the hostile takeover at the same time to disincentivize that. And it's going to become really, really difficult because you have this really slippery carry in Masu and you have so much peel and counter engage to cover Quad. It's tough. If you full send it on him, you get a Mumu ulti, you get hostile takeover, Renekton's in your backline.
It's got to be Core JJ on his Rakan with his flash, getting in there quick to lock somebody down before they have a chance.
Still no turrets claimed on the map by FlyQuest, however. They've got total control over the Drake situation, but only the single grub, no turrets to their name. Rift Herald also went the way of Team Liquid earlier. 1,500 gold lead now for TL as they do knock down that outer turret in mid lane. It is all 3 tier 1s now removed from the FlyQuest side. As we've got about 2.5 minutes before that pivotal dragon fight is going to happen. Team Liquid knows they will have to contest for this.
They do, and they just have to be thinking about this dragon problem. I'm trying to come up with ways for them to actually...
Which one, the Soul or the Quad?
The Quad.
Okay.
I think the Quad
Yes.
dragon problem, yeah. The other one is going to lead in, so they're kind of connected problems.
Okay.
But if he charges...
Couple of Dragon Bros.
He charges up his ultimate, like how do you get back there? He's got fully charged tier, so as soon as he has money, you know, it's going to be a Seraph's combination there, and then it's got an extra shield. It's got so much range, and they're really going to have to create some creative stuff there with Core JJ and Umpty combining. Maybe Impact is able to get a deep teleport ward. They're putting a lot of deep wards, and if Cassante comes out of the correct angle here, maybe it can completely change the setup for one of those fights. Impact definitely has had some really good angles thus far.
I will say, Yawn is really rich. You know, quietly he's over 2,000 gold ahead of where Masu is. But again, that problem remains. You know, can he actually get a full bullet time? Can he even get a bullet time that reaches onto the backline and is hitting Quad? That is really my question, because he has been the benefit of so much tower gold, so much plate gold. He's stealing away jungle camps. You know, he's getting really, really strong. When you get to your third item IE, you have so much AD that a full channel bullet time is an absolutely absurd amount
like
of damage.
4,000 damage.
Exactly. It can kill you like 3 times over. So if they can get it, then that's kind of how you can win the game. But it's such a big if, because I feel like FlyQuest's got to know this is the main tool we need to stop, and they're always going to save something to try to interrupt it.
And actually, TL, if we're looking at the calls that they're going to make to win this game, it's probably just kill Inspired quickly. They don't have to worry about going to the backline to try and catch this dragon. I mean, the ultimate coming down is going to be a problem, but Inspired, again, is all magic resist here. So you mentioned Misfortune ultimates shredding. If they can lock up Inspired, lock up the Amumu as Amumu is looking for the engage, they definitely have the AD to burn through him.
Yeah, literally no armor at all. Merc Treads, Abyssal, Leandri, that's the same core build that we saw in the previous game. The live thread and the post-match discussion were definitely not fans of that build.
So he does, yeah, like a similar situation where it's like, oh, our Aurelion Soul is so fed, right? Let's shred some magic resistance so Quad can turbo carry and just melt everybody. And if you play off the timings of your CC, you're just trying to play so they can't hit you. So you have a Mumu ultimate locking them up, they can't hit you. You have Aurelion Soul ultimate, you have Renata ultimate. So if you play off of your CCs correctly, and you actually have the correct timing there, pixel perfect layering, then they don't actually like auto you very much.
Where I did question it a lot last game was there was 3 ADCs, you still didn't build tabbies, and then after the Abyssal, he was still going more MR. But I do think this is a really risky build, but I do think it's defensible because it's not just about having magic resist, it's about being aggressive too.
Yeah.
Impact trying to get away there with the Pathmaker as he goes all out, and Inspired's going to be locked up here on the front line, but Impact is incredibly low. Umpty has to try to get away from Quad as CoreJJ goes in for a big engage, but it's not on anybody valuable. Now he's burning away to the Leandries. Whipple's on the front line, but again, the Sterix Gauge saves the day. Somehow nobody on Team Liquid is dead, but they are all in a critical state. Impact and APA are still trying to escape. The Blast Cone might be their only chance, but Masu jumps back over the wall. The Mystic shots are flying, and Team Liquid is trying to get away. They will not do it. A shutdown from Masu as APA drops, and Impact is running towards the FlyQuest base. Masu just needs one more Mystic shot to put him in the dirt.
Masu with the chase down. Aurelion Soul and Ezreal, it's like 2 of the carries with some of the best chase. I guess Zeri would be like the ultimate there, but they finally get their extra kills, and that was because TL were split. They had APA burning down the dragon because they really wanted to deny that dragon's soul. So they invested so much here on their engage. And CoreJJ actually going back in for the re-engage to try and create space for the rest of the team, but they all got chunked so low, they couldn't get out after they pulled their little heist on taking down the dragon. So FlyQuest are like, you know what? We're kind of happy to get so much gold, even though you did burn down the dragon.
Yeah.
They recognize their Corki's not here.
Exactly. It started by a good handshake by Busio over the wall. Jan, again, he's trying to find the angle for the bullet time. He did not see the hostile takeover coming. That was already used before he bullet times, gets interrupted immediately. And he just said, Kobe, APA wasn't there. So if the bullet time gets stopped and APA is there, you have no damage. MF auto attacks it. Really not the most threatening part of the kit.
Yeah, it was all about try and scramble and get out for TL. They're like, create distraction so we could buy some time. But Masu getting the chase down, like that's a big shutdown plus another kill onto Impact too. So the Ezreal was already getting a lot of extra money, but still has a long way to go as far as the Misfortune gold that she has accrued.
Man, FlyQuest is looking good here in this second one. 2.5, closer to 3 minutes until they have another chance to secure that Infernal Soul for themselves. 3-0-2 on Quad's Aurelion Soul. Masu just using the True Shot Barrage to scout out the Baron, make sure that's not trying to be sneaked away by Team Liquid there. As you can see, we're still working towards that evolved Seraph's Embrace, completing the tier build. Also has the Blighting Jewel in the inventory for Quad, working towards some magic penetration as well. QSS built earlier for APA in this game than it was in the previous one. I think he's recognizing exactly what we were talking about. It's MF ult, not the rest of MF, just her ult and him.
Yeah, and I mean, there's the hostile takeover, there's the Amumu ult, there's Renekton stun. QSS is an insane value in this game. TL, again, just going to be starting up the Baron, seeing if they can actually sneak something away, but this time, you don't have the ability to secure this that fast.
Both top laners are on the other side of the rift right now. Impact interrupts the TP from Whippo. Inspired is in the pit, and he steals the Baron away from Team Liquid trying to get themselves away now. Another nice bandage toss coming out from Inspired. FlyQuest pull off the heist, and they get everybody back away. Impact with a teleport in now. Remember, Whippo cannot match. He's got to go around the long way. He wants to try to cut off Busio, but it ain't gonna work. A flash away from the FlyQuest support now puts Team Liquid in very dire straits. A killing spree for Masu, followed up by the rest of FlyQuest engaging. Team Liquid running for their lives as APA is gonna get cut to pieces. Bullet time finds a little, but it won't find enough. A double kill back over to Whippo. Only one left standing on Team Liquid.
FlyQuest take control of the entire game, Inspired. He slowly walks up and steals their Baron in the face of a Maokai that has a Q Smite combination. Inspired gets it, and then after TL try and teleport for the pints, it's actually a really good chase. Again, the mobility of Aurelion Sol and the Ezreal here on the chase down. Here's a look. Maybe he tried to interrupt.
I'm not sure exactly what this... Oh, yeah, he did interrupt the TP. Then he got away and TP'd in. So I think maybe that's why they thought they could just actually finish it. Let's see, down to 1,400, hit 1,000. As was actually pressing the Q for the Q Smite. He just got that Smite in that split second earlier, it looked like, and is able to finish it off. And that is massive for FlyQuest. It took what was feeling like, okay, this is FlyQuest favored, but it's within striking distance to that's probably the backbreaker there. And I think FlyQuest is going to win this game.
And I want to highlight Quad with the charged up ultimate. Drops the meteor on him as Whippo has finally been able to walk his way over. So it's just really good chase from FlyQuest. And even with the Misfortune ultimate, let's listen in.
Nice job, guys.
I think can end or no?
No, TP top and just take gold.
Yeah, a little early to end.
Yeah.
Maybe just a little bit. But FlyQuest still
I like the ambition.
in total control over the game. They tried to use the Aurelion Sol ulti there to get the pick on the enemy top laner, but it ain't going to work. FlyQuest still going after the Soul. Umpty wants to try to contest it. He walks in and he steals it away. Nice moves from Umpty. But what about the rest of the fight? Whippo's diving in after Yon, but he won't be able to find the distance here just yet. Now gets locked up in the front. Impact going all out, taking it back over the wall, but the Sterix Gage again doing so much heavy lifting. Yon is trapped. There is no way out of that one as Quad flashes back away and can continue slowing everyone down with a breath of light. It's 3 dead on TL. They might have stop the Dragon Soul, but at what cost?
Yeah, and Quad didn't get the assist tag on that last kill. Otherwise, he could have chased and they would have killed everybody. But this is just looking completely over here. FlyQuest chasing after APA.
They'll get away, but man, all they can do is watch as FlyQuest continues just moving forward undeterred.
Yep, able to take down this tower as well as mid lane. Look at that, Masu's whacking away on this turret too. 50% of the life of this inhibitor turret, in addition to all the extra gold that they have gotten. This lead has now ballooned to 8,000 for FlyQuest. Even though TL successfully deny another soul here, they actually get the win on this smite. It is ultimate into Umpty walking up, and wow, that actually got down very low there. Below 1,000 before you actually get in range, and they finally do get it. But again, it's the chase down anyway. You still get these extra kills, and so FlyQuest, with their straightforward comp now too, should be able to reset and go for so much more.
And you can just see how little damage it feels like TL has at this point. Yeah. There was a couple seconds there where all APA and Yon were doing was hitting Whippo, and they could not move his health whatsoever. They got him to about half health, and they could not get through him. He's a brick wall at this point. He does have the Randuins now in there, and you can see a lot more armor being purchased up there by Inspired, so it is going to be so tough to get through those guys. Yeah, the QSS makes a lot of sense for APA, but it means you're dealing even less damage, as that's going to delay your itemization, and Quad on the other side has no such problems.
Yeah, Quad keeps getting to Arcane Shift forward. That's when Ezreal looks his best. In a lot of these chase downs, he's the one charging forward, getting so much poke damage with those low cooldowns off his Shojin. Has been very mobile. And then, of course, Quad, the Dragon problem, the original Dragon problem. It's fun how we've come kind of full circle back to the original series between these two teams. And he is looking good. He's now also got the extra safety of that arm guard. Your favorite item, Flowers. Now the Dragon gets to dive in, use the Zonias, use the ultimate, and that thing coming down will provide just enough room for them.
We're at the state of the game now where Aurelion Sol has so much counterplay, it's just unfathomable how many things you can do about this champion at this game.
I will say, Seekers is pretty expensive, so it doesn't bother me the way Stopwatch did. Stopwatch was like, okay, it's too cheap. Everyone in the whole game is going to have a Stopwatch. Seekers is like, okay, you had to invest pretty heavily into this.
Yeah, no, I was writing real-life physical letters, like, dear Riot, please, during the Stopwatch era. But
I was doing that first.
Wait, look at this. They actually have an angle to flank here. It's over a ward for Bwipo, but they could still force.
Ooh, Inspired. Missing the bandage toss, but Bwipo flashing over the wall, immediately engaging with the slice. APA has to disengage, but Bwipo is just a massive threat onto everybody here on TL. Bwipo's still alive for now, having to back away. Sterix gets popped. 15 seconds left on the Drake. No ulti, no flash for Bwipo.
TL are just going to try to play through bot. Look at Jan and Impact. They're just going to say, okay, you're going over to Baron. We're going to try to play for objective bounties and maybe even try to open up the base here. Look for some sort of a sneaky play. Jan is not showing it till just now. And then FlyQuest is going to get the news. Oh, this tower is actually going to die really fast. The AD carry is here. So now TL is really trying to play this hit and run style. They've got to look to escape.
Bwipo is not tanky. Remember, no ulti. No Sterix, the ulti about to come back now because of the incredible amount of ability haste in the build. But all right, that bottom lane tier 3 turret taken out there because of some nice macro from Team Liquid. Baron is live on the map. Objective bounties obviously still active for Team Liquid. Drake gonna spawn in about 45 seconds as FlyQuest maintains control over the mid lane. They've got the push, they've got the topside river. Team Liquid on the approach. Got to be careful about this, though. TP from Impact, ready to bring him in. Team Liquid is one bad fight away from just the end of the game.
I think it's kind of hard for them, too, because with investing that teleport, now Bwipo is free to split push. I mean, APA is the only one on Team Liquid that still have that ability to go answer and then still give respect to this Baron, but they actually take mid priority.
He's coming. He actually was pinging that he was looking for a flank, but he spotted.
Oh, Inspired went in for the bandage toss on APA, but it ends up getting cleansed by the QSS. Now Bwipo versus Impact off to the side. Bwipo with the ulti once again. Impact trying to get himself away. Core JJ trying to provide any sort of help that he can, but it ain't gonna matter. Quad's already on a rampage, and Impact is made out of paper. Bwipo continues leading the charge. He's got the Sterix ready to go again. Hostile takeover over the top of everybody, and APA almost dies to his own teammates. While the Dragon is secured, finally the soul at last for FlyQuest.
And the death timers are so long that you should be able to get Baron too. Impact has no teleport and a 30-second death timer on Cassante, so he actually has to walk all the way over there, can't teleport in. So FlyQuest here, they're going to actually get their reset on Busio first before walking over.
This has got to be one of the saddest MF games I feel like I've ever seen, man. He just can never press R. It doesn't do anything. They have so many tools to stop him, to disrupt him, and FlyQuest are playing it out really, really well. They're always making sure, okay, we need to save something to stop that MF ulti. It feels like really the only way TL could get enough damage out is a full channeled ulti on multiple critical targets. That would be the only way they could possibly win this game. FlyQuest is AK up and has soul.
I would actually be very interested to see the total damage done to champions at the end of this game because I feel like Misfortunes is just going to be so small compared to what Team Liquid was hoping for. The draft diff feels really massive in this one for FlyQuest, being able to shut down one of those two huge threats on Team Liquid. As Busio, recall's going to get interrupted there. The Baron's alive. No Elder Dragon here for 5 minutes. Team Liquid, all right, let's flip it.
Inspired stole the last one simply by walking up.
Inspired now, pushing forward into the river, looking to control that one for FlyQuest. Quad has the mega ulti ready to go on the Aurelion Soul. Bwipo's ready to dive in. He's going to lead the charge once again. FlyQuest now going right back towards the Baron pit. They do this thing fast. Masu and Quad do a ton of damage to it.
Yeah, it's going to die incredibly quick. TL trying to get the push through mid, hoping that it'll go down slow enough that they can look to react. Bwipo has no ulti. That's just about the only thing working for them. But look at Busio. He's positioning for a big ulti.
Quad also has a massive ult that he can drop on this team fight. And now Team Liquid's ready to go in. Inspired in the middle of everybody looking to lock him up as Busio tries to kite off to the side, but Masu's already dominating and APA's already dead. Hostile takeover over the top. Everybody on Team Liquid's going home in body bags. The graveyard is packed tonight, and the tombstones got horses on them. FlyQuest 5-0.
FlyQuest crushed the fight there. APA tried to go big, tried to look for a pick onto Busio, but Masu handles him easily.
Quad and Masu taking over. FlyQuest hit back 1-1.
FlyQuest 20-3, 11,000 gold ahead. Team Liquid is going to have to reconsider how tough this series might just be. FlyQuest is striking back.
It's back to the drawing board for the draft for sure. FlyQuest played this one out really, really well, but the options for TL seem so few and far between. You're playing a two-threat comp where one of your carries is not a threat because they can never use their ultimate, it felt like. Yan was such a non-factor, it felt like, throughout that entire game, and not really through any fault of his play, but just through the draft that FlyQuest was able to craft.
There's some games of League of Legends that are significantly more difficult than your average game just because of the picks, the bans, and it was a rough one for TL in this one. In case you guys missed it, you can now subscribe to the LCS Twitch channel. Paid and gifted subs will unlock an in-game emote, and all subs, including those primes, unlock your regular Twitch features like badges and emotes, plus exclusive Discord features like voting on access for a ProView VOD. CoreJJ won the vote, so that's going to be available to subscribers tomorrow. Finally, all subscription dollars will be matched by Riot and added to the LCS Championship prize pool to directly support the players. Now, let's head on back over to the LCS Lounge. Raz, break it down.
I refuse. Stop telling me to break it down. That's not going to happen.
You're just anti-authority.
I don't know what I'm on today.
Someone tells you to do something, you're like, no.
Welcome
I don't
back to
think
the
so.
lounge.
I don't like being told what to do.
20 kills to 3.
Yeah, and it starts here.
It was weird when the game ended because it felt close, and then you look at the scoreboard and it wasn't, but this game actually was somewhat close.
Yeah, I just want to watch because Quad is already on the rotation after having shoved in, and here he comes.
Yeah, here comes Quad.
Woo! And this sets up what I think is the Quad-pocalypse in terms
Quad-pocalypse!
in terms of what happened in the rest of this game, right? Here's Core getting cut out. He actually should know that Inspired is here because Inspired had literally just taken Drake right down this way, right? But
What's
Core
funny
gets
is
cut
at the
out
same
here.
time,
At the same time, Whippo got cut out.
Yeah.
This is actually insane. Like, if we watch, they go for this play. They manage, like, ult misses here, isn't able to get anyone. But this handshake, stop and, like, go back.
Let's run it again.
Yeah. I just want to shout out Busio. Look at that. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
all right, yeah, we can play forward
You can
now.
understand why Yan is sitting behind the turret thinking he's going to clear the wave. Maybe he should have been a little bit further back behind the turret, but it's just immediate reaction by Busio.
I would imagine a little further from behind the turret. Even if CoreJJ gets, like, blocks it, Azael mentioned it on cast, then you can just, like, handshake into the MF.
Yeah.
Look at this play, though.
Quadpocalypse, apparently.
Yeah.
Now that Emily said this, my eyes are on Quad.
He just is constantly going to be doing damage. This is actually a positive play for TL.
Wait, this was two of their 3. This is 66% of their kills.
This is almost all of their kills.
Oh my God!
Wait, no, only. Did they get him?
No.
It was 32% of their kills.
This is when he lives.
Woo! Oh, we're not going to be seeing him happy for the rest of the game. I can guarantee you that. Just going to put that out there.
All right.
But honestly, the Quadfather had a really good game. I think, wow. He just stood and delivered, and it was really difficult for them to ever get on him. But
I mean, honestly, I think if we go back to that, Busio had another handshake, really nice handshake there too. Another handshake onto Impact. This actually sets up what I think is like the game-breaking fight here, right? Like I feel like this is where it all goes really, really wrong for TL, unfortunately. And the other thing that I know they called out on cast is even though like Yan gets chunked out here, let's go back to this fight.
And let's just focus completely on Yan and whether or not he can line up a bullet time.
Yeah, he's never able to
play it from here. Play it from here.
Start here. We get the handshake.
Yeah, follow Yan on the bottom of the screen. And basically the Busio ultimate is already on him when he, because Core was going in. Like if he had either waited a little bit or if the Renata ult hadn't have been there, that's why Core going in looked so lonesome. It's because the MF ultimate was actually preceding Core's engage.
Yeah.
It would have been nicely timed.
And then Quad is just, him and Masu end up getting fed off of this fight. But Quad ends up doing so much damage in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah,
this is the TP cancel.
Even in that last fight, but yeah, the TP cancel is unfortunate. Impact's in the right place at the right time.
Well, the ultimate bait though, because FlyQuest then just ripped the Baron away from TL.
Woo!
Headbutt.
It just like walks right in there.
Headbutt smite, great execute damage.
Raz, right before this fight, you said you don't see how Team Liquid actually wins a fight.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then I think it ended up being proven true with little skirmishes like this, because the Asol Ezreal range and then their ability to follow up, or even just Team Liquid's inability to kill Renekton whenever he enters a fight.
That's the biggest problem to me, is from Team Liquid's perspective. Even in the last fight where Cassante got caught out, their front line is just getting ripped
Jan
apart
used his ult.
by
For once.
Aurelion Sol. So like that's my biggest issue. Aurelion Sol and Ezreal and Renata are way too difficult to get on from the front line, and it makes it even harder. Whoa!
Almost game saving.
For MF to get her damage off.
Yeah, even then though, Bwipo is here. And I mean, Jan just like really has a tough time playing the game, right? Like he gets this ult off. That's probably the highest damage ult he ends up doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they're able to kill him off the backside of it. Like,
yeah.
He's back.
is he,
And it was a snowball from that point forward.
I wanted to give him a question mark there, but
You can still do it.
they moved it too fast. This is just, Inspired going in, and then the Asol damage coming out.
See if Jan can get his ult off. Here it comes.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Okay, we're running. But like, it's funny because at that earlier Cassante fight, Team Liquid had a 1K gold lead, but the game state did not tell that same story.
No.
At that point, it did not matter. It felt like the comp from FlyQuest was too good and too scaled up at that point.
Yeah, the big thing is, they got quad ahead off of that first roam. Like it started really early on at about, 4 minutes was when that play happened. And then additionally after that, they made it so that Jan could not play the game.
True.
Like he could not get into a good position. Busio was always there for a handshake, or even after he spent his ult, they weren't able to set it up so that he'd be able to do damage across people, and then Bwipo's on him or something.
Yeah. Really quickly, though, before Game 3, we see Team Liquid selects blue side. Demonte's playing with the vibes, Busio reaction time tests somehow.
He's failing the test.
Where are we on the Renekton Cassante matchup? Because Bwipo's 6 games in a row in playoffs now. Renekton versus Cassante. Come on, you can do it.
Oh!
Nice. There we go.
Okay.
If he...
Oh, no! I mean, but he was there. He was there. He just didn't catch it.
I mean, he had some great handshakes in this game. That's all that matters.
That's true.
Also, what's the banana check? We can't
Got an
tell.
orange.
I don't see any bananas.
We're staring at Renekton himself.
But to answer your question, I'm liking the Cassante side.
You're liking the Cassante side?
I'm liking at least from game 1, I thought it was good. And also, look, the team fights just didn't look good. I don't think it had anything to do with the Renekton versus Cassante matchup.
I just think Bwipo's too comfortable. He's not even performing amazingly on Renekton, but he's making so much impact in team fights. Also, Samsung 990 Pro, we're headed to break. But first, let's hear from Pastry Time on how Samsung SSDs power LCS content. Take a look.
Hey, I'm Julian from the LCS broadcast team. I love our battle stations where we cook up gameplay challenges for the pros. These PCs need to have the same fast, reliable in-game experience that the pros are used to on stage, which is why each station is equipped with a Samsung 990 Pro NVMe SSD. My favorite part is seeing the pros' reactions when they pull off a crazy play. It's important that they can truly put their skills to the test, so we need drives that meet those demands. That's why we trust the Samsung 990 Pro NVMe SSD.
Maybe Maokai have to go here.
Let's go.
Guys, I'm here. W on 4.
I leveled up. I'm fine.
Yeah.
He stuns.
He has some. He has flash. No Maokai
no
flash.
flash. Maokai no flash. Just kill Maokai. I safe kill for him.
Nice. I will go mid.
Good
I
round
dropped
call.
him.
It's okay. Looks okay.
I'm looking.
Move. I'm moving set.
Watch
Renekton. Yeah, Renekton after. And he accept to die.
Yeah.
I'm
Nice.
making waiting flash. That can wash. Look.
I'm running.
I W Casper.
Coming.
Q the map. No ult.
She's flushed out. I'm stunning this guy. I'm playing drone.
MF no sums.
I'm slow.
Guys, look at me.
Yeah, that's you. I'm chasing with you.
Oh, maybe that.
I can't reach. This might look good. I'm flanking.
Look, it's good. Really good.
I'm flanking. Yeah. We killed them all here. We killed them all.
no flash.
Yeah, kill them. Kill front.
Yeah, I can flash Q, but
I'm going Corki. Don't use us, Corki. I stunned the thing. He might be. I have soon.
He has no W. Careful, MF.
Careful, MF.
I'm Starak. I'm fine.
I'm TP.
Oh, what? That almost.
Nice job, guys.
Just try to like, just finish it.
No. We killed him. I'm so strong, guys. Just play your own game, okay? Play your own game.
That's fine.
Play your own game.
I will jump for Maokai.
MF no flash. I'm fine. I have Starak. I'm fine.
Yeah.
Cleanse no flash.
I'm fine. MF no flash, no cleanse.
Yeah. I will get MF. I will get MF.
Guys, I look Rocky, guys.
Nice. You
can go engage MF side, guys.
I'm looking.
Okay.
Rakan is ulting already.
Yeah.
Look front.
Cassandra is dead. Corki is dead.
I have to just come.
I saw
Yeah, we kill everyone. Nice job.
Maokai no flash, nice.
Go mid after.
And mid.
Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. It is the upper bracket finals. And gentlemen, it's a tied game.
Yes, sir. It is absolutely very competitive so far. I will say FlyQuest looked really dominant in game 2. I think their draft gave them a huge advantage, and now it's time for Team Liquid to adapt to what FlyQuest has shown us, which is not a position that they've often been in. They've just been outplaying teams in this league so heavily that they've been able to kind of just do their own thing and run teams over.
All right, let's see what Spawn's got cooking. I was reading the community discussions between the end of the last game and the start of this one. A lot of questions about, they wonder what Spawn's belt is like, because they figured he would be whipping that one out after the loss in game number 2. But we'll see what the draft looks like here for number 3 as the Smolder and the Lilia.
There's our producer Zeus with his
Zeus.
kids, Lucas and Isla, excuse me.
Shout out to the
Very
Zeus family.
Sweet.
What's
Zeus
up, guys?
Zeus is definitely an MVP here at the LCS. So if you're an LCS fan, you love Zeus.
Oh, I see we have some FlyQuest bias, actually, as well, in the family.
Oh, curious.
Young Lucas here is a budding FlyQuest fan.
Yep. All right. I do love me some fandom, boys. I do love me some fandom. But we have the Nasus also banned out by TL. Already went over the first couple of bans there with the Smolder and Lilia, as Ivern, Ziggs, and Rumble are banned out by FlyQuest. And Team Liquid, once again, Corki is up, Corki is locked in. Like clockwork.
I mean, that has been the go-to for APA for quite a while, really just living in this meta. Let's see about FlyQuest, though, because honestly, I really like their answers. I just think that TL probably this time around will adjust a little bit of gameplay issue. Yeah, you see him, he's so shocked. There's a surprised Blippo face.
And did you see he has his emotional support shark, as he calls it, on stage there with him that he was playing with, which is helping him to stay calm in these matches. The Renekton, this is now, I want to say, he 4 straight last week, so this is 6 straight Renekton in playoffs, I do believe. Has been looking really good on it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
The man plays a lot of Lizard.
And a lot of Mummy as well has been the name of the game for playoffs LCS meta here. Amumu, the king of teamfight frontline CC, still remains.
Renekton and Amumu are like Egyptian buddies, right? Because Amumu is a mummy, which
I'm
is
looking at the splashes. That looks pretty Shuriman. You know, some sand in the background.
Renekton's inspired by like.
But it doesn't matter where Amumu's from because he has no friends. His whole lore is that he has no friends.
Hey, after this draft, Renekton is his friend because these two are getting picked back-to-back by FlyQuest in every single game. They are buddies, like it or not. And hey, if Renekton's on one side, I'll give you guys one guess. What goes on the other side?
That's a good drawing. I respect.
Yeah.
The Nasus, stop banning it. We saw it look good yesterday.
Another Shuriman champion. I think he's related to Renekton.
They're brothers.
Yeah. I don't know
That's
any
related.
lore.
Yeah.
The only lore I know is lore that I've accidentally learned.
I'm pretty sure
here you got some more now.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Nasus is the nice one and Renekton's the mean one, and they're brothers.
That checks out.
I know
just
Rammus rolls around and says
eyeball.
okay in the desert. That was his initial lore.
Yeah.
I think it's been updated.
Dude, we are getting a run back. We are getting a run back here from both teams.
If
now,
they pick MF again,
I doubt it.
You're not going to be happy, Isaac?
No.
I doubt it. But I also like the other adjustments that FlyQuest made. You know, the Renata was also very impactful. Bucio's been a really good Renata for a very long time. And it's just so cool to see the FlyQuest bottom lane being a priority.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys have developed so fast, it feels like. Bucio was most valuable prospect, the previous year. Masu was most valuable prospect last year. These guys have really had a pretty meteoric rise, it feels like. Masu in 2022 was playing in amateur in tier 3. Last year, he was in Academy, won most valuable prospect. This year, he's in the LCS. He went to MSI. He's going to Worlds. He won Rookie of the Year, and he's on All-Pro. Like, that is crazy.
And here we're seeing the adjustment. So TL last time, because they already saw the Amumu, that's why they want to deny like
the
a misfortune.
They're like, we saw your Amumu. You're not playing.
we don't want you to play it with the Amumu, but then we don't want to have to play it into an Aurelion Soul Ultimate and everything.
Respect. Sometimes I'm playing Flex Q with the boys. Someone locks in Yasuo game 1. I'm like, you know what? We're going to have to ban that for game 2.
Friends don't let friends int.
Exactly. So saving him from himself there, of course, really they are, as you said, Kobe, denying it from that bullet time combo with the Amumu is a really strong AoE combo. But curious to see where they're going to go now, because obviously a lot of bot laners are being banned out. Ashe, MF, the Senna obviously in support. The Kai'Sa's being banned out. Ziggs mostly been playing bot these days. The Ezreal's going to get taken away. The Smolder obviously mostly been playing solo lanes, but also still bot. So they're pushing them pretty far down the tier list, I would say.
I mean, I like a full run back from FlyQuest. Like, their comp looks so good.
Yep.
And, it has the Ezreal ultimate damage over the top for a lot of these CCs. You're talking about interrupting people. Yeah. Even if it is going to be a different AD carry, and it will be for Team Liquid, I still really like the foundation that FlyQuest set up.
Absolutely. The Garen mid please sign has to join powers with the don't ban Nasus sign, because I think we're only getting
then we get Garen versus Nasus.
Exactly.
Okay. I mean, I'm down with that. After all of these games of Corki versus somebody else that scales, give me Garen versus Nasus, all right?
Both take Ignite. Just go at it.
Steal away the Renata. Nice. Another one here.
Okay.
So TL with the little adjustments. And I think this one will be an impactful one.
Plus, Kalista paired with Renata is one of the all-time classic bully bottom lanes.
But also a Karma Ezreal. If you're talking about classics here, the double poke is going to be priority.
And Renata can really struggle against these ranged enchanters in the bot lane. A lot of her strength is about playing against these melee champions, denying engage, the counter engage, things like the bailout. Bailout really has no value when you're just getting poked and chipped down. It's more about the 100-0 plays that you can try to turn around. So Karma Ezreal, they're picking for the 2v2. They leave Bucio for that 5th pick counter pick, and we'll see how well they can do, because this is just so much. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's hit or miss, right? You hit your skill shots, you dominate, you miss them, you are useless.
Ezreal's quote, it's all skill shots for that bottom lane. I want to see junglers, because when you see a bottom lane matchup like this, you expect junglers to get in the mix and actually try and punish.
Is that what we're expecting? Is a lot of jungle attention around bot, or do you think the constant beat up on Bwipo strategy is once again going to rear its head, as Bwipo has been targeted early in both games thus far?
Personally, I would focus bottom lane, and I think that they will go there. But of course, that crocodile has been luring a lot of fellows top lane.
It really has. I mean, both sides went top a lot last time. We saw that, Impact was getting some help up there quite a bit, but also we saw tons of FlyQuest members going up towards top lane, trying to help Bwipo get him into a better spot than he was in game 1. They were successful in that. But I do agree with Kobe. You know, when you have 4 range champions down in that bot lane, they are pretty squishy. They are susceptible to those ganks. Yeah. And we'll have to see if they're going to be able to get down there and get to punishing these champions.
I'm excited, man. That last game after FlyQuest had such a dominating performance over TL, 20-3, the final score, like just controlling the game so well. Whoever wins this one is going to match point. Again, you already shared earlier in the day, Isaac, the last time Team Liquid lost a series was 170 days ago, back in Spring Split against FlyQuest. Man, FlyQuest would love to put him in that same spot again.
All right, this time around, we got a good luck, have fun from Impact. No trash talk on the Aurelion Soul pick. No trash talk this time around. You got to at least kill him once to be able to trash it.
All right, we got Raz standing by with Spawn while we wait on the minions.
You just after this was the first loss that you guys had in the playoffs thus far. Just kind of the yeah, first reactions to it, but also just the takeaway that you had coming in the environment and all that in the back.
Not much of a takeaway, to be honest. I think we just didn't fight third dragon when we should have. Put us in a little bit of a time bomb. They're just picking ultra scaling in every lane. So you know, we got to play a little bit better. So that's what I said to the guys. Just go out there, take it to them. We're the top dog. Like fight them.
Okay, I mean that's pretty question. Basically, they're going back to the Aurelion Soul. Any kind of thoughts on what you want to do differently, specifically going into this game against that pick?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ian is a really good Aurelion Soul as well. We know the strengths and the weaknesses of the champion. I feel like we need to dictate the terms of the game. We can't trade against our team comp, so, you know, we'll look to push them out and just play a little bit more aggressive, I hope.
Love the answers, and I'll go straight to the casters for that.
Happy Father's Day.
Oh, the mic cut out for the shout-out.
Since I heard Australia.
I want to say Happy Mother's Day for Australia or something. Happy something day.
Hell yeah, Australia. Let's go.
Something good's happening in Australia.
Yeah. Let's go, Australia. All right. Sorry, Spawn, we're trying.
Personally, I really like the angle he's going for as far as don't trade them anything. You want to cross-map when you have so much scaling. You want to get those trades. But TL, if Spawn is to be believed, they're going to fight them off of everything and not give them the options for the cross-maps and for the trades.
Something that also has been really interesting about this series is the fact that we have had no lane swaps, right? Lane swaps have been such a big discussion in the LCS. This is the percentage of games with a lane swap for these two teams. Number 1, number 2, and everyone has been talking about Impact, Core JJ, they just run the game in a lane swap. You can't stop Liquid in a lane swap. They're so hard to play against, from pros to casters to analysts, everybody. Haven't seen a single lane swap. So it is interesting. I do think if TL lose again, we might see a pivot in strategy, and that might push us into that lane swap territory.
All right, early on here. Nothing too crazy just yet as Umpty's ready to make his entry into the bottom lane. Flash for the twisted advance. Busio is just getting juggled around and knocked back, but he can flash away to safety to survive.
Don't get that in lane swap, baby. That's a standard gank. Get that Maokai in there at level 3. Actually just the bottom quadrant. And what did we say coming out of Champion Select? Number 1 thing?
Go bottom.
Go bottom. Junglers get in there. So happy to see that vindicated. And they do get the double sums out of Busio. It's a very targeted use of time. You know that you want to take away the safety from the double poke lane because they are so squishy. Now Busio and Masu have to play so much more respectful of the Kalista Renata that can all in you. Of course, Core JJ did use his flash to set that up, as did Umpty, and so there were resources invested, but you're specifically targeting that Karma, setting up your kill target for the early game.
But look at the Mumu heading down towards bot. It's like, yeah, let him push in. Core has no flash. This could be that second gang being the deadlier one. Core is playing pretty far back, knows that this is a possibility perhaps, but we'll see if they do walk up, because if they do, there is that chance that they could get jumped on.
Ooh, Bwipo almost stole away that Gromp with the call to Meek, but now the 3v2 here in the bottom lane. They just might kill Busio first. It's first blood over to Yawn as Core JJ is traded back. Yawn has to flash, trying to survive a little bit longer. Mystic shot hits, but the barrier blocks most of it. Inspired down to 200 HP, but he doesn't have to flash to escape the turret. Meanwhile, back in the top side, that 1v1's gonna come to life, but there's really not a whole lot more life to find unless Renekton goes too close to the turret again. So nothing more to say. 1-1, 4.5 minutes into the game.
Yep, still getting the first blood here. Core JJ walks up. He goes immediately for that kill target that they set up. He made the call. Busio's got no summoner spells. You walk right at him, even with the Amumu there on top of you. He focuses. Busio goes down first, so first blood, extra bonus gold to the side of Team Liquid into the hands of Jan with the Rend. And then he also tried to do a little barrier bait under tower, a little bit more, and they might have been able to squeeze something else out, but really nice kind of reaction there. And this is all afforded to, as you're saying, he's coming in for a lane gank, so it's a good timer from Inspired. TL, they use all their resources to check the vision coming from traditional gank path, but during that time, Inspired did the lane gank through that fog of war. I just think that is a good heads up from Core JJ to immediately recognize, I'm not getting out, so we have to go for the kill.
Yep, and the Guardian and the Bailout bought enough time, right? That they were able to get the first blood. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Kalista gets the first blood. Unfortunately for TL, Ezreal also got a kill, so things pretty even in that regard, but it's well played by the TL 2v2 to be able to find that outplay in a 2v3.
The other thing that you're afforded is with Amumu showing later, then the Maokai gets the full catch-up time needed. We saw like the invade from Bwipo trying to stop him on Gromp and trying to mess with his jungle clear. That allowed Maokai to go then compensate for the camps that he skipped in going for the initial gank and then still get Dragon, which is paramount for this TL as Busio wraps.
Yeah, Busio's coming around from the side. This could turn into a 3v3. Umpty's coming around, but he's still trying to finish off the Krugs. Core JJ is very low, and he barely survives until the Mystic Shot connects. Umpty finally getting into the mix, but Jan is too low to continue the fight. Another 1-for-1 trade bottom lane.
Yeah, the targets were split there by FlyQuest. Inspired wanted to go for Jan, but everyone else was going for Core, so he flashed past and the damage got split. That allowed the time for TL to actually get that kill first.
Another 2v3 counter kill from TL. Even though they drop one, they get another. This one, though, the kill credit actually going to Core JJ, whereas Ezreal got the kill credit on the side here for Masu. So that kind of makes up for that earlier first blood bonus that went their way as far as the AD carries are concerned, at least. Also, now you get the flip side where Inspired's first here up to the Grubs. So since Team Liquid got their first Hex Dragon, it's on Impact here, coming down to confirm, yep, they are just trading, they are finishing off those Grubs, and it will give the global alert.
We are 7 minutes into the game, and Bwipo has not been killed yet. This is the first game in this series where that is a true statement. The focus on top side has subsided compared to...
Guys, just look over and I see all these FlyQuest jerseys and everyone...
Like, oh, that's a good point. Yeah,
going up. They like that.
FlyQuest fans.
You're out of pocket, but you're not wrong.
They're happy to see Bwipo doing fine up there in the top lane. Couple hundred gold lead for him. Couple hundred gold lead for Inspired in the jungle as well. Let's see. Mid lane, as Quad just wants to finish up farming the wave here. He knows that APA can't kill him or even interrupt the flight as he just continues falling back. He's going to take his recall, go ahead and shop as APA uses the opportunity to place some vision down at the entrance to the enemy jungle.
Now, since we do have some time and since the bottom lane is the focus of this game, I just want to revel in the fact that we are once again in this LCS meta where our top 2 AD carries are North American talent and very young North American talent that the organizations themselves have invested so heavily in. Jan, we talked about so much during the rise of Team Liquid, during playoffs and their MSI performance, all their internationals, as well as at Worlds. But also on the side of FlyQuest, they too invested in their younger talent, and we're really seeing them thrive on the LCS stage.
Yeah, I mean, it has paid off big time, right? Jan was the Rookie of the Year last year. Masu's the Rookie of the Year this year. And they have been doing such a good job for these teams as the trading. Oh, almost got Core. That potion.
I think if Core JJ would have been just slightly slower getting out of the way, he would have got hit by the aftershock of the Enchanted Inner Flame, and that would have taken him down. So barely getting away from that one. As Jan has Umpty hanging around nearby, maybe they're going to try to bait Masu and Busio in here, but Inspired is also ready to reinforce.
Yeah, junglers, I think, will continue to focus on this lane. Inspired has ult, but no flash, and Umpty is doing the wraparound ult early.
Okay. Inspired knows he's going to have to try to help here as They see him. Yeah, they do not want to overcommit for this one. 2v3 is a fool's errand here for Team Liquid, so FlyQuest can get everybody away.
Yeah, it's a smart disengage. Inspired showed, all right, we can't go for it. You know, if you go in there and you get ulted by Inspired, you're just going to go down. Dead. It's going to be a freebie. And Core was too far away. He was still walking back from base. He did get those tier 2 boots to try to get back here a little bit faster, but of course was not there in time to support the play. But a small win for them is that Masu did have to go back to base knowing Core was going to arrive. He was low on health, so it's at least some of the CS denied from him. Yeah. Inspired will pick it up, but it is nice to slow down that Ezreal a little bit, even if you can, since he got those 2 early kills.
This alone time here too. Quad is constantly pushed under tower, but is still stacking pretty well for the Aurelion Soul and doing quite nice for himself. Nice defensive ward here. Does see the ward placement. I love when you're able to place the ward during the support roam timer. So even though you know Core JJ is getting deep vision, now your team could actually use it against them because you know where it was placed. And that ward that they got down, that extra vision, seeing the ward placement from Core could be big.
And I am expecting TL, both given the draft, but also given the interview from Spawn, to keep showing up to every single dragon here and trying to force the hand of FlyQuest. He said, we just needed to be confident. We need to fight. We need to be the team that is saying, you can't sit back and scale. You can't just trade. We're going to fight you. We're going to take things from you. And trying to push the pace by forcing an early soul is great, especially when you have Kalista.
I mean, hey, if we're talking about fighting over objectives, the Dragon just spawned for the second time this game. Second pot of Grub's about to spawn here in 10 seconds. With both objectives up, we'll see if that ends up just being a trade again, or if we're going to have battles for both as Umpty secures the bottom river Scuttle Crab. Yon Core JJ rotate over to him.
Quad just went for his reset too, so full purchase there for Quad, but we have APA actually hitting turret, and it's now 2 turret plates mid for APA with all that constant pressure. Quad will get back, but APA goes for the reset now. He's got teleport.
I don't think he's been spotted just yet.
There is that ward on top of the Drake too, so Inspired knows exactly how fast or slow Umpty is doing this objective. Busio gonna hasten Masu as FlyQuest is ready to make their approach. Dragon still at about 2/3 here. Yon and Core moving over towards it. Teleport from Impact is only going back into the top lane now. Core JJ continuing to just try to distract the bottom lane duo of FlyQuest. The Dragon's down to about 1,400 HP. I don't think FlyQuest can do anything about it. No, sir. Team Liquid take the second Drake.
And I have to say that I'm so focused on mid lane because APA with his pressure mid, him then being in Fog of War, and him going back for his early Trinity Force here, it's like there's so much threat there. Trinity Force Corki is way more impactful. And so really nice setup there. TL, they force it. Of course, they also have Kalista for the secure. They also have the extra, CC here that allows them to go for it. But it's a nice movement up to the top side afterwards. What did FlyQuest get during that? Was there a trade? No, there was not. It was a pure stare down. So TL, true to their call, are not giving you the trades on the other side, although Inspired is
looking for it.
Okay, Impact face checking the brush here. Finds Whipple and Inspired waiting for him. Flashes away, wants to try to survive as APA is ready to back him up. Inspired eats a couple of shots, couple of rockets. Third and Tofo strike does not hit Whippo. He's still trying to make his way back into the brushes as Inspired wants to counterattack now, but he only finds the ulti on Umpty. True Shot Barrage comes in from downtown, but it ain't gonna matter. Impact's ready to enter the fight. Very low health bars for FlyQuest. The hostile takeover connects, but not onto the right targets just yet. Busio still trying to get away. Nice use of the root there. FlyQuest, they lose one, but they could have lost so much more.
This got so scrappy. All 4 members from both sides fighting in top lane, and the Ezreal and the Kalista were both trying to move up, and they even met and started scrapping in the jungle. So TL, though, at the end of the day, they're the ones coming in on top. They're going to get at least 2 plates here, very likely. And FlyQuest can do nothing about it. They have to give up the wave, give up 2 to maybe even 3 plates because Bubo has no TP and they know it, and Quad has no TP and they know it. So there's no real response to this play.
And we also got the answer to the question I posed earlier. What about these neutral objectives spawning almost in sync? Not only does Team Liquid get the Dragon, they get that second set of grubs. Both teams are going to be tied for
the entire tower. This wasn't even hit yet. They got all 5 plates and the tower. That is so much gold going TL's way.
Game successfully accelerated.
It's so cool to see the small things too. With APA's hard work to get his 2 turret plates off mid lane being the difference of seconds and being able to get his Trinity Force, and then TL rotating up to the top side. This one was Maokai coverage and then the teleport from Quad coming in, making the call for the Amumu re-engage.
Yeah, exactly. Quad arrives, the Ezreal all came in. You can see on the minimap, both the AD carries were skirmishing.
and it's just Impact getting into the backline but can't quite finish them off. The hostile takeover buys the time there, though. Make sure there's no ability to actually re-engage. It could have been so much worse for FlyQuest, though. There's an auto or two away from that being 4 kills instead of 1.
And even there, if you saw Amumu flashed just out of the Renata ultimate, and because he flashed to the other side, even though Renekton got tagged by it and went berserk, Renekton went towards the Amumu, towards the tower.
Yeah, I noticed that.
If Inspired had not flashed, then Renekton would have also been back in, and it would have collected all of them. So that flash actually saved both of their lives by aggroing him towards the safe side too. So it's even closer to just getting all of them. Massive stuff from Core JJ. The Renata pick 2 games in a row now has been so big.
And Team Liquid, with this over 2,000 gold lead now, is just continuing once more to go after every single possible objective that they can pressure. Now looking to secure this Rift Herald. Umpty doesn't need any help. Yeah, he's Maokai. Yeah, it's going to be slow. But they've got control over the mid lane. They've got control over the top lane. APA's up in the enemy jungle, stealing away the Krugs. Phosphorus Bomb to secure that last little bit of the tiny Krugs, and Quad and Inspired, they're not going to be able to stop a whole lot of anything. Another objective goes over to TL.
This APS has been on a mission, just making gold. He is #1 gold maker. Look at that lead. It is massive. Yes, he did get the solo, tower on the top side and all that, but even beforehand,
isn't that enough for him, Kobe? What is he, Scrooge McDuck?
Yeah, he is, and you should be in league. You should be greedy as hell, especially if you're a mid laner.
Fair, okay.
And because he did his own hard work, like getting the turret plates early, you actually are awarded for your early investments.
I deserve this.
Yeah.
This is my gold.
It's not old money, He got in there.
Yeah.
He created his own company.
He's a self-made man.
Then he got a little help later.
Who gave him that airplane?
True.
Where's that airplane from?
We spawned in with the airplane.
Spawned in with the airplane. Seems like that's probably Grandpa's money.
Scrooge McYap is running the show here in mid lane. And now Impact might find himself in a 1v2 yet again. Whippo popping the Dominus.
Ooh.
That's a Pepega Frog Dominus.
Yeah. Impact had the read. I got to give credit. Impact had the read. He went backwards with the Pathmaker. Whippo clearly expecting him to go forwards into that gank. He says, I don't know where your jungler is. No one's responding to play mid lane. I think he might be here.
Something's got to be happening, right? Well, that Herald's going to find the charge under the tier 2 back in mid lane. Now Impact getting caught out, but he's going to go all out to drag Whippo back over the wall, and Umpty's coming in to help him to turn this into a 2v2, make it a 2v1, make it a beatdown, as Whippo can't do anything but try to get away from Cassante. That True Shot Barrage was coming from Whippo's own team. It's not like it was going to do a whole lot to stop Impact. Whippo still trying to get away here, at least forces Impact to flash to kill him. But man, if that's the only thing you can look forward to, at least I died slightly better.
Yeah.
Not going great.
Impact just really showing great top lane instincts, backs off in the initial play, then in the 1v2, finds the angle, gets the kill and the outplay.
Was there any doubt that he is the top lane GOAT for the LCS?
No,
Actually, zero doubt and confirmed yet again.
And according to Impact, there's no doubt that he's the MVP. He said it in an interview on stage. He said, normally there's a lot of tension. It's kind of exciting to find out who's going to be the MVP. This year, it could only be me.
True, he's got my vote already.
I agree. Impact for MVP. I'm on the campaign trail. But hey, FlyQuest at least got something back right there. They get the 3rd Drake of the game. They stop TL from getting to Soul Point. They'll at least put the brakes on that a little bit, but it's still a 3,000 gold lead for Team Liquid. Things are still going their way. We are not seeing this FlyQuest comp be able to accomplish what it did in the previous game.
And we're seeing, again, the continuation of this Mikhail's Rush meta. Because we've seen Amumu over and over, the knock-on effects of the changes here, I do like, and the reactions. The importance of getting someone out of that CC obviously is paramount.
I mean, it's just massive, especially when Kallista's playing Barrier, right? This is not going to be that cleanse Kalista, so you need to have someone buying it. It makes more sense the support spends the money on a Mikhail's than Jan spends money on a QSS. It's better for him to just accelerate his itemization.
Especially with an AD carry like Kalista. You don't look at Kalista and think of, oh yeah, we're going to scale all the way to the end game. You want to be aggressive. You want to be scrappy. You always want to be ahead of the curve of the game. APA just going to continue pushing out the side lane now. Remember, there is that big ulti available for Quad. That is also an X factor that could change one of these team fights. The Skies Descend, the AoE is the whole map. Might be able to cause some sort of a difference here, but APA is just going to continue padding those pockets.
And while the game is looking really good for TL right now, I will say that Dragon was still pretty important because it buys FlyQuest a lot more time to scale.
Both junglers hanging around as they're going to go.
Yeah, Core JJ is the bait as Umpty brings in the firepower. Hostile takeover right over the top, and Busio's right into the ground. Inspired tries to escape, but Umpty does a nice job there with a Bramble Smash to set it up, so Inspired drops 2. Another clean 2-0 trade over to Team Liquid.
That's a Maokai master right there. I like that little bump. Able to make sure they do get that
kill. I heard you there. Like, ooh! Like, I need to do that.
The tank junglers need some oohs and ahs, okay?
Yeah,
so when you get one of those,
respect.
I got your back, Umpty.
Yeah. Look at that cue. You go, Umpty.
With the flash, okay. With the very flashy play. I like it.
Respect.
Obviously, I mean, the third team All-Pro is a little bit of a sting, so happy to shout him out. And we're going to get another look at it, I believe, in the chase down on the replay. He also had a really good ult on his, or angle on his ult, which went into Core JJ's.
I always love Maokai plus the Renata. Oh, APA maybe caught out.
APA flashing to the other side of the blast cone. Yeah, he wanted to make sure that he got on the other side of the blast cone so Busio couldn't stop that escape route.
Yeah, and Busio drops the ward right on the blast cone, hoping he would misclick to hit that, and then he could have maybe got caught up too. But Renata plus Maokai is so powerful. What's the counter to Maokai ult? You all stack up and one guy tanks it. What's the counter to Renata ult? Well, you all got to spread out. You can't do both at once, and that's the thing that makes it really, really difficult. You throw out the Maokai ult, they all have to group behind someone. Renata ult comes to the top, and it just creates chaos. Like, it's very slow moving, so yeah, your carries can just run away and avoid it, but they're not doing anything during that time, and your front line is getting destroyed.
I just imagined the AI just getting stun locked. They're like, we have to group. Oh, no, we have to spread. How do we deal with the problem?
Well, unfortunately for FlyQuest, this problem has grown to a massive size of almost 5,000 gold. Just 21 minutes into the game. Top side river control again in Team Liquid's favor as they secure the crab. They clear out some of the vision from the Baron
This is how
pit.
that last one set up. You know, with it was Bwipo TPing in that actually forced that initial play, but Core in trouble.
Yeah, he has to flash over the wall to get away there. Quad threatening to lock him up. He still does not have the Rylai's though on the Aurelion, so it is easier to get away from him. There's not that perma stick power.
So the fans asked earlier, you know, how does Spawn's belt work, or how does it feel?
What brand was it?
I would say it works, because look at the adjustments. The adjustments were so small in draft coming into this game, but so big in play. Massive, massive difference this time around with a 6,000 gold lead, with the dragons controlled, also splitting on the grubs.
Look at the gold lead in mid lane, by the way.
Yeah,
APA has just been vacuuming up so much gold.
I'm saying it started all with those first 2 turret plates.
Started with turret plates, and then some more turret plates, and then some more towers, and now he has enough gold to complete rapid fire when he goes back to base. He's going to be on 3 items. Quad's still trying to get to 2.
And the reasoning is, TL always know, well, he is our best scaling champion, so you always put him to get that solo tower gold. After they do the successful play on top side, everybody clear out. That's APA's money. He gets that tower. You saw the play on the bottom side. Everybody clear out. That's his tower. He gets the gold. So it just has this compounding effect where now you're afforded the benefits of a 3-item Corki at 22 minutes into the game. All this extra range with the rockets as well as the rapid fire.
You don't get swimming pools full of money by sharing, Kobe. They make sure that it's all concentrated in one spot, and that spot is spelled APA. 2 seconds left on the clock until the next Drake spawns, and Team Liquid has total control over the bot side river. Bwipo wants to try to at least trade the tier 1 turret in the top lane for it, and Impact won't be able to stop that.
Yep, and he will be able to get a bounty. This is largely because Impact says, they're not showing bot side. They could all be behind me right now, right? They could be looking for that wraparound, so he's not going to fight him for it. He's just going to back off. You know, you do get that objective bounty, which is a nice little chunk of gold there for FlyQuest, but it's now TL. Still 5,000 gold ahead. They're at soul point. So FlyQuest really only gets this next 5 minutes to scale. You have got to get as much gold as possible on Quad, on Masu. Pray that you can get the 3 items somehow and have a hope in this next fight.
It's tough, man. Bwipo caught on the very edge of the Intofo strike.
He's just still the GOAT. Over the wall, hits the Q3. That one was just so you know.
Just sending a message. As a team,
stay out.
Send another message by continuing to control all of the neutral objectives, even the small ones, like the crab. Goodbye, Mr. Crab. Umpty just going to pick that one up for himself. We do have the Leandries completed for the Maokai, so those annoying saplings that sit in the brushes are just going to be that much more obnoxious when you try to face check into them.
It is, I feel like, always more annoying when you're behind, too, because then they have time to set up saplings everywhere, and you're having to walk their second through all these saplings that are slowing you down further and further and further, and just buying the opposing team time to set up for that engage or set up to finish that objective.
And that's the big difference why TL prefer the Maokai over the Amumu. All the other teams in playoffs so far have been early picking this Amumu, but TL, even in the first game, earlier in the series, they threw down the Maokai first. Then they respond also, even when FlyQuest pick up the Amumu early. They're very happy to have this Maokai and have that extra vision tool for later in the game when you do get to these objective standoffs.
All right, this mid lane turret is not looking too great. Team Liquid might just try to hard force it down. Not quite gonna have the damage here just yet. One more auto attack from Yon might do it. Nope, just the damage over time from those grubs earlier was enough. 6.3 thousand gold lead. 3 minutes left on the clock until the soul spawns. FlyQuest still scrambling to get that gold in their pockets as Team Liquid heads over to the Baron.
Yeah, they're just going to start this up. Again, you have Kalista. Umti's just showing and saying, we're not doing it, we're not doing it. They are going to scout it out and spot it with the Ezreal ulti, and I think TL should back off. It's a pretty early Baron to commit to.
Umti's a liar.
Yeah, AP and Umti are off to the side, though. They're going to fire off the Maokai ulti. Now, Bwipo... Okay, he's fine. He's fine. I was a little bit worried there for a second as Masu and Busio trying to fire back at AP and Umti. Get him out of the jungle. All right, Jan's going bowling. Throws Core JJ right on in there, but a TP about to arrive from Quad as FlyQuest is ready to take the fight, but they got to be careful because Masu's already down to 20% HP. Quad has the Sky's Descent. He might look to drop it right here on Core and Jan. Bwipo trying to slice and dice his way in. He flashes for the Ruthless Predator, but it ain't going to be enough. There's so much damage coming out from TL. The ulti finally hits from the Aurelion Soul. FlyQuest is going to find the kill.
Yeah, they got separated there by the Aso ulti. The hostile takeover was nice, but the Aso ulti was coming in at the same time. So TL couldn't really move forward to back up Impact to capitalize on that. Impact ends up getting separated from the team. He had the bailout, but his flash was too late. The bailout had already been procced. So then no kill, and you are not going to get out of there alive. This play one more time started off very well by Impact. Notice how he just pushes Inspired away, keeping space. But the problem here is TL are very separated. Yeah. FlyQuest are able to just attack the TL bot lane, even though the great handshake is there to actually disrupt the initial play. They get in, they force their hand, and APA is not here until just now.
And I want to point out that cleanse that they used onto the Aurelion Soul to allow him to immediately drop that ultimate. They were able to get it off, and they were able to get him out of that Renata ultimate. The Mikhail's on both sides, and it was Busio this time. Since the Dragon got hit by it first, he's able to get it off on the Aurelion Soul first, allow the Aurelion Soul freedom, and again, those charged up ultimates, the stars from the Aurelion Soul, that's why they're investing so much into this pick.
I mean, it's the whole lane, right? Like, you saw that thing. It covers the entire lane. So, you know, you can't just run through it. You'll die. But at the same time, it bought so much time.
I, too, love the Aso when he's on my team. And when Quad is playing it.
Yeah.
That also helps.
40 seconds, though, and it is going to be a soul angle here, so we'll see.
And Quad, despite the fact that it was a big ulti, despite the fact that that fight did go FlyQuest's way, they didn't really get a whole lot more after it. They were able to secure the objective bounty in the bottom lane. Most of that was just the minion wave walking in and taking care of business for them. It's still a 5,000 gold lead for TL. 4,000 of that is still on APA on the Corki.
And you look at the actual completed items, right? They couldn't get towards 3 items on either their carries over on the FlyQuest side. APA is on 3.5, and the third item is going to be coming in here pretty soon for Jan. Of course, he's still on 2, so that's at least something working for them. But this is where you have to kind of make your decision. Do you give up soul, or do you draw your line in the sand and say, nope, we just have to fight it out now and decide the game?
Saplings being applied to brushes as Team Liquid makes their way to the Drake pit. They're taking it slow, setting up some of those control wards, seeing if FlyQuest will hastily check into the brush.
Yeah, you're going through a minefield of saplings into Renata and Maokai ultimate. So that thing is totally gone.
All right, soul secured by TL. FlyQuest still moving forward, chasing after him a little bit here. A nice handshake coming out from Core JJ. Inspired gets an ulti. It's followed up with the Aurelion Soul ultimate, but it's not the big one. Now Bwipo's coming around from the side, but it's just the alligator delivery system. APA's happy to accept the package. It's a triple kill back for the Corki. Make it a quadra. This might just be what APA's looking for. He goes in. Pentakill. APA.
Captain America to the rescue, flies in, dominates the team fight. TL get the soul, and they're going to get the game.
The rich get richer. APA started early, and he is going to end incredibly rich as TL strike back again.
TL had a rough game 2, but clearly they came into game 3 with a plan. APA was given all the resources, the bot lane was given the attention they needed, and Team Liquid is giving FlyQuest a knuckle sandwich. They're moving to match point, 2-1.
0-0-1 until the final fight of the game, into a pentakill there for APA. He takes over, makes it pay off all the gold that they put into his pockets. They executed on that team fight very well.
And even though he's the one to collect and get the pentakill, you know, the biggest DPS on the team, the things to examine are how TL is outplaying FlyQuest in some of these small timing differences for the turn after the dragon, where they make the call, they immediately turn around, they grab the kill, then they go for Bwipo as he's trying to flank the other side. It is multiple team fights where they're able to get that.
Team Liquid looking good in game number 3. And now, Raz, why don't you break that one down for us?
Yeah.
You can do it, Raz.
Stop asking us to break it down. That's not going to happen. No, stop it. That's not going to happen. Why'd you block it? Okay, yeah, so I think
Why did I block it? What?
I mean, it raises the question, why are you here? If you're not willing to break it down, okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to say that now, we're going to have to break it down.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Moving into game 4, Team Liquid up 2-1.
Okay.
Yep.
We're going to recap the series starting with actually game 1.
Yes.
And then we're going to be making our way to game 3. So first game, Team Liquid. Second game, FlyQuest. Third game, Team Liquid. Let's check out the highlights for game number 1.
The first game to me was kind of based around the top lane pick.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Cassante from Impact making a statement in that game. I thought he was an incredible force for his team. The first solo kill was a big one to me.
I was going to say, the way he was able to capitalize when Bwipo did try to cheat down to proxy farm.
Yeah.
This play, literally, and that kind of shifted the entire matchup right after this.
That was so sad. He was trying to slice and dice past him, but then he got stunned up with the Cassante W, and then Impact makes him pay for it. And then it doesn't get easier past that point.
It is pretty wild that we've now seen Bwipo 7 games in a row of Renekton against Cassante.
That is true.
7 times in a row across 2 different series. I'd say in game 1, though, one of the big things that decided it was Busio and Masu actually being able to get ahead of the Kalista Senna early. I could have decided that. I just remembered the Team Liquid managed to win the game. But it made me think that they were going to have a chance of winning.
Yeah, I was a believer. We were haters at the beginning because the Kalista Senna was going to be a strong lane. But that was when okay, the Croc is a bit too strong. But but that was when Senna sent the ulti top lane. Kalista made a few mistakes. So it was just laning mistakes that came through. But then Cassante, as per usual, was online.
I mean, it's kind of crazy watching this again. It makes me remember how close game 1 actually was.
It was really close.
Yeah.
Like they didn't show the Drake fight that I thought actually got weirdly TL back into it after they were falling behind from some of FlyQuest skirmishes and fights, which was the one we covered in that thing, right? Where it's a Mumu ult goes down and then the Senna ult response is immediate. But Impact, he had a good game capitalizing the solo kill. You see 1 shifted in his favor. I think game 2 was all about quad and the Aurelion Soul pickup, which starts here in this top lane play where after pushing out the wave, he is able to rotate up and kind of get the little last hit onto the kill.
It was funny because even before this, the message in the chat from APA, do you remember this matchup? That was the first time that was Quad's first game.
First game.
And he was playing the exact same matchup, got solo kill in lane. Now he gets his get back here.
Yep, and here we're gonna see the sick handshake from Busio again. To your point, Jat, I think in game 1, even though they lost, the bot lane was performing really well. In game 2, they also performed really well.
Yeah, Busio had really good first 2 games. Then having the Cassante or the Renata taken away from them in game 3, I think hurt. This was really just I think, what do you call it? Quadpocalypse, Emily?
Quadpocalypse, yeah. with the ASOL damage. And again, something we pointed out when we were doing highlights before, but is apparent in this team fight as well. Jan just was not able to get in to do damage, and they, after kind of the first phase of the fight, he was always getting jumped on by someone from FlyQuest.
Yeah, even in the interview with Spawn, he mentioned just how, of course, yes, they're scaling. He recognized that, but said that his team should be a little bit more aggressive in stopping that, and just it was very clear. Even with the 1K gold lead that they had at a certain stage of the game, the Aurelion Sol was online and incredibly safe in a lot of these team fights. Quad was insane.
Yeah, 80% kill participation, almost a third of his team's damage, 5-0 and 11 off of that. And it makes sense.
Fights.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense as to why they didn't change it up for game 3.
Run that right back, at least the top side.
Again.
That top side, they ran that right back.
A couple close sequences at the start of this game. I would say Core's Renata did change the game a little bit because Jan and Core were in a strong place the whole game. And then as the cast was mentioning, APA's ability to just get gold this entire game, 0-0-1, and accruing a 3,000 or 4,000 gold advantage before just really popping off at the end with the pentakill.
I agree. I mean, the positioning that APA had in a lot of these fights, I think that made it very difficult for Amumu to do his job.
Yeah, and I think you see it here and throughout. Umti was actually also looking for really good openings where he'd be able to lay the Maokai ult across, which was also a big difference maker. And then again here, the Renata ult is pretty big in this fight as well. And to your point, Jat, with where Team Liquid are focusing on getting gold onto APA, especially with like turret takes, Quad was a lot quieter in this game.
Yeah, he absolutely was. But also, we did see the pentakill. We're going to take a look at it one more time. This week's Pagoda moment is the pentakill from APA. Get enough gold. You get enough gold, and you make things happen.
Strong enough. I think the best part about this was that he was playing right outside of the range of a Amumu ulti. He basically dodged it out entirely with a Valkyrie, and then they focused fire on the Renekton. And at this point forward, it's actually pretty easy to take that rest of the fight. FlyQuest still thinks that they can play it through, but it was the Renata ulti that kept the Dragon interested. So APA, you forget, this guy has, I remember last time they, people talk about it being a one trick, the Ziggs, the Tristana, but my God, bringing the Corki, he had the Aurelion Sol, like this man can play everything and he plays it at a high level and it looks like he's having fun.
You just don't understand. He's just a one trick of whatever they decide to lock in repeatedly in draft.
True.
A rotational
That's how it works.
one trick.
Yeah, exactly.
Moving into game 4.
Okay.
Yep.
We've seen a little bit of a different series in the fact that Team Liquid's been blue side all 3 games and FlyQuest has been red side all 3 games. So we get to see this nice little stacked draft for how the series has actually been going.
And one thing I'm super curious about, again, TL are up, so it might be a little different. But I remember when we had Core on the desk for the C9 series before, he said specifically game 4 draft is when you kind of have to shift things up if things haven't been working. So as we see the progression of the FlyQuest drafts, I'm wondering if what they're going to change, if they're going to change further their strategy because of, again, super Renekton prio. The Amumu prio has been something that's been really huge for them. And the biggest shift that we kind of saw was TL taking away the Renata as a response in game 3 and then going back to the Callista.
Maybe if they're going to drop a ban, maybe Rumble.
I like that
You let
idea.
Impact have that?
Maybe, because then they can if they force them to first pick Rumble, they can take the Corki Renekton on their side or something like that.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
Throw a wrench.
Because we're heading into the break.
They chose red side.
They're red side, so we're going to see exactly the same sides. We might see mirrored bans once again. Let's see if it happens after the break. Game 4 is next.
Hello?
Bro, what are you parking?
Seriously? What is that?
Remote smart parking assist. You could have parked anywhere.
They could have parked there. They could have parked there. They could have parked there.
Iziran not coming.
Yep.
TP, TP.
Watch move, watch move.
Ezreal thing.
I'm okay.
I have W, guys. Yeah, I should be fine.
It's winnable, watch Renekton.
Yeah. Azor low ulti.
That's the stun.
How's
I'm
that?
looking at
Azor.
Oh, nice. Cool. I'm looking. Azor.
We got it.
Karma dodge.
Okay, I'm going to grabs again.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay, low.
Okay, I'm out of juice. I'm just going to ward now, Masu.
Yeah, you can.
Can't tap TP, right?
Oh, maybe I'm out.
Porky's trying to go top.
Not bad.
Hey, I'm ulting here, okay? Watch that TP fight.
TP early. Looking Karma side. Karma so pretty. He's dead.
Amumu too.
Yeah, Amumu. Here, flash out, I think.
Get a slash.
Okay, nice.
Dead. No bot. Hey, Azor no jump.
Okay.
Good job.
Renekton's not bot. Look. I have Stark still. I'm done. I have Stark still, I'm fine.
If he
Go
ults me,
front,
go focus front.
Cassandre. Nice job, guys.
He's dead.
Yeah,
Careful, I'm on the flash.
Yeah.
Kill. Ulti.
I block.
Yeah.
Renekton.
I'm fine. Go Renekton. We can go better after. Yeah, watch this.
Go for it.
Azor. Azor low.
I go easier.
End of Penta.
And then Penta. I'm pushing it. Keep going.
Can you?
Focus it. We can.
Penta kill.
Let's go. Let's go mid.
Okay.
Welcome back. Match point for Team Liquid up 2-1. A win gives them a slot in the championship finals next Saturday. The loser will go on to face the winner of tomorrow's matchup between C9 and 100 Thieves in the championship weekend, round one, I guess. I don't know exactly what to call that game.
Oh, no!
I don't want to call it a loser final.
Zeus's son swapped sides.
Oh, true.
TL go Liquid. Now he wants to be on the
loyalty can be bought.
It can be bought and will be.
Fourth game in a row. We have Team Liquid blue side, FlyQuest red side, Rumble, Ziggs,
Guess what
Ivern,
the bands are?
Smolder, Lilia, Nasus, first pick Corki, second pick Renekton, Ezreal, third pick
Stand your ground. Don't change an inch.
Nobody shift.
We're getting Corki.
Will we see Whippo play not Renekton? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Will we see Whippo play not Ezreal? Or Masu play not Ezreal? Maybe?
That's possible.
That seems like actually now that the bans are the same, the quickest one to change.
Yeah, that one I could see happening. Both players are great at Kalista, and they will immediately come out of the last game being like, damn, we tried 2 plays at the Kalista lane, and it just did not work in our favor.
Yeah. I think Inspired needs to pivot off of Mumu, actually. This should be Renekton.
Yeah, the Mumu should change.
And then
there we go. That's the change.
There we go.
Okay.
We did it. We changed something.
It happened.
I actually really like that because I thought is just going to respond with the Sejuani, of course. But I think that had his first really, really strong game in this past game, and it was all about a lot of the Maokai setups for the damage that was coming through from TL. He was looking for some really, really good angles to get catches. They are going to prioritize the Kalista. That also makes sense. And then Senna coming through again.
Okay, we just need to ban the Sejuani, I think, in 4-5. We already have a Senna, and you know for sure we're going to need some frontline and engage from Sejuani is a very clear one. I wonder what he's going to go to once that's gone.
I really like.
Maybe the Vi.
Could be.
Yeah, I would say maybe FlyQuest
I would hate
end
it.
up.
Only because you're going up against Renekton and Maokai, and that's just your first 2 picks. I think Vi is pretty easy to handle, but
Yeah.
it's going to be tough.
I really like the Senna into the Maokai. I feel like those engages are so telegraphed that you're going to be able to heal and shield and mist up to avoid it. I also do like the Ashe into the Callista for what it's worth if FlyQuest still holds their counter pick for Busio like they have the entire series.
This is another big one because we've talked about how every single game has been Renekton, but it's also been impact on the Cassante, right?
Sure.
So we're removing that off the table, taking out the Seraphine, which has been paired really well with Ashe. Not yet seen in LCS, but seen in other regions.
What do you think he's going to go to now that he's lost both Cassante and Rumble here?
You think?
I think an Ornn angle is real.
Yeah, Ornn also partners really well with.
It would require a little more aggressive jungler from Umpty. If he goes to Sejuani, then I would say he would want to go Jax, but that has already been taken away by FlyQuest, so it makes me think there's a higher chance that he goes Ornn. There's also a window for him to go Mordekaiser if he really wants to, the Impact Special.
Yeah. And I just want to remind people at home, Team Liquid is 1 game away of being in the finals. So incredibly important for both teams, obviously, but for FlyQuest to be able to narrow this one into a Game 5, every time they faced off against each other in playoffs, it's been a banger. So
they also haven't lost an LCS series in 170 days, I believe is the number.
That's true.
It was FlyQuest who last beat them in a Game 5 in the upper bracket of the spring playoffs. Then Team Liquid ran the lower bracket, beat FlyQuest, came into the LCS, have an undefeated split, 3-0 Thieves, and now sit at 2-1 against FlyQuest. So they've been on a bit of a heater.
Yeah, those are the 2 teams that have been really making waves here. So see what the response to Leona actually coming in on 4.
Leona locked in and then saving the counter pick for Quad in the mid lane.
I think it's safe to say we're going cleanse this game. I think Maokai, Ashe, Leona, like, you want to throw in a Renekton W in there? I think it's safe to say we're going cleanse.
Ooh, Skarner.
Jungle Skarner?
No.
Jungle
it's
Sejuani. Correct.
Okay, so this is something that obviously Keria played the other day. However, it's been used as a counter pick into Leona, specifically by Orca over in the PCS. Which
Sorry, I can't hear you over the
horn. I like the Shen hover though. We've seen it support, obviously.
True.
This time it would have gone top. I just wanted to shout that out.
That's fair.
Because I do like it.
It's also an Impact Special. He has a few of them, right?
Yeah, that's true. He can choose to lock it any time, but you're right, chat. You know Impact very well.
I do.
He's just going to go with the Ornn. We had the fun hovers from Umpty. No, he's just going to go with the Sejuani.
And that's it, Team Liquid. That's some late game scaling front to back I've ever seen it. FlyQuest doing their own version of it with the Zeri mid lane for Quad. Let's see if FlyQuest can bring us to Game 5. Casters, take us away. Specifically, Flowers.
Flowers, analyze this.
I will happily analyze this. There is too much AD carries. At least I think so, but Liquid does not. They're locking in with 3 of them. Remember what's on the line here in this one. If you win this, you are guaranteed to be in the finals next weekend. You are guaranteed to also not have to go through play-ins at Worlds. Feels good, man.
It certainly does. And I think both of these teams feel like that is a very reachable goal. Even FlyQuest on elimination match right now, on an elimination game from the upper bracket, it does feel within reach. They did show already this series. They do have what it takes to take down Team Liquid. So some small adjustments here, off of the Aurelion Soul, onto the Zeri now, trying to like match the AD carry inflation that is going on and running rampant throughout Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, we saw, honestly, a very back and forth Game 1, a pretty dominant Game 2 from FlyQuest, and a pretty dominant Game 3 from TL. So I do think overall it has been a pretty close series, and we'll see if FlyQuest can push us all the way, can send us the distance here. As we are in the upper bracket finals, the loser of this obviously would still be at finals weekend, but they would play first on the Friday, and they would be awaiting the winner of 100 Thieves Cloud9, which is, of course, tomorrow for that last spot at LCS finals weekend, as well as the final ticket here to Worlds. But something I wanted to talk about is going to get the classic APA banter a little bit early on, is just how good Impact has been and how good he has been in this series. You know, Bwipo had a quote on him, which I thought was pretty cool to hear, like how much respect he had. And he was just talking about how Impact really is the benchmark for greatness, and he's really excited to play against him. Bwipo went on to talk a lot about how, you know, one of his biggest goals and the biggest reasons that he plays is to really test himself against the best players in the world, to go international and see, you know, can I take on the Shy? Can I take on Bin? Can I take on whoever? And he said when he's playing against Impact, that gives him the barometer to know if he's going to be successful against those guys. That's the kind of level that he puts them on, some of the best players in the world.
Already scrapping a little bit up there in that top side. Impact stealing away a couple of grasp procs. You can see CoreJJ now at 249 wins, 11th all-time in the LCS. The dude has played a lot of LCS League of Legends.
Also, it's worth saying that TL as an organization, with the wins already previously in this series, have surpassed TSM as second all-time wins in the LCS for any organization, which is huge. You know, considering how long TSM was in the league, and very impressive stuff, because I think Team Liquid are going to keep winning games.
They're looking like it. I agree.
They are continuing their winning ways.
And I mean, especially if you're a new fan, you may be like, well, why is that crazy? Because TSM at the end wasn't, you know, the same TSM we saw earlier where they were so dominant. You know, they made, I want to say it was 10 straight finals for LCS. Yeah. Like, it was a ridiculous run. This team was always at the top. So to see someone passing them, obviously, you know, TL has had a lot of success for a long time.
Yeah. The TSM Glory days, they were always coming in first. The main question was, all right, who's taking the silver medal, right? And Team Liquid, they had their Glory days. They had their huge sprint where it was, you know, the back-to-back titles. All right, Kobe, what do you got?
I got a Maokai here, Flowers. I'm always looking out for these ganks, and Inspired has snuck here and been waiting patiently for quite a long time for his moment, but has to retreat. And so they aren't going to be able to hit the snare, but a little bit of a chase out here as Umpty had come over.
Yeah, CoreJJ just does not care. He knows that they're about to crash this wave into the turret. He's just going to harass Inspired a little bit while Umpty steals away the blue.
Yeah, exactly. And it may end up being a bit of this 2v2 in the jungle. And look where Yon is positioning. So if a fight breaks out, it's going to be that extra man coming much faster. Masu is further back. So TL cover that, allowing Umpty to take that blue buff away. And now he's going to cross mid lane and go up towards enemy Raptors and steal away even more of these camps. This is just great, utilizing that bot lane prio.
But it's because he has to, because Inspired got the sneak start on his red quadrant, and so it's really forced.
Nice lockup on Quad there. Umpty knocks him down to half HP, but Bwipo has made a rotation over to join this fight. Inspired is ready to tip the odds in FlyQuest's favor. Umpty can't get away from that one. It's first blood for Bwipo.
It's all manufactured by FlyQuest, by Inspired, stealing away, sneaking their red quadrant, and then, you know, while Umpty is leading and then uses CoreJJ to at least go get the blue buff, they're still being chased around as we have seen some AD carry 1v1 deaths in the mid lane under less duress than that. So happy to see no actual dead bodies after that one, but still, back to the jungle.
That was grim. That was grim.
Back to the jungle. You know, capitalization. Really, really, really big start. Sometimes in the critical matches, you know.
Look at Masu, though. Masu was forced to base. You can see his barriers on cooldown. He has 15 CS when he had to go back to base, so didn't get a good buy. He will be able to come back and collect some of this, and even the farm deficit a little bit, but that's already a 500 gold lead for Yon. Yeah, it's going to trim down a bit, but they got a plate.
Well, we've got another scrap up here in the top side as Bwipo jumps in after Impact and Umpty. Only 3 stacks on the Sejuani stun, though, so nothing else is really going to happen. You could see that Inspired did make his way over just in case TL wanted to commit to this. It would have been a fair 2v2, but no such thing.
Yeah, and Inspired can keep up his pace here on the Maokai, so goes back for his recall. It is going to be extra ability haste over just the Ruby Crystal start for the Sejuani, as we have an Ignite.
Yeah, Yon is very low. Forced to use the cleanse to get away there as Busio and Masu try to keep the pressure on.
This is actually critical because they stopped the base. So Yon had this additional gold that I was talking about from the CS lead. They stopped the base, which is going to mean he's going to lose some farm on the bounce, and he hadn't bought yet. Imagine if he had Berserker Greaves for that fight. It looks completely different. So they know that they can force in that timing before Yon went back and spent that gold.
All right, CoreJJ's job is just to soak whatever he can underneath the turret. Recall from Busio, who did lose most of his health in that engage. As, meanwhile, The replay showing what went down earlier when Umpty ended up getting caught. It's just the power of the extra man for FlyQuest.
Yeah, nice job with the jungle start and then chasing him around, and the kill actually going into Bwipo will be interesting. This Renekton has been a hot topic, especially for this team, as far as the priority continuing. This game, though, Bwipo starting out with a big gold lead. You know, Renekton with Conqueror into the Ornn for Impact should be a pretty good chance for him to actually reach up to that big benchmark that he looks up to.
We know that those Ornn items that'll come online later in the game too are going to be very nice for all these AD carries that would love to just have some extra spikes of damage in there, as Umpty's going to start up the first Drake here nice and early for Team Liquid.
Yeah, you know, we heard Swan talking before the last game about how he wanted his team to be the ones pushing the pace, that they felt that pressure. I feel like it's the inverse in this game. When I look over at Ashe Zeri as your main damage, Sejuani and Ornn backed up by a Senna is going to be so hard to punch through. You are full physical against two people who can stack infinite armor.
Well, FlyQuest is coming in to try to stop the Drake take from Team Liquid. Umpty's still hanging around to at least try to smite fight, try to contest for this. But FlyQuest just have the manpower. Flash in from Busio, going after Umpty, who uses the Arctic Assault to get away and drag Busio with them. Team Liquid clears the gap, makes sure that they are not going to lose anybody there in that scrap, but it's still Dragon secured by FlyQuest.
And during that whole thing, APA pushing mid, focusing on the minions as diligently as ever. Quad made his way over, so Zeri comes and they say thank you for the leash. Then at the end, of course, you know, Umpty is always watching for the engage, ready with the Arctic Assault. Still, as watching for it, it was good timing there to, even with Busio's Zenith Blade landing after the flash, take him into safety.
Yep, you know, well played there by MT. And I think TL knew that it would be a steal away, you know, on that Dragon, that it really shouldn't be theirs from the position of the game and from the power that FlyQuest has here early on. Also worth noting, I don't know if you guys saw the little pop-up on the side screen at the beginning. APA was averaging over 11 CS per minute for last game. You know, that's a big reason why he was able to get so much gold, so much turret plate gold, so much, you know, kill gold, obviously, not till the end of the game. But he created this, like, what was it, 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead without a single kill.
And APA, he knows that Aurelion Sol so well, and he was really pushing from the very beginning in the individual matchup and then into the side lanes, which people always talk about for TL, as them funneling him into those side lanes and really concentrating gold on the full offense, kind of best carrier of gold that Corki is.
Yeah, and I mean, this is second plate going down here already. Only 8 minutes in there for APA. Obviously, Quad was moving down towards that Dragon, so he's going to be feeling good about the advantages that he's created for himself.
We got to get him in like a rich Ziggs emote with some gold coins sprinkling around or something.
Money bags.
Yeah, exactly. Some Scrooge McDuck.
It fits with the old TL memes, too, with the paid by Steve.
Yeah.
Bring that back.
True, true. Well, Umpty maybe paid by bottom lane. Bottom lane have paid their junglers well, constantly visiting. He does have ult.
Yeah.
I mean, Masu's got flash and barrier, so maybe go Busio.
Yeah, Busio's decided to engage. Both junglers going to show up, but it's Umpty arriving first. Yawn popping the cleanse, trying to get back away as the solar flare forces the flash out as well. No summoners for the Team Liquid carry as Busio is low, but that's the Leona. That focus ain't going to be the answer Team Liquid wants. Inspired continues chasing. Masu with one more shot, and it's right through Yawn's heart. FlyQuest 1-0 in the scrap.
Another lane gank from Inspired. Lane ganks are the way. Always coming through. This time on the Maokai, you get to start that ultimate, and as TLC, you know, again, the jungler's constant focus bottom lane actually paying off for FlyQuest this time around. Nice follow-up.
I mean, Leona is just so ridiculously tanky in these early skirmishes here. You have Aftershock, you have your W up, so sure, they're actually putting a lot of damage down onto Busio, but they can kind of just tank it through. The early cleanse on that ulti from, you know, Masu that came out onto Yawn, but then the Ignite immediately goes down, he's getting chunked out, Core is getting chunked out, and Inspired finds a really good angle to flash in the backline and Bramble smash Yawn down. Slows him down enough that Masu can get the chase down.
Exactly, that's the key, the focus target. Because they see the early cleanse and flash invested from Yawn, due to the Maokai ultimate, you know, he's getting out of the range. Inspired knows he can flash follow up on that range, bump him backwards, get that kill. And bottom lane has been such a big tipper as far as the objectives control goes. So Dragon number 1 went to play FlyQuest. Looks like they are actually swapping up for those Void Grubs as well. So should be able to get Dragon plus the Void Grubs since lanes on bottom side. TL have kept their bottom lane there, and Umpty's also even there. So Bwipo decides to ult in the face of 4.
Yeah, Whippo's going to try to survive this one. Let's see how well that goes. Trying to flash away now. Team Liquid with the 4-man dive. Impact nearly dying to the turret, but it ain't going to be enough. TL gets the job done while the Grubs are claimed by Inspired on the other side of the map.
Cost them quite a bit to get it done, but they did do it. They didn't lose anyone, and they likely will win this race here down on the bottom side because it's just Masu hitting that tower up on top lane. It's going to cost them the Grubs as well, but we'll see how much TL can defend. It's going to be APA going back out towards mid lane to collect that wave as it comes in.
Importantly in this game too, the first set of Grubs was taken so late that we're not even going to get to see the second set, right? 14 minutes is going to occur before that timer would happen, so it'll just be Rift Herald.
And Whippo, you could see what he did there immediately. He went for the minion wave. He knows, yeah, it's 4 people. Yeah, I'm going to die. He assassinated the minion wave. the rare minion wave assassination at the cost of his own life, and then teleports back to the tower here to keep on trying to farm, keep that gold up for himself. He is still 1.3k individually ahead, so he goes for the ult, charges up his rage, and even as the teleport's coming in, goes right for it, starts on the cannon, finishes off the cannon. Then he flashed as well, but maybe he thought there was an angle to actually get out, but TL Impact, tanking tower,
Exactly.
it was fine. They have 4 people to pull it off, plus a Senate ult.
I mean, that's what makes it so hard, right? Like, generally, you only get the kills back in these situations when you're in a tower if you can get onto the person who is tanking the tower, right? Yeah. That's where it usually goes wrong, but Impact was on the very edge of turret range, takes all those shots, just buys so much time for TL to finish it off.
Yeah, it does, delay the enemy team, so the tempo, quote-unquote, play is kind of there. It's just the extra flash at the end. If you're going for the minion wave, maybe, resign yourself to the death. Still, though, FlyQuest keep up their neutral objectives. That is both dragons plus the first Void Grubs for themselves, so they do keep that pace up. And if you're looking at the next spawn on the top side of the map, they already have their deep wards through the blue quadrant of Team Liquid's jungle, leading over to the second spawn of Void Grubs in just over a minute.
That being said, the gold is still very close, so as long as TL set up well, put
Oh
trouble.
boy. Here goes that Crocodile once again. Whippo with a nice heal to keep himself alive. Might just walk away from it. Well played for the FlyQuest top laner.
Yeah, not enough damage to finish him off. Whippo gets out. He's cashed out the call. He's on 1 item, and maybe FlyQuest want to take a look at Umpty here. They're setting up for it.
Yeah, Umpty just face checks right into the brush. Tons of CC comes down, even through the dawning shadow. Umpty just eats so much damage as the arrow arrives from all the way away. Masu even getting involved in it. FlyQuest 3-1.
Huge counter, and then into their own trap that they set. FlyQuest, they want a game 5. They're looking like they're going to push us there too. Really nicely done as far as the early control goes.
Yeah, honestly, a really good play there. Now opening up a decent gold lead, 1.5k. If TL can stay close, the question really is just going to be, can they make their stand at this next dragon? Do they risk waiting till the 4th dragon and wait all that time? We can see this one more time. Senna is not an AD carry, really. You're Soraka with the gun. I've said it before. You don't do any damage with this sort of build, so it's really all on Yon to be able to kill him off, and this is a fully completed item for Whippo. He has the ulti available, so he's able to pop that, get a big heal off of that Q, and then just back, stuns up core, slice and dice to safety. Well played.
This guy's a living emote, man. Everything is emotable, as you can see here. Sejuani's tanky. Glacial armor is great. You can face check a lot, but you can't face check that. Now Whippo going in, 1v2. He knows he's got backup coming. Quad arrives, ready with a lightning crash, and Umpty Sejuani is suffering in this game 4.
Another counter from FlyQuest. Again, they're so ready for Team Liquid, and every play that they start this time around really feels like they have been one step ahead. But back to that reaction. I want the slowed down reaction from Whippo. It reminded me of, that sloth emote? Where it's the animal. It's the animal movie, but that thing slowed down. I can't remember what. I love
the animal
That's
movie.
My favorite movie. I love the animal.
Don't you just love animals?
I knew you weren't going to let me get away with it. I watch about one animated
it was Zootopia,
movie.
wasn't it? I think. Zootopia?
Yeah,
I think?
that's it.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's an animal movie.
Animal movie.
That was an animal movie. You're close enough. You could have been more disturbed. You could be like the animal movie where they're in the cages, That's a good and they're like, whoa.
All I remembered was the sloth face.
Well, fair.
Dude, I don't think saying that you watch like one movie a year is actually helping your cause, though.
Well, one animated movie maybe every like 6 years even. I don't watch a lot
How
of
do you not
animated
remember
ones.
the name of it? There's only one.
Let's move on. How about that?
Let's not dig too deep.
Let's move on.
Maybe it was a second monitor experience.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He looked over and oh, it was in a movie theater. Okay. Well, you said let's move on, and then you just dragged it back.
You could have just let him. Okay. Let's go into the Rift Herald fight now. As Inspired and FlyQuest do not want to let Team Liquid get this. When FlyQuest are currently the ones with the lead, the Herald is going to be secured by Umpty here on the front line with the Dawning Shadow looking to keep him alive as Inspired dives in. APA needs the damage, and the Ornhorn sets him up beautifully. Make it 2 for Team Liquid as Whippo has to flash the wall. Quad wants to go in with a lightning crash. He only gets 1. Masu slowed up by Umpty. Quad still fighting, still kiting, still shooting back into Team Liquid, but APA's ready to play. Masu and Whippo versus 3 for TL. APA finally drops. Masu's fighting, but Team Liquid's winning. Holy cow, what a fight!
It's an absolute bloodbath in the top river there between TL and Fly. And so much of the difference is just that Quad was not there at the start. He used the E to actually go up to farm the wave in top. TL see that. They are more than happy to accept this fight.
Yeah, right up the river. And then we have the Senna ult over the top. Q from Sejuani brings Inspired back, but he uses it to flash over to the eyeball before dying, so they do at least get that objective. TL, though, this part was so cool to watch because Quad, he's ready to die for the re-engage from Whippo and Masu. Look at this. He goes up on the Zeri. Masu's going to step forward, and Whippo coming over the back. They almost are able to do it. It's just that the ultimate here from Kalista, giving them the extra CC, and then constant heals from that core JJ Senna.
I gotta say, though, it does speak to a bit of miscommunication when Quad is using his E to go over the wall topside to get that wave, while Inspired is engaging in the river, so it made him so much later because he couldn't actually just electric slide over the wall into the fight early on. And as a result, even with all the damage from Masu, FlyQuest still loses out, and now it's a slight gold lead for TL as we fight for this third dragon here.
All right, the Herald that Team Liquid earned in the previous fight is just going to be used as a distraction in mid lane while TL begins
Here we go, look at Whippo.
FlyQuest has already claimed the first 2. Whippo looking to come around from the side, but APA is very strong, tries to Valk back away, but stunned up. Masu with the clutch ulti, and now Whippo can keep pressing forward. Team Liquid collapses, impacts in the middle of no man's land. FlyQuest just hit a crit on the whole mid game.
Whippo's got teammates. The Ash Arrow over the wall, the jump forward from Quad. They follow up, they get their kill, they take down the Corki, they take down the Dragon, they'll get the mid lane turret, and their rampage to push us to that game 5 continues. Masu does get engaged upon, but it's just going to be the little tap.
Yeah, he's chilling, All the threats on Team Liquid are pretty much dead. Yon's hanging around, but without his buddy Core JJ, his faithful bowling ball, not that much of a threat.
So they do stop the mid push, but bottom push is still going to be there. So that should be an even richer Renekton. This is going to be new rich man on campus. It is Whippo most fed in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just APA playing a little bit too aggressive here. He knows there's no flash on the Renekton, but there's no flash on him. And when you get tagged by the Slice, the Dice is sure to follow. He's stunned up. Masu nails him with the ulti over the wall. Quad is there. Everyone on FlyQuest engages at the exact same time, and they crush this fight.
You mentioned a difference in comms and timing and coordination. This time around, it was CC into CC, right out of the Renekton stun, into the Ash Arrow. Beautiful follow-up there, and instantly killing the target.
And I gotta give credit to Whippo. You know, the last couple games, it has been a top diff for Impact. This time, he got that early first blood onto Umpty, and he has really ran away with it. He's nearly 3,000 gold ahead of the Ornn.
Lucio going in for the Zenith Blade. Solar Flare ain't gonna find anybody, but Whippo is once again here on the front line. Impact teleports into the middle of everybody, but he's not. Very tanky. Couple more auto attacks get it done, and Whippo's claiming the kill. FlyQuest ain't done yet. Team Liquid continually getting pushed back. Umpty and Impact, the front line, the tanks, the meatballs on Team Liquid are not withstanding the damage.
Looks like they are going to go for the reset afterwards. They don't actually get to clear out all of Team Liquid's vision around Baron, which I was thinking would be the big reward after they push them off. But with Impact coming up so quickly after that, they're just going to go base.
I mean, it's going to be tough now. You really cannot give Cloud Soul over. Yeah, the flat move speed is incredible, but also there's amazing champions to use the actually ulti move speed. Renekton and Zeri are 2 of the best in the game.
Yeah,
at utilizing that. Here it is one more time. Impact TP's in, but he is just paper. He's on 1 item right now. Bwipo's on full 2, so they just turn on the Ornn. This guy with only the Thornmail, no HP really, in the kit to back it up. Obviously, there's a little bit on Thornmail, but he's just so squishy.
Yeah, you actually don't want your Ornn to be the focus fire there, because if he teleports that far forward, then you don't get your Ornn ultimate. You can see his cooldown still up afterwards. They need like front line umpty up there so you can actually have the time to utilize your Ornn ultimate. It's really good job from FlyQuest jumping on that teleport location.
And I'll say, one of the things that's tough with Ornn is you can't side lane very well at all. So if you get way behind in the early game, it's very difficult to just say, okay, we're just going to buy some time and he's going to farm it up. You can't really recover from that spot as far as the gold is. Your only recourse is just going to team fights and getting gold through that. So we'll see if they're going to be able to set up these team fights properly. It is a 2K lead. It's pretty much all, well, more than all that is really on this Renekton. So it's going to be about Bwipo finding those big team fights and Quad following up on it, because those are 2 really strong members right now on FlyQuest.
Yeah, Quad is also super rich, and he has been jumping forward on this Zeri, really taking advantage of like the small movements here. FlyQuest, though, let's see. They've got him currently pushing bottom lane. Quad does have his teleport, as well as his flash. So the Zeri in the side lane with a static Shiv just deletes the minion wave and then allows you the extra push here so they can come, join, and contest Team Liquid at this Vision game. I don't think Team Liquid is anywhere near starting up a Baron. They're just trying to get some Vision to play with.
Man, the thing I'm so worried about if I'm Team Liquid right now, you got 90 seconds, just a little bit more than that, until this Cloud Soul spawns for FlyQuest. Cloud Soul for Zeri and Renekton, who are already extremely fed? This is a problem. This is not the kind of champions where you're like, oh, okay, Cloud's all right. Both of them are incredible with that extra buff.
And I want to point out the Immortal Reminder for Quad. 3rd item is a big one because the Senna healing is so big. He is going to shut that down. It really helps when the Zeri is ahead of the pace.
All right, Inspired's just going to use the ulti to set up his tier 1 turret potential dive, but Bwipo is stuck underneath the tower range. He has to flash away just to survive that one. Steric's Gage keeping him healthy enough. FlyQuest are forced back.
That is potentially problematic. Now, no flash. Renekton definitely a lot weaker for this next team fight. And FlyQuest really wants to win that one, secure the soul, and really take control of this game. Ash Arrow.
Oh, nice. Ash Arrow forcing out the cleanse from Yawn. FlyQuest getting a summoner spell off the back of Bwipo being forced away. Bwipo's waiting back at the base. He has the TP. If this turns into anything more, Impact has one of his own, but he's far less of a threat.
The missing cleanse also a problem now for TL, because you could have a flash play from Inspired potentially at this next dragon. These are tools that won't be back.
Bwipo's looking at the teleport ward in the Raptor pit right now. You can see him in base. The Crocodile hasn't moved. There he goes.
He's ready to go. Umpty's going to be your target here at the very beginning. The Solar Flare lands on the core JJ and Yawn. Yawn can't get away just yet. The shutdown on Quad. Team Liquid's running him over. Impact got the kill on Buzio. It's 3 dead in FlyQuest jerseys. And Team Liquid with a tidal wave in the mid game to bring it all back.
Impact put him into the bouncy house there, knocking them all up with the ulti, then charging into the wall, getting so many knockups, so much done there by Impact, even from behind. Bwipo couldn't even join before they lost the fight, and they might lose the Baron off the back of this. Let's watch it one more time, Kobe.
Teleport channel time is 4 seconds long. Let's count them because the fight is almost over before those 4 seconds are up. Instantly.
Triple root, triple knockup, charge into the wall, triple knockup, well, excuse me, 1 knockup that forces 2 flashes. That was huge.
All right. Choo-choo! The trade is here. Oh my.
So is the Baron, though. Team Liquid going after it, but they don't burn it incredibly quickly. Now FlyQuest is coming in yet again with the Maokai looking to lead the way. Impact on the front line, soaking up some of the damage, but immediately Buzio drops. Inspired and half
watch
HP trying to get away now too. Bwipo has to be the X factor here. Team Liquid still in the Baron, still trying to bring it a little bit lower. Inspired coming around from the side, looking for maybe a flank. Masu peppering them with damage, but it doesn't do a lot. Bwipo jumps into the middle, survives with Steric's Gage. Impact is about to die to Masu, his quad firing. Team Liquid is aced. FlyQuest, massive play.
Quad with the triple. They evaporate Team Liquid and will take the Baron. FlyQuest looking at silver scrapes. Look at this fight.
Oh my God, man. I thought FlyQuest was screwed from this spot, but Bwipo goes in, buys some time, and then Inspired here able to knock them back. Look at the multi-man ulti there from Quad. Hit so many members. He only got 3, but let's call it a quadra kill. He was popping off in this fight.
The Hurricane here, plus the Zeri chains, absolutely dumping damage into Team Liquid.
Damn.
Masu also there kind of free firing with the Ashe, but
Ashe was there too.
Zeri's hitting them all and burning them all
I want to see
down.
team fight damage. I want to see how much damage he got done in that, because that looked insane. Like the initial press of the ulti hit multiple members, and he was just ricocheting through everyone. I thought for sure from that spot, TL were going to win the fight and going to be able to get themselves into a really dominant spot.
So cool to see here for FlyQuest. You know, there was controversy when Jensen was removed and Quad was added, but Quad has really been delivering for this team.
FlyQuest now up almost 4,000 gold. They're going to have the Baron for just about 2 more minutes, and 45 seconds after that, the Drake is going to spawn again. That Cloud Soul, I already mentioned it. I got to touch on it again. It will be so powerful if Team Liquid can't stop it.
Worth touching on, the ornaments have started to come through. You can see that first one is there for impact. He needs the additional experience, and then those upgrades are going to come through. You know, they're going to start to make that gold lead lie to you a little bit, because it is a lot of additional stats.
And he needs those levels. He's 2 levels, full levels behind Whippo here. The Crocodile was a beefy front line. The Sterix Gauge are really giving him that second breath of life there in these team fights. Charges forward. All he has to do is create space for Quad.
Yeah. All right, let's see how FlyQuest are going to continue piloting this here. They're not doing anything really aggressive with their Baron, just kind of hanging out for now. You can see the gold difference from the Baron at about 1,900, so a little bit more than the value that you get for taking the objective itself. As Team Liquid pushes up mid lane, they don't want to overcommit into anything. They're just trying to keep FlyQuest back, be as scary as they can, but it feels like a little bit of a paper tiger here because of the fact that FlyQuest has shown us how powerful they can be in these fights if there's that space created for Quad to free fire. Whippo checking into the brush, does not want to go any further in.
Yeah, not going to push too much further there. Impact, though, when we checked on those ornaments, he has not been able to get a single piece of farm, a single piece of experience. He's just been kind of grouped around the team, because TL know if any sort of engage comes through, if we get caught, one fight is the end of the game, right? So they are really feeling like they are forced to group right now. And it was actually Inspired that went top lane and started pushing out that wave. So very interesting to see how they're playing here in these next couple minutes. It's going to be 50 seconds until that dragon does spawn. The Baron buff, of course, timing out now. But Impact not getting any stronger just yet.
Love this from Inspired. Guess what? We already had the Mikhail's meta. Since they don't have the Enchanter support.
Triple support items.
Inspired's like, you know what? I know my job. I've got the Knight's Vow. I've got the Locket Shield. I've got the Mikhail's.
Whippo stepping forward again with the rest of FlyQuest. Ashe Arrow not finding the target.
That was huge, though, because there's no Mikhail's on the other side. APA has no QSS. If that hit him, that could have been it right there. But TL narrowly avoid it, and it is 20 seconds now with TL having the better positioning to move towards that dragon. The question is, can you do it with FlyQuest coming towards you after?
Umpty stepping up there. They're kind of fishing for an opening.
Yeah, we're on a knife's head. Let's see. Inspired. Still looking. Where's the angle for the twisted advance?
Also kind of cool to note, the Knight's Vow that Inspired purchased is actually on Whippo, the front line here for the beginning of the fight. You can track to see if he
Quad.
changes
He's trying
it.
to find an angle.
They're looking for this. Inspired and Whippo taking a little bit of damage. Now as Inspired jumps into the back line, going after Yon, but he's going to be protected for now. Whippo still looking for some of the damage, goes after Impact. A nice ulti coming through for the Ornn, but it ain't going to be enough. Quad's already on a rampage, and Team Liquid can't get away. FlyQuest wants Silver Scrapes. FlyQuest wants Game 5, and they are marching down mid lane.
It's Quad with the Quadra. Zeri Gaming, baby. He is taking over this one.
You got Leona here chasing APA around the map, trying to make sure he doesn't get an easy recall while the rest of the team goes mid.
Exactly. Look at the death timers. 20 seconds or more for everybody on TL that's not APA. Busio just keeping him away from the defense angle. There goes your inhibitor turret. Inhibitor should fall now, no problem. Nope, they're just going to leave it up. FlyQuest backing off. The dragon is still there. They want the soul instead.
And they will be able to get it. Too long on the timers here for TL. Even if they ran straight from spawn, they wouldn't be able to deny them FlyQuest with the Cloud.
Yep, going to be able to grab it. And man, I thought this front line for TL was going to be such a problem. It is a level 13 impact. Zeri is almost level 18. You can watch Quad. He was trying to play on the side here with Inspired the entire time. The instant flash forward there from Inspired going on to Jan, but it just doesn't matter because as long as Quad is free firing, they are winning.
And look at APA. He was out of that fight the whole time. He wrapped around the backside of this wall.
TL are looking for a pick. We got to go back to live here. This could be pivotal.
TL, they know how far behind they are. They're just trying to go for a Hail Mary here.
Throw it.
All right, TL wrapping around from the side. The zap ain't gonna do a whole lot here in the brush. Whippo leading the charge. Here he goes, the Dominus ready. Umpty's the target. FlyQuest have found the trap. They do not care. They will turn it on its head, and they're about to find a second kill with Impact and Umpty both out of the way. Surely FlyQuest have a clear path to the Nexus.
That's gonna do it. Send us to Silver Scrapes. Let's see FlyQuest with their Cloud Soul run straight for APA. Wow, good chunk here on Damasu though. The defense from TL, only 3 members left alive to try and do it.
The defense would have to be crazy from Team Liquid at this point. Jan saving core JJ. Baron is the call for FlyQuest. The game goes on.
Quad went in there, popped the ulti, had the shield bow proc immediately, and they say, you know what? Let's not risk it. Let's back up. We're going to grab the Baron here. Definitely playing a little bit on that careful side, but Masu and Quad had been chunked low by some pretty good poke from TL.
Wait, can they steal with something crazy here?
late.
There's no way.
Team Liquid is trying to at least get something off the back of it. Core JJ slowing them down. A TP coming in. Team Liquid knows they got to do something crazy, and something crazy is coming around right now. Impact summons up the Ornhorn, wants to make sure he doesn't get interrupted and can still find the second half of the cast as Busio forces Impact away. FlyQuest strong in the face of that potential threat. They're all going to get out.
They're still too far ahead in items. So much extra gold on their side. They still had a Mikhail's active ready for anybody who got caught. So way too dangerous for TL to over chase in that circumstance. Even though they are still so far outmatched when you reset, you kind of have to let them go there because you're chasing into a worse fight.
Finally, 32 minutes in here, Impact hits level 14, does upgrade the ornament there for APA. But TL are going to have to hold the line for a lot longer if they want to have any hope of coming back in this one.
It's now a full 3-level lead for Bwipo over Impact. So even though Bwipo here on the Renekton, a little bit less traditional tank with his Eric's Gauge and some tank items to follow it up, he is surviving so long in these fights, and FlyQuest can just run straight forward.
Oh, they're trying to go after APA. Bwipo can't quite get to him. Team Liquid firing back. Bwipo can't escape it. FlyQuest push stops.
Yeah, they're able to peel for APA there. The arrow hit him. Bwipo wanted to follow up, but the rest of the team wasn't in position really to do so. Look at Inspired's ult. 3, 2, 1, just up now. They overforce off the arrow, and Bwipo gives up a kill. And every single time you do that, it buys a little bit more time for TL. It buys a little bit more of an opportunity for them to turn this one around. It's still massively in FlyQuest's favor, but as we can see, this was a bridge too far.
Insta-curse. Bwipo goes in under tower, and the Leona ult gets the slows, but no stuns on any of them. Senna ult over top. Yeah, it's just way too deep there. Not quite that tanky. Little oopsie there in the reaction cam as well.
You can have a couple oopsies when you're up AK with Soul, but you can't have too many against a team of this caliber. FlyQuest pushing Liquid to the limit. They want to seal the deal on this, get to game 5, make sure you can close this one out clean.
Boys, I think this might just come down to an Elder fight. It's looking that way.
That's crazy.
We got 2 minutes until we get there. 45 more seconds of FlyQuest having the Baron. You can see they're actually negative on the Baron power play.
Look at this Zeri, though. Full build now. True full build already done here for Quad. Level 18. You compare that to where like Jan is or someone. It's just all about the Zeri. If TL can't stop Quad, you don't have a chance to win the fight.
Whippo not grouped up with the rest of FlyQuest right now. Team Liquid trying to defend the tier 2 turret down here in the bottom lane. The mid lane being pushed up by Whippo, just accelerating those super minions a little bit further forward, creating another point of pressure against Team Liquid.
Yeah, someone's going to have to go answer it, and then they're going to have to give up the tier 2 at the same time, pretty much guaranteed. Impact did hit 15, Inspired looking to go.
Yeah, Inspired's using the ult. That's your go button for FlyQuest. They're going to hard force the tier 2 turret down as Umpty and the rest of Team Liquid are forced to fully disengage.
Baron has timed out though, so the siege will stop at that. Just the tier 2 picked up, and TL can clear out the rest of the minions and set up for that Elder you're talking about. 1 minute on the clock. First difficult job for TL is actually getting over there, because right now you see FlyQuest leaving behind all the wards leading up to the big Elder Dragon fight, and they're the ones with the saplings now. Now it's a turn of the tables as TL will have to wade through the saplings.
I gotta say, man, I hope we get that 5th game, because the last time TL lost 170 days ago, it was a 3-2 series against FlyQuest. If this one delivers like that one did, that was one of my favorite series in recent years here in the LCS, and this one is turning into another one that could be an instant classic.
25 seconds till the Elder Drake spawns. Team Liquid trying to get some sort of position here in the mid lane. FlyQuest are stepping up though. Look at Quad. He's ready for the flank, but he's got to pick his moment wisely. Team Liquid's front line. They know that they are not strong against the power of this very scary Zeri. APA trying to poke the Corki, the main cannon here for Team Liquid. We're past the point in the game where Kallista's going to chew through health bars.
Yeah, it's just this poke isn't that meaningful from FlyQuest because Core is healing them up constantly, so it's going to be, all in 100-0 fight. You can see Quad is kind of hovering around the side. Right now, Jan is very split from the team. He's in an awkward spot. They're going to look for him.
Gets flashed on, but he uses the cleanse to try to get away. Now Inspired's into the back line, but he's got to be careful because he's isolated from the rest of FlyQuest.
APA's not there.
They nearly kill him. APA's all the way back in the very back lines as Whippo soaks a ton of damage here in the front. Arrow only finds Umpty. Quad wants to fire off there with a lightning crash. He's going in. He's got the kills. Quad is running over Team Liquid. A quadra kill. Make it a penta. We're going to game 5.
Quad does it, and he's teleporting down to the bottom side with the minions. They're gonna end it for sure now.
All the way into the base, all the way into the face of Team Liquid. FlyQuest rises to the occasion and rises to a full series. It's time for Silver Scrapes.
What a great series. APA Penta to win their game for TL, into a quad penta to win the game for FlyQuest. Both AD carries in mid lane popping off.
Quad just had to one-up him though. 17, 2, and 7. He got a quadra, he got a triple. Why not go for the penta as well? Completes all of the multi-kills there. He was going insane on this Zeri, and I loved how aggressively, how confidently he was playing. He was not playing the, I'll just kite back style on this Zeri. He was saying, no, you have to kite back from me. I'm the predator here.
And it was like the very end, as soon as Team Liquid was running away, all I could think of was that Zeri with Cloud Soul. You're not getting away from him. As soon as he shows he's got that killer instinct, Team Liquid is just done. Here's another look at how the pentakill went down.
Jan was just so split from the team, so FlyQuest make the call. Quad's going in with Whippo. They couldn't quite get on him. But then the big problem here, APA is not there at the start of the fight. So even though they land all this CC onto Inspired, it is doing nothing. Still, APA has not yet arrived. They need everyone hitting at the same time to really threaten their front line. And then Quad just realizes, you know what? A lot of the CC tools are gone. Whippo's buying space. Now's my time.
Yeah, he waits for the Ash arrow. This is the trigger. Boom, there's the re-engage. And he had saved ult. You saw on the initial damage he was putting into Impact, he did not just ult. Even though he had multiple TL members right next to him, he waits for the Ash arrow to come from Masu to jump forward, and they run them all down with the extra speed. FlyQuest pushing us to the game 5 that we deserve.
I gotta say, I've seen a lot of Zeri Pentas. That one hit kind of different. That was pretty nice there from Quad in a big game moment. Playoff series here against Team Liquid. No one's beaten them 170 days. Might happen today.
That all too familiar tune starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game 5. Cue up the Silver Scrapes.
Welcome back to Game 5, winners bracket final. Raz, break down this series for me, please.
Because you asked nicely, I will. Thank you very much. Flowers, on the other hand, he needs a talking to.
Very rude.
Extremely rude. So we should just talk about it because FlyQuest brought this to a Game 5. A lot of it was off the back, the ginormous back of Quad.
Yeah.
Quad was a hero this series.
Yeah, he's been absolutely phenomenal. I know he said this before when qualifying to Worlds, but his story, for people that don't know, he bounced back and forth between DRX and Challengers, was on Nongshim, finished 9th before coming over here to play in NACL, has been absolutely lights out in this series. His Zeri performance, I was joking with Jack going in because the league equivalent of like a baseball hitting for a cycle would be a pentakill, a quadra-kill, a triple kill, a double kill, and a single kill, and I feel like he almost got that in this game.
It was incredibly close, and this was an interesting one because they were able to win the front-to-back, even though from the draft you thought the Orange Sejuani was going to be able to win the front-to-back again and again, and this is, I believe, the replay of this final pentakill. Ash Arrow lands, Quad goes in, just perfect timing to hold his ultimate this long, flashes at just the right moment to also finish off Yawn and basically blow up the entire Team Liquid team.
It was so tough in a lot of these fights. Team Liquid initially took a team fight win, but after you saw a double mortal reminder, Senna really wasn't getting any heals off there, and the front line, both Ornn, well, specifically Ornn was getting torn apart, so it was really hard for them to be able to make space for the Corki.
Yeah, and the big difference for Quad was that Zeri into the Baron when they just basically TL started it and FlyQuest finished it.
Let's zoom out a little bit though.
Let's do it.
Game 5. Team Liquid, blue side, again, 5 games in a row on blue side, but also the defending champions. It's been since spring playoffs when Team Liquid lost their last series, but they lost that game 4. They lose one more, they would actually drop down into the next game, and FlyQuest would have the championship finals spot secured. But this Team Liquid team, they've been good for so long.
It's been incredible. You mentioned that series in spring, the upper bracket. Since that point, that loss that they had versus FlyQuest then, they've won every series in the LCS until now. The meteoric rise of this team with the experienced players, of course JJ, and of course Impact, really led their younger rookies. And the younger players have just been playing lights out all split long. So that success they've been riding since spring split has found them to this moment now.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is this is the team that I know Spawn kept telling us, like, don't hype us that hard, like, we're good, but anyone can beat us. And I think we're seeing that in this series, right? We're seeing what a lot of people were talking about in scrims with this team. They are incredibly strong. I do still think currently they're our best team. However, FlyQuest are really, really punching back.
Yes, and you can hear it. That's the big thing. I feel like the FlyQuest fans here have been really loud in supporting both Inspired, like Quad. When they got the pentakill, they were loud as hell. So, like, if we can hear it, you're damn right the players can.
And there's something about it, to me, when FlyQuest plays against Team Liquid, the rivalry that's developing specifically this year. The first series that they had in the spring playoffs, the last time Team Liquid lost a series, that was the most kills we've had in an LCS series ever. This is also just the second time in history we've had 2 pentakills in the same series, and we still have another game. We still haven't played Game 5.
Again, we need another pentakill. It's a record.
That can happen. That can happen. You're starting to see the players come out here too. And it has been just a big focus on team fighting. The last 2 games in particular, there it is. Beppo coming out with all smiles there too. Like, the team fighting has been a big focus. It feels like, especially in that last game, you got to really see. I thought Team Liquid, from a major deficit, were trying their hardest to get the best setup possible for Yawn and APA. It just comes down to the setup.
It really does, and I'm looking at the players coming back on the stage right now, thinking about the upcoming draft. We have seen, in a very rare circumstance, one team clearly prioritize blue side and FlyQuest really wanting red side. The 6 bans this series have been locked the entire time. This guy with one ear out of his headset who's listening to us for a brief second has played Renekton 8 games in a row.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem for Team Liquid.
I was like, who is it a problem for?
9 games in a row, apparently. It was the end of his last series before the last 2 series as well, and here comes Impact as well.
Beppo has really been scaling up this series. I feel like the last few games that he's had in team fights, it's been a real problem for the backline. something needs to be done about it. Maybe take it away.
What do we think changes in this draft?
I'm trying to think from the Team Liquid side because the pivot that FlyQuest made in the last draft, I think worked out very well for them, taking the Maokai away from Umpty. So it would most likely be in the bot lane. The Kalista has not been effective in almost any of the games I've seen from Yon, so they might change their picks there. Aside from the draft point, though, we all did predict Team Liquid to win the series.
We did.
How are you feeling about this at this moment? Because it's gone all the way to Game 5 with FlyQuest winning the last one.
No, I'm not flipping, Rez.
Are you thinking about it, though?
No.
Are you sure?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Should she flip? Should she
flip?
Should she flip?
I don't give in to peer pressure. This makes me not want to flip more.
Okay, but you know what I'll do?
What are you going to do?
I'm flipping a FlyQuest. I'm flipping a FlyQuest. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
Okay, give me the pitch for how FlyQuest wins this Game 5.
Well, first of all, we're going to get a Renekton again, even though we're all making the cry. But it has been, I feel like, specifically, Quad and Masu have had an amazing series. And to me, the question has been if FlyQuest was going to adapt during the draft, and they have. They moved away from the Amumu. We've seen better plays from Whippo. I think right now we've seen a marginally stronger and stronger FlyQuest. I just think they're a better team at the moment.
Man, it is going to be so close. My original prediction was 3-2 Team Liquid, so this has gone mostly to expectations.
So you're sticking?
Well, I am going to stick with it, but when Emily asked me the question of what is going to change in draft, I actually don't entirely know for Team Liquid because they seem so set. In the first pick, Corki, it's been moderately effective. They had this early moment in Game 4 where Umpty died in a mid lane 2v3, and I think that set them behind. I think they're probably just going to think they haven't been executing and go with the same strategy once again.
That's actually, I agree with that, especially talking to these players about like what, in interviews, everyone always says like play our game and like what does that even mean? It starts in draft, but I feel like both teams have drafted what they've wanted. So I actually fully agree with that.
And looking around, we got all 10 players in seats. We got all 4 coaches with headsets on. Let's get in the draft. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, lounge, stage, desk, all y'all. It is time. It is time for the game that decides everything. It has been a war on Summoner's Rift today at the LCS.
And one of the big changes that FlyQuest made in the previous game was recognizing that TL does not share this Amumu fascination that the rest of the league does. And so they actually chose the Maokai away from Umpty and then pushed him back onto the Sejuani instead.
Yeah.
Instead of doing the Mumu thing. And we are going to have a different top laner. So Raz's first point for FlyQuest is null and void. It's been countered in bans.
There you go. We already knew Raz was going to swap sides because Raz is the most known flip-flopper.
Well, that also does mean, though, considering the first half of the drafts have been so samey throughout the series, that Lilia that kept getting banned all the time, that's not banned.
Well, and it's really interesting because a lot of the talk about the Cloud9 versus FlyQuest series was that Cloud9 felt they could never give Lilia over to Inspired because Inspired has been so good on this style of champion, the super heavy power farming style. So TL is going to be under that same kind of impression. They're going to take it away. But this puts Umpty on a style that, quite frankly, he has not played a lot of for Team Liquid. He has very much been Mr. Maokai, Mr. Sejuani. He's been the engaged guy. He's been the supportive guy. This is him in a Morse carry role in a very pivotal Game 5 here against FlyQuest. So TL are being pushed to swap things up.
Yeah, their last one with him on the Lilia was the one against Energy where they did end up winning, and they also paired it with the Corki mid. So, you know,
they won a lot of games.
That AP plus AD combination, Corki isn't showing quite yet, but you have to think the Corki will also show up.
It also makes you wonder, you know, if Senna's up, well, can TL take it, or do they need more engage? Is it okay to have solo frontline for Impact? Because really, TL has been very heavily into the 2 to 3 frontliners, 2 to 3 engaged style champions, and then a couple AD carries, a couple threats, you know, with APA and Yon. So, you know, this can put a kind of wrinkle in the draft where maybe you're no longer comfortable with Big Senna here.
All right, we're going to get
Cassante.
Yeah, Corki Cassante again. So Impact not going to go with the Ornn this time. He'll be back on Cassante. We've seen how well he knows this champion, how familiar he is with all of the angles, all of the plays.
So from their series
Hope both teams had fun. Me too.
From their series versus Energy, they had this exact same opening, and then they rounded it out with Ezreal and Rel. If Team Liquid are following the exact same draft setup, the Ezreal and Rel are the look for them.
I gotta say, man, you get 17 kills on a Zeri game. You're probably picking Zeri again the next game.
Just
it
slam
looked
it.
pretty damn good for Quad. This guy, there's so much faith put in him by his teammates. You know, he is a player who has really been able to shine when they put the resources into him. And throughout playoffs, FlyQuest has really made sure to do more and more of that.
I'm just still looking at this Bwipo pick, the new Bwipo pick that is going to show up here.
Well, remember that FlyQuest has also played like this entire series on red side. Yes, we've had the early lizard locks for them most of the time, but you still have the
5K
opportunity
banger, he was right. Called
to
it.
save the last pick of the draft for Bwipo for something creative.
And it is going to, I think it's going to be a counter pick to determine the series because their red side is going to be full counter pick here. They already see the Cassante, but they could very well continue to hold it here.
Yeah.
Are Team Liquid worried about any of these more fringe counter picks that he has used in the past? Looks like they are already respecting with the Garen.
Exactly. It's so interesting because obviously he's been spamming Renekton, so people are like, Renekton one trick, blah, blah, blah. This guy is known for playing the most cooked picks. He has all these crazy counters that he's going to bring out. It's going to be the Olaf. It's going to be the Rengar. Cooked in a good way, sometimes in a bad way. He's going to cook. But, you know, he's a really creative player. He really can master these different playstyles and make matchups difficult. So I'm excited to see what he will bring out. He is promoted. Respect. Starting out silver. He just won his promos. I think he's got to go at least to Diamond if he beats Team Liquid. Come on, bro.
After the last game? Yeah, that's like a double promotion. Those you could do double promotions.
You're skipping divisions. He's smurfing.
Some of the other ones that he has run, you know, the Olaf, the Mordekaiser, the Darius, these types of the Urgot as well. All of these types of champions are the ones with like executes that you want to use versus Cassante. So he's got a long list of them.
But do you want to risk it on something like that? We saw this come out earlier this week, and I do think it was from Licorice. It is really, really strong in these tank matchups. I want to say it was this exact matchup, even if I'm recalling correctly from the series. And Licorice was doing really, really well on it. You can really space these melee matchups and get grass procs from your Q. Your clone also can proc grass with its autos. So you can kind of do this like harassment style. Even though it's melee versus melee, you get 165 bonus range on the Q. So you can be so annoying in a melee matchup with this.
I said Ezreal Rel to fully round it out and run it back. Oh, I'm feeling good about my odds.
This is looking pretty close, man. Let's see. All you got to do is get that last pick.
No, you said Ezreal Rel. This would be Rel Ezreal.
Oh, no!
Nice try there, kid.
I always fail on the details.
I'll give you half credit.
Okay. I'll take half credit. Come on.
Not if there's no Ezreal.
Seems like you're setting yourself up again to have a lot of difficulty getting that good bullet time. So it is going to be Kai'Sa. I like this a lot more. It is more of a dive style comp, but you have more of that with playing the Lilia. He's going to be going into the back line. You're sending in Yon here. You're poking down and following up with the long range from APA. But it's Yon on this high-risk, high-reward style champion here in a pivotal game. The carries for both these teams, young carries, APA and Yon, Quad and Masu, are going to have to step up. And I think the player that steps up the most is going to be the one that wins the game.
Man, when you've got the diving power of like a Rel and a Kai'Sa together, I love seeing Renata as the answer here for the final pick. Renata is so good at counter-engaging. The power of the hostile takeover, such a clutch tool to come out on top in those moments. I'm excited for our Game 5.
And to me, the power of the lane phase here, because Kai'Sa plus Rel is amazing later on. It's a great dive combo. It's great for team fighting later on, but the lane phase, the lane phase is not there, and Ashe Renata will brutalize them. So maybe we get our lane swap here. Team Liquid, their lane swaps are extremely good.
Honestly, they should. I think it's bad 2v2 bot lane and a bad 1v1 top lane. I think TL should be going for a lane swap here. Rel, you basically can't engage into Renata without a flash, because if you just go for the W crashdown, you can just get handshake out of that. You can get thrown back. It is tough.
I hate to say it, but you're both right. It is a lane swap angle, it appears. We have been living such a good lane swap free life today for this series. It's brought us a lot of exciting moments. We'll see if they play it standard or if they go for the swap here in this Game 5. Remember, this is to guarantee that you are in the finals next Saturday. This is to guarantee that you're not only going to Worlds, you're not having to mess with play-ins or risk being the 3rd seed. And this is also just to go ahead and set a precedent. If the other team manages to win up through the lower bracket and fight you again for that final spot.
It's going to be a good one. Game 5. This series has absolutely delivered. I hope that we would have a really close, really competitive series. I wasn't sure if FlyQuest had leveled up enough that they could really take it to TL, but they absolutely have. This is anyone's game, anyone's series to take here, and it's going to be so exciting.
All right, as we wait for minions to spawn, Jat is standing by with an interview with both coaches.
Thanks, we got Spawn and Nuke Duck. The Game 5 job done feeling as a coach right now. How do you feel, Spawn, the series has gone so far compared to expectations?
It's actually been really fun. I say to my players all the time in best of fives, this is why we actually became pro players. This is why we became coaches, you know, to actually have competitive series to be tested. So we're enjoying it.
And Nuke Duck, you guys switched it up in Game 5 after 5 red side games in a row. What's your assessment now, seeing the drafts, FlyQuest's chance of winning this Game 5?
I think it's a 50-50 still, honestly. When watching the games, I can't tell what's going to happen. I think, yeah, 50-50.
What's made this series so close, and what makes this game so close?
The series is close because they're just like a little bit better at us than some things. And then we're like, yeah, some things are just better than us. So that's why it's like we're having trouble in some situations.
Okay, Spawn, seeing the drafts as well, what's your confidence level in Game 5?
Look, we're always confident when we play the game, but I think that they probably have exactly what they want. We probably have exactly what we want. That's how Game 5s normally go, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, if there was one thing that has to go well as a Flash goes out for Bippo, one thing that has to go well, what is it, Spawn and Nuke Duck?
A lane swap. That would be great.
Nuke Duck?
I guess our team fighting would have to be good.
Okay, fair enough. We have so much action, though. Send it back to the casters.
Yeah, we are missing a whole lot going on right now. We got players all over the place rotating between these lanes.
And so the lane swap that I was talking about from Champion Select, we actually saw a nice little wrinkle there where they really sneakily just got off the recall from Jan as Masu went bottom side. Yep. I looked at the Fog of War. He did not see the recall finish. And so the ward that Jan was able to push down, and then the 1 second difference there, meaning he actually resets and then walks through lane for the sneak attack to top side.
Exactly. He was behind Bwipo in that brush, and that's what forces that flash out. The attack early on mid lane from CoreJJ forced Quad's flash out, and now the question is how much more can they get? We've spent a whole split talking about how damn good TL is in these lane swaps. Core is coming down here, but there's 4 members of Fly. This could be Core going down. We'll see. He's going to try to get experience here and get 2.
Yeah, level 2 now for CoreJJ. Impact also walking up. FlyQuest overloading this bottom lane very, very early. Remember, no flash Quad, no flash Bwipo. CoreJJ will be your target here underneath the tier 1 turret, but a teleport's coming in to reinforce Team Liquid trying to stay alive here as APA joins the fight. Bwipo and Masu trying to get away. The minion wave is going to get picked up by APA.
Yep, and this is a pretty good defense here from TL. They got a lot of experience, and remember, it is a 1v0 for Jan up on top side. Bwipo is not getting any XP here, so he is being delayed. They cancel that base. Yes, it does cost APA his flash, but again, that's all those minions dying that Bwipo is missing out on.
Yeah, and really interesting variation on the swap where they actually got so much more experience onto CoreJJ on the Rel being able to soak them. And then APA pushed the minion wave mid, so he got to come down and defend it with his teleport too. But now APA has no summoner spells after that flash.
And APA is going to stay bot. They move Impact out towards mid. Jan stays top. We have seen kind of different evolutions of these lane swaps. If you remember, in their last series, we had one game where Core was actually bot on the Nautilus soaking XP while the AD carry laned with the top laner in top, and he ended up getting, I think, a 2-level advantage over the enemy support, which culminated in a kill in that 2v2 because Nautilus was such a difference maker in that. So it's very interesting seeing the evolutions based on the things that are changing.
Oh, nice engage coming out from CoreJJ. Sets it up for Jan, and Team Liquid's on the board first in Game 5.
And look at this. They are not crashing the wave. They were pushing it away from him, so Bwipo was getting no experience, had no flash from that earlier play from Jan. That was massive.
This is huge because there's not a teleport for Bwipo either for the Wukong. So he has to walk there as they're watching the minion wave slowly push away from them. That is the walk of shame for the top laners. It is That is very painful. Core JJ does it again.
Yeah, it's really, really good, but it all comes back to that earlier play that you talked about. Jan getting the recall off barely, sneaks behind him level 1 in top lane. That forces the flash.
And he gets the cannon.
And he gets
what
the cannon.
can't he do?
Here it is one more time. Core looking. They know he is flashless, and Core has that flash, so it's going to be Q flash pretty much guaranteed into the W to be able to find this. As he actually just gets that long range flash W there and cleans it up easy peasy.
APA smiling there after he has actually ended up.
Oh, they are not looking happy about that.
Bottom lane. So even though he ended up bottom lane on the Corki, again, since he got to push it out, I think he might be able to just bridge the time here for his flash to come back up and go unpunished.
I mean, look at Bwipo versus Impact. Impact is nearly a full level ahead, has more farm, and is playing a champion that is better with low econ, right? Yeah. So that is such a devastating start here for Bwipo. And now Jan is actually zoning him from XP. He's not just zoning him from that gold, he's zoning him from experience. Inspired has got to get up here to help him. They know it's not okay for Wukong to get nothing. If he gets dove on this stacked wave, the game is absolutely toast. He'll never be useful. So, oh wow.
3 CS, you're so clueless, bro. Bwipo and choking game 5. APA, the gloves are off.
I mean, and the biggest thing for me there is Bwipo didn't have him muted. He responded, so he actually saw that, and that can get in your head sometimes. So we'll see how Bwipo can actually handle this situation here.
And his response was not a clap back. His response was, it sucks. This really sucks.
Jan level 6, Core JJ level 3, looking for potentially the dive up here, but Bwipo's doing a good job defending himself. Impact level 4 underneath the bottom lane tier 1 turret, also surviving against FlyQuest. The grubs were picked up by TL. Bwipo still hanging on, still doing all right as Busio and Masu continue to crash another wave into the tier 1 bottom as the third plate is about to fall there, while the top lane second plate is about to fall for FlyQuest.
And look at the jungle levels. Massive umpty level advantage as they go for some damage onto Bwipo.
Bwipo doing a good job not actually using the clone there, just stops to make it look like that's what was happening. But now the extra man is brought up. Umpty's ready, goes in for the blooming blows. Here comes the sleep. Bwipo taking a nap. A little bit more damage is all they need, but the turret shot's gonna make it a 1-for-1. That was critical for Bwipo to get that money.
And even though Umpty goes down and the top lane is actually what they called out in all chat, it was such a massive lead for Umpty for the Lilia, this kind of crux pick where your turbo farming just goes into overdrive. And we saw in the minimap too, APA helped him steal away another Raptors off the Maokai. So big stuff there actually to get the counter kill though. Maybe slow him down a tiny bit because that Lilia can just super take over the game. And sometimes in lane swaps, junglers getting advantages really does take over the early game.
I gotta give a lot of credit to Bwipo for how he held his clone for so long in all these situations. Core kept walking into a melee range and be like, I'm gonna Q you, I'm gonna Q you, and he never used the clone early. And holding it for so long did help him out in this sort of a situation where he goes in the clone, some of the damage misses, it allows him to stay on Umpty just long enough to get that hit down and get that counter kill back, because I think if he doesn't get that back, he's toast.
Core JJ could be in a bit of a rough spot now as Masu and Busio are opening fire, but Team Liquid has more men. A pathmaker from Impact, and he goes all out to drag Busio back. Jan flies over the wall with a killer instinct, and that's a killing spree for the Kaisa. Masu has to flash, or he'd be Umpty food. Team Liquid, 3-1.
That's double summoner spells off of Busio, the flash off of Masu. Now it's so dangerous for the lane phase here for FlyQuest when they swap back. They actually rotated quad up to the top side, and it's TL constantly pushing the tempo here on this swap.
I just love Umpty, showing up for another gank. He says, sorry, I hate you in chat. That's pretty funny. Here it is one more time. Core obviously, was playing with fire a little bit, but he had the squad coming in behind him. The extra members making all the difference. I like that TL say, oh, we're scared, we're scared, we're scared. They're trying to back up and force their opponents to chase after them. And even with this flash out, Jan saved the killer instinct the entire time there. They get the kill. That is 3 kills early on the Kaisa and over a 1,000 gold lead. 9 minutes in for Jan.
It just feels like TL are driving this game. They're the ones pushing every play here. And even that last one where you saw Impact be the one to show up and make the big play to actually find the trap. It is extra money onto guess who? Yawn. 3 kills for the Kai'Sa. Static Shiv done already. That even further benefits you when you're playing this style of constantly swapping lanes because the Shiv deletes the minions and then you get to go make the next move first.
Absolutely. In a series that has felt like it's been more about, the top laners, more about the mid laners, this one could be all about Yawn. He has been slingshot forward so heavily, got the first blood, got all of these last hits, and is in incredible position to carry here in this pivotal Game 5.
All right, the Dragon is up. The Grubs are spawning in 30 seconds. Team Liquid got the first 3. If they get all 6 in a game that is already about these macro movements and just out-rotating your opponent to get to the turrets, to be there first like we're talking about, that'll be a massive weapon for them for the rest of the match.
Static Shiv is guaranteed pressure on bottom. Like, that minion wave is totally gone. They instantly go into this Dragon. TL now start stacking the objectives after they have their early lead. Just such a good reminder of how good they are and how methodical they are after getting these early leads.
It's also worth noting there's going to be no real frontline for FlyQuest. It is going to be a Leandri's rush here for Inspired on the Maokai, so he's bringing that little splash of AP damage. And Bwipo is behind, so a bruiser behind can be very, very squishy. They're going to have to be perfect with these engages. They're going to have to be perfect with how they play out these fights, or they could get run over by TL.
Yeah, I honestly see like the win play for FlyQuest is setting up the best counter team fight because Renata and Maokai is so much better if the enemy team is diving into. TL will be forcing plays. The problem is TL are going to be so far ahead, it's hard to even deal with if you can try and set up your Maokai and Renata coverage, but that's the ideal setup.
And they're forcing right now. Yawn is going to push out mid because he can join with his ulti. This is a tough entrance for FlyQuest. They realize it. That's going to be 6 Grubs. That's going to be first Dragon, and that's going to be an over 1,000 gold lead. That is the benefit that TL got out of the swap.
Absolutely massive for Team Liquid. The Leandri's completed on the Lilia just melts through those neutral objectives so easily. Core JJ in the enemy jungle just putting down some more vision. They want to keep this war machine rolling forward. They want to keep this pressure on as APA is working towards that first completed item for himself as well, and a little bit of extra plate money will go towards the cause.
And look at Yawn. He's heading down towards bot lane. They want to set up for a play onto Quad. If he can get the CC, then he can join with the Killer Instinct. They're pinging for it. They're going.
Impact's already gone all out. The lightning crash from Quad as he fires back. Yawn jumps in, but he misses the missile. Quad is still trying to outplay it, but Yawn only needs one more shot to take him out. A little bit more damage is all that's required, but Quad is fast, and he gets out alive.
Slick escape from the 1v2, and the flash is traded there. Quad is able to keep the FlyQuest hopes alive. It was TL again with another one of them setting up the plays here off of the swap, trying to take advantage of Quad being on the bottom side of the map, but a really good reaction there from him.
And that's a flash off of Yawn, who has a bounty on his head. So that's a juicy target now as Core is lying in wait here in that side brush. Definitely credit to Quad as well because he chunked out Impact so heavily when Impact went all out. It forced Yawn to use the Killer Instinct early.
Bwipo face checking the brush here as Core and APA just falling back a bit. Bwipo aggressive clone forward, but there's nothing else to find as Busio and Bwipo need to retreat.
It's like they're bringing Maokai up as well, but it's plenty of wards here for TL to see.
Yeah. TL's looking for round 2 bot lane. Now there's no flash on Quad. Lilia's maybe going to take a crack as we see Umti has snuck into that bot lane brush and could be looking.
Yeah, no flash, no ulti on Quad either. Gives him a ton of extra speed if he's got that. Impact will be happy to just clear the wave out, though. This top lane tier 1 turret is about to fall. There's only 30 seconds left on plating anyway.
So good from Quad there, not to overextend. The biggest thing when you're playing versus Team Liquid, tracking every single member you can't currently see in your lane because they are constantly trying to go to the opposite side of the map to make their play. Really good, use there of the extra information that FlyQuest do have. Does not expose himself, and now FlyQuest actually get to start out with 2 members bottom side. They send Inspired down here, doing Gromp and watching as Quad tries to get
Oh! Bwipo firing back a little bit from earlier.
Yep, but it does cost them still 2 plates on that bot side as Impact was able to get up. And 32 gold lead, so Bwipo was made a liar by that last plate.
Nice job with the plate there from Impact. As once again, on timer, it is another Team Liquid neutral objective play. Umti is already putting work in on the Rift Herald. 9 turret plates versus 6 was the overall final count. as that top lane tier 1 is still bleeding away to the Void Grub debuff, and Team Liquid will claim the Herald.
They're just so good at not trading you anything when they're ahead. Like Spawn said, when you're this far ahead, you shouldn't let the opponents do cross-map. You shouldn't let them get anything back. So you go fight them off every single one. That's why they're the ones with the Dragon. They're the ones with all 6 Grubs and the Rift Herald now, which will spawn even more Void Mites when it does charge.
Exactly.
Namely, you can save that one for mid lane. It will one-shot the mid lane tower currently, so just finish up top side here. The classic, give all the money to APA. Side turret goes to him. They can save their Rift Herald for mid lane, and then take down all the outer towers in a quick chain.
So much momentum for Team Liquid in game number 5. We were wondering the whole series, where is the swap? And they break it out at the final hour. 10 seconds left on the Drake. Every single neutral objective thus far has gone Team Liquid's way, and FlyQuest is rightfully afraid to approach this one as well.
Yeah, critically though, Yon doesn't have his flash, so if they were to look for the fight, it doesn't look like FlyQuest will, as they are not really positioning for it. Inspired just coming out of base now. That mid lane tower gonna fall, and should likely be TL just taking an unopposed Dragon here on that bottom side. They're gonna get the tier 1 bot as well though, as they're pushing that in. And they get a charge on the tier 2, so they're getting so much pressure on these objectives, while FlyQuest is just trying to shovel as much gold back into Bwipo's pockets and get this Wukong into a good spot.
Yeah, I think Yon should be able to finish up with this tower in time for any sort of counterpunch from FlyQuest. They go mid, and they will be able to get the mid minions down, but they're actually trying to bully out Team Liquid from the vision around Dragon first.
I like that TL slow played this though, because now the flash is just about back up here for Yon, so I think that's what they were waiting for. They didn't want to go too early and risk giving up that bounty.
All right, FlyQuest ready to challenge here for the Drake. Top laners both having their teleports ready and available to join. You're going to see Impact already channeling his as the Drake is stolen away by FlyQuest, but Inspired is about to drop. He will not be bailed out. Quad gets one back onto Umpty, so both junglers die, and FlyQuest critically secure the objective.
The call from FlyQuest, it's, well, they're not even done yet.
Impact, the Pathmaker, can escape FlyQuest's chase. Nothing more to find.
But that's always the way to go about these early Dragon contests, is everybody focus immediately jumping on enemy junglers so you can get the early smite out of them. They forced a really early smite here, not even that early actually from Umpty, by putting the kill pressure on him. Inspire just goes straight for it. Yep. Immediately onto him, and then it is a little early because of all the extra pressure of the damage incoming. And they do get it, not even having Inspired have to use his smite. They just pick it up after Umpty's was used, but still 1-for-1 traded in the lives of both those junglers, because Inspired does have to commit into melee range to be able to get the lockup.
And we see, Umpty obviously very squishy in that spot. He is on that Lilia. Yeah, he's got a little bit of HP. He's got the Merc Treads, but they flash in on him. The Ash Arrow is there, timed incredibly well to follow up immediately after that. And there was no ability for him to even get like a Q ulti or anything off before he went down.
Yeah, those are the other big benefits, obviously, of focusing the jungler. They can't combo with other stuff to make it easier. We still have to return to our story, though, of the super fed Kai'Sa, because it is still true. Yon is 2 items now. Once you get that Rage Blade done, it is very threatening, and even in the side lanes.
Ooh, they apply the sleep. They've looked for another kill. They haven't quite found it. Team Liquid wanted the pick on Bwipo, but they aren't going to get it.
Yeah, they actually got juked there. A Yon Killer Instinct to the clone, I believe. So actually went to the wrong one. And as a result, Bwipo creates enough space, is able to flash out, but it cost him his ulti, cost him his flash. They do lose the tier 2 tower. It's still a win for TL, but maybe they could have got that kill as well.
So what is the name of the game here for FlyQuest? We've been talking about Team Liquid. We've been talking about how good their map control has been. We've been talking about how accelerated Yon is. It's still almost a 4,000 gold lead for TL. What does FlyQuest need to do?
And we can watch this one more time. I think it was the Killer Instinct to the clone. Yes, it was. But I think it's Kobe nailed hit the nail on the head earlier when he's talking about it. It's about finding that one moment where TL go too far and you have that perfect counter engage, right? Where Busio's all comes across all these members from TL. The Maokai counter engage comes in, and then all of a sudden, Quad and Masu are bought the space they need to really be able to run over a fight.
It does kind of suck to have to be the ones like waiting for the punch. Stuff. Because you have to take the punch, but be ready with the counter.
And you have to not be knocked out by the punch.
Exactly. You could just get knocked out with the lead of the double marksman. Look at that. Muramana transformed. APA's back on his timeline here of the early gold and early 2-item spike.
And I don't know about you guys, but if we're going shot for shot, I want to be the one who punches first. So, Team Liquid do have that ability. They are proactive, and Core often makes those hits hurt. His engages are so explosive. He is so well known for that. And, you have to be able to survive that initial engage from TL before you have a hope of being able to flip it on its head.
Team Liquid are just continuing that pressure. Now onto the tier 2 in mid lane, as Inspired and Masu want to step up, try to protect this turret, try to make sure they don't continue bleeding out in this mid game. 10 seconds until Baron's live on the map, 90 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Luckily for FlyQuest, at least the Drakes aren't a point of major pressure this game, but they've still got to deal with TL, always in their faces, always in their jungle, always fighting for vision.
Yeah, the Drakes aren't pressure, but everywhere else on the map is pressure. They have all 3 lanes pushed in at the secondary towers of FlyQuest and whittling away on the health. Bottom tower already gone for the secondary turret. Mid tower very close to falling. TL, methodical objective taking continues.
And this is where it's so frustrating to play against TL, because you start to look at the map. You look at this quadrant, take it over. So, okay, we will be disengaging, so we're going to be okay. They have already moved in on that bot side, and they're taking over this entire quadrant of the jungle. Now they're moving up that ward line.
Okay, they shoot out the arrow going after Yon. They'll get the cleanse out of him. Core JJ blocks up most of the Maokai ulti. FlyQuest at least hold on to their tier 2 for now, but it takes them a lot of resources to push Team Liquid back.
And that says this dragon is totally gone.
Yeah.
No Ash Arrow and no Maokai ultimate. You definitely do not face check into a team that is ahead of you already without those key CCs available to you. So TL are going to take from them everything. Look at how they also take away first all the jungle camps. The Lilia continues to punish.
And look at the inventory of that Lilia. The Seeker's unbroken, the flash up. There is so much explosive potential. You already touched on Core JJ a little bit earlier, but the fact that then you can follow it up or even lead ahead of it with a flash Lilia sleep, Team Liquid is very scary right now. FlyQuest has got to have coordination to stand any sort of a chance.
Yeah, and I mean, the Lily is nearly 50 CS ahead now. Does have 1,400 gold in pocket, so Zhonya's is on the horizon. So it's going to be one of those situations where, great, we force the Seekers, and then the next fight, he has Zhonya's, and he's going to have to do it again.
Meanwhile, Quad, who was the massive carry for FlyQuest in the previous game, does have his 2 items as well on the Zeri off of his single kill, and they have him constantly pushing these side waves as well, so he's really keeping pace on as well as the CS is concerned. It's just that the objectives now always should be forfeit to TL. They get to control the rest of the map, and that includes some of your jungle camps. So we'll continue to put this Maokai a little bit further and further behind. He's trying to do the super cheapo on sale tank items of the ruby crystals that you love, Flowers.
That's 3 of them. That's a lot of ruby crystals.
It is. It's a lot. He can fit another one in there if he wants to when he goes back to base. But FlyQuest, are posturing here around mid lane, looking for some sort of an angle. It's just they're going to go now.
Oh, they want the engage, and they found a beautiful pick on the APA. The shutdown credit over to Inspired. FlyQuest fighting back 22 minutes into the game.
Inspired, just a heads-up play there. Flash in on the Maokai, onto APA. The Corki down, and they make the move quickly.
They're going for Baron. They're going to try to do it, but this is so risky here.
Honestly, I think they have to turn off it.
Yeah, they have no real tank, man. I just don't think you can actually afford to do it. When it's just a Leandry's Maokai tanking that up, you're going to get so low before they even have that real fight start.
Yeah, it might be a chance to try to force Team Liquid to engage into you so that you can use your Maokai, so that you can use your Renata, those counter ultis we were talking about earlier, but it's still so dicey because if you lose that, game's done.
Yeah, and they use the Maokai in going for the kill and the Ash Arrow, so it really does take away some of the tools, plus you're then putting yourself inside this Baron pit, which can be a death sentence. Versus a Rel engage, Core JJ definitely could find them. Umpty also has Flash, so with Flash both on Core JJ and Umpty, it is very scary.
I will say, it's actually so big that FlyQuest got that early dragon, because if we were going to Soul here in 3.5 minutes, that would be so tough for FlyQuest. They would have no choice but to fight, because if you give over Ocean Soul to an armor stacking Cassante with a full physical damage comp, I just don't think you're ever killing him.
Yeah, it would be incredibly difficult for them to manage as FlyQuest are once again trying to push back into neutral territory and establish some vision control over the river.
I want to see if Whippo can bring this Wukong over to actually accomplish like a kill for them. He's got Trinity Force and Cleaver here for the Wukong. So since the beginning of the game, it was a little bit rough, but he has done well farming right back up, and him being another big offensive threat for the team fight here. The Wukong ultimate, as well as the burst damage that comes through with the Trinity Force build, with the shredding of your armor from the Black Cleaver on top of it, definitely could be the difference maker. You know, the first time we finally see him off something besides the Renekton.
Yeah, and was put into a really tough spot, you know, from the level 1 here. STL gonna likely collect this.
Yep, they got the tier 2. Inspired and FlyQuest trying to lock him up. Whippo makes his entry into the fight, but it's not enough here just yet. Counterattack from Team Liquid. Explodes Inspired. And with the enemy jungler dead, Team Liquid's got control over the rift.
Yeah, that's a Leandry's Maokai if I ever saw one, man. He went down in a hurry there. The initial engage looked explosive from FlyQuest, but now TL has no reservations about starting up this Baron. They're going to force the hand here of FlyQuest. Do they give it up?
All right, Busio will be the first one to walk towards them. TP looking to bring the full might of FlyQuest back in here as Whippo's ready to rejoin. Baron's already down to 4K. There is no jungler for FlyQuest's side. Masu is poked down to death's door as CoreJJ re-engages on Whippo, and now he's got to try to find his exit. Bowling ball misses from Lilia as Whippo is sacrificed. Team Liquid get the Baron, and they get Whippo on the side.
That is a big one. FlyQuest now, they have to go into full defense for a long time. Masu's Ash Arrow was like 1 second away from coming up, and you saw Busio go for the flash handshake. We'll actually get to see it again here in this replay, but they wanted to use this tower as a little bit of bait to draw him in, and you saw Whippo actually got both the flash from APA as well as the cleanse and ultimate out of Yon initially, but look at Inspired. Now you see him, now you don't. The Kaisa damage there, actually insane as they just pop him. It is 3-item Kaisa. It is Yon here with the Nashers on top of the Rageblade and Shiv that he started with. 5 kills for him. That damage is just too much.
And quietly, APA's on 3 items now as well. He's got his rapid fire done. We can see Umti's actually working towards his 3rd item. He has Zonia's that's ready and willing to be used. And Impact is getting very tanky this game. You can see all the damage put out by those TL carries. It was a nice attempt from Whippo and Inspired, but Quad and Masu weren't connected.
Wasn't enough, but Whippo is looking for APA yet again. Beautifully done from FlyQuest. They get the kill on the Team Liquid mid laner, and they don't lose anybody just yet in the process. CoreJJ making a tool for nothing for Fly on the defense.
Wait, there could be some objective bounties here if they try and push. I mean, the death timer for APA is an extra like 10 seconds over the dragon, and he does have teleport. So it might be a tiny bit risky here since TL are so far ahead. But honestly, you need some objective bounties to really slingshot back into this game. Bottom tower is very low, and Dragon could be one. But here's a look in the replay at the punish. Since Whippo burned APA's flash in the last play, he is calling to immediately re-engage on him with Masu with the arrow.
Yeah, and Masu's able to find that. Whippo goes in with the clone flash E alt. And it means FlyQuest get that dragon. So again, TL that wanted to be the ones, pushing towards this soul have been pushed back because of that pick. It was so massive that they were able to get it.
And they're going to leave him, Whippo down there for another objective bounty. This is at the cost of a hard push mid, though. Yeah. So FlyQuest leaving Whippo to get that objective bounty on bottom side means their mid inhibitor tower instantly goes down. Baron has 30 seconds left, so that is one more minion wave for TL to push with.
Yeah, it could be top as well.
And it's so easy for Team Liquid to hard force these objectives when you have Cassante because of the Pathmaker providing the CC and vulnerability. He's the front door, and FlyQuest can't kick it in if they want to try to break in there and save their structures.
Sometimes you just make the call. We cannot win the fight, even at the defense of an inhibitor tower, even at this area where we do have like the walls to our advantage. With Baron buff, we aren't going to win that any day of the week, so just try and get your objective bounty down there on the opposite side, and all of that money going into Whippo. He buys the Brutalizer and another longsword, so he wants to be more threatening on his dives when he goes for APA and Yon.
Yon's got the Seekers now. finished as well, so he's going to have that stasis available. Umpty has to have a lot of gold in pocket. He hasn't come back for a while, so he's got another 1,200 there. Really starting to close in on these additional items being finished up, but of course, Quad is keeping pace with APA. He's on 3 items. Monster's on 3 items, has an IE. The carries on FlyQuest are strong, but it's just they have no front line really, so their engage has to be perfect, or they're going to get instantly killed by TL.
Maokai just needs some resistances. He's so invested into health right now with the Warmogs.
Ruby Crystal.
Yeah, he's got another Ruby Crystal on top of his Warmogs and Leandries, so does have the good like baseline of health, but the resistances do go a long way once you have so much health with how that works for defense. So we'll see. I think FlyQuest have made the call that with the second dragon, we actually bought ourselves a lot of time in this game. And all we have to do now is repel supers in mid lane, which is the easiest one to actually repel. So they just want to play defense for a while and take the time that they bought themselves by delaying Dragon Soul to farm up the rest of the members.
You're talking about time, buying time on a macro level. Also, Jan can now buy time on a micro level. The Seeker's arm guard completed for the Kai'Sa. I think this is huge. Dealing with Bwipo, we've been praising him for being able to come back into the game after the very rough start, the threat of the damage he's going to have onto the back line if he keeps finding these angles, but the Zhonya's is such a perfect tool to deal with it.
Yeah, it's really strong for sure, but another issue here for FlyQuest is you can turtle up all you want, and you can say, you know what, we're not going to come out until Baron. Well, TL does not have to sit back and do nothing, right? And that's why they're already starting to move in. They're already starting to take over vision in this entire area to really make it difficult to even check forward towards Baron, towards that next objective. They actually farmed both enemy quadrants of the jungle. Yeah. So the gold lead actually extended during that time, even though they're being funneled more gold through those super minions.
And nobody from FlyQuest can face check, but they do have Hawkshot at the very least. So they have some extra vision checking tools on top of the double blue orbs that they have saved up here for this Baron, for this very purpose.
They're going to need every tool in the toolbox to try to deal with what Team Liquid has right now. 6,500 gold lead, 30 seconds on the clock until Baron spawns. We already saw the vision toggle of how dark Summoner's Rift is right now for FlyQuest, and things are only going to get scarier from here.
That pink in the side lane brush there that APA had in top lane was actually really nice because that can catch some of these following plays that we've seen FlyQuest look for before. They actually caught Impact out with that one where they trailed through top lane.
Yeah.
So they're trying to account for that, and it's a pretty sneaky ward.
Team Liquid, all right, the Baron has spawned, and there's the immediate Hawk shot, followed by the immediate Umpty doesn't care, he's going to start it up anyway. Honestly, Lilia and Kai'Sa can do this plenty fast with just the two of them, and right now, that's the name of the game, as Core and APA now ready to join up. Impact and Core are just going to keep everybody from FlyQuest away. The Maokai ulti already sounded off as Impact's here on the front. The Baron is already secured. Impact flashes away to keep himself alive as Core JJ with a crash down defensively. Impact still running, Quad still gunning. Beautiful engage coming out from Bwipo, and Impact is down. Meanwhile, Inspire's been traded back, but FlyQuest may have just found their angle. Gun is still running, but APA is firing right on back. Bwipo with the bailout trying to stay alive, but it ain't gonna work. Team Liquid is just too far ahead.
The re-engage from Core JJ and APA. They take them down, and they're going straight for the base, Flowers.
APA using the teleport to get into the enemy base as fast as possible. The ace, the death timers are far too long. FlyQuest put up one hell of a fight. They went the distance with Team Liquid, but the best team in the LCS is staying on top all the way to the finals.
170 days since Team Liquid has been taken down in the LCS, and it will not be today that they will be defeated. They'll have a chance to defend their title in the grand finals next Saturday at the YouTube Theater. FlyQuest is going to be there. Whether or not they meet him in the grand finals or not is yet to be decided, but what an exciting series between these two teams.
All right, the series was incredible. It's time now to join Jat on stage for an interview.
APA, Umpty, join me for the interview. Congratulations on the win. You can share the mic with Umpty. Umpty, I gotta ask, You did get to play the Lilia in Game 5. How did it feel to play the carry?
So when I was playing Maokai and Zedjan, So we knew Umpty was a better jungler the entire series. We were locking away Lilia just because we're scared for FlyQuest. And then we knew Game 5 we had to lock in a little bit. So that's why we picked Umpty Lilia. And you can just witness the complete jungle gap.
Umpty, care to elaborate?
I think Ian just said everything. I'm not going to say anything. Thank you, Ian.
Okay, APA, also a little bit of banter towards Bwipo in that 5th game. Do you want to talk a bit about that rivalry?
Well, everybody else muted me, and he was the only person responding. So that's the only reason.
That's awesome to hear. It's still been the entire summer split without Team Liquid dropping a series. How confident does that make you going into the finals?
To be honest, I think our meta read this week was kind of bad. So the fact that we won the series just gives me so much confidence going into finals.
And Umpty, what's your confidence level heading into finals to try and win back-to-back titles?
So I think we win with really a coupon right now. So Ian and me confident is going up and up. So we can play every comp. So, guys, let's see at the finals.
Amazing stuff. Setting up finals weekend, you guys are in the finals. You'll await the winner now of FlyQuest versus C9. Any preference for who you'd rather face, Umpty?
Who cares? Actually, tough question.
Oh, sorry, or 100 Thieves. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves plays Cloud9 tomorrow to see who makes it.
Yeah.
Any preference of the 3?
At the 3?
Who cares, Umpty?
Yeah. We have a story with the River and Quid, no, Ian? Let's go to 100 Thieves. Let's go 100 Thieves.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you in finals weekend.
Yeah, thank you on the...
Appreciate it. Any final words?
No, just thank you, Honda.
Okay, very good. Team Liquid, champions of this series. Let's see if they can repeat as champions on Saturday next week. Let's send it to the desk to break out the day.
Get him out of the way.
They're trying to keep us apart, right?
Yeah, they're trying their hardest. It's not going to happen.
I don't know what's happening here.
Yes, we're rebelling against the production. But honestly, congratulations to Team Liquid. That was a hell of a series. And on top of that, a great interview.
I know everyone liked the standard lanes, but the Game 5 lane swap was really awesome.
Yes.
I was so pumped.
Yes.
That was really, really cool to see. Also great to catch up with APA and Umpty at the end of the series. They seemed like, I'm glad that Umpty, because obviously we've talked about him as a facilitative jungler, right?
Yeah.
You guys did not see him when he was on like Jin Air and KT and trying to do all these like crazy sneak plays with the Lee Sin. So it was nice to see him lock in the Lilia. They bring out the swap. Really nice Game 5 from Teal.
How funny was it, by the way? I'm going to watch this back when we get home, where it's just like, how did it feel to play the Lilia? And he's like, no, wait a minute. Ian's like, APA is like, let me take this. Let me take this.
That's mid-jungle synergy.
Exactly. They're just gassing each other up. Everyone at home needs an APA.
True.
Exactly.
Or an Umpty.
Or an Umpty.
Depending. If you're APA, you need
Gotta
the Umpty.
hype each other up.
So we have a player of the series to award.
Who do you think it is?
I know who I voted for.
I also know who I voted for.
The player of the series is Core JJ!
Bang!
I think even in the game that they lost, I thought his center routes were really good. Brings out the Rel in Game 5. The Renata, I actually thought both him and Busio played well.
Yes.
They especially had really high highs throughout this series. And then, the center pick was important.
It was. It felt like every pick that he had, I thought a lot of the team fights were decided by him. Of course, in this game that you were watching, it was like both the Maokai ulti, then comes the Renata ulti, the dive that happened bot side. There was actually a lot of instances where I felt like the supports mattered intensely, and they were consistent throughout the entire series. And a lot of people don't have a lot of respect for the sports. We're bringing it back.
Yeah, and I mean, Core has also, Team Liquid themselves have talked about this. Core has been really instrumental in some of those lane swap things that they have been practicing, right? Because both he and Impact have seen a lot of this before.
Yes.
And have kind of been guiding their younger teammates through it. And so, yeah, congrats to Core. Congrats to Team Liquid. Let's take a look again at that bracket, as Jat almost forgot about 100 Thieves, but they play C9 tomorrow to decide who our final team will be going into championship weekend.
They're the sneaky underdogs right now. They're going to be going up against Cloud9. That's the one I'm watching intently. You're right. That's a Worlds qualifier decider. That's a finals weekend decider. That one is the one that I'm watching out for. Of course, I mean, we're all watching out for it. That's going to happen tomorrow.
We're going to be here tomorrow.
We're going to be here.
Do you want to leak any of your predictions?
Look, I was just hyping them up. We all know. I was just hyping up, all right?
You know who else had a really good day at Quad? He came from FlyQuest Challengers, and they actually take on Supernova. Right now, they're trying to make a lower bracket run here after getting dropped down. And Supernova, they did eliminate my personal faves of the split, Blue Otter, yesterday. So check that out after
Gemby's making his charge to the finals.
That's true.
That's true. I liked what Supernova was doing yesterday.
Yeah, it was really nice, even though obviously the team I was rooting for lost.
That's true.
Sad. That is it for us. We'll be back tomorrow with C9 versus 100 Thieves at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Thank you so much for joining us today. C9 and 100 Thieves battling for a final spot in the finals. Raz is going to throw this at the camera, I think.
Actually, he's just waving goodbye.
Oh, okay.
There we go. No violence today.
That's a lot less violent than usual.
See you guys.
Send it over to NACL.
Who is looking for flash? Kepo, he's flash. Watch him behind. Watch him move. I'm looking side.
I'm probably gonna die.
I'm still low.
Watch Renekton.
Yeah.
I should be fine.
I think we should win. Through look. My W2.
Play with impact.
I change bomb.
Okay.
I'm ulting Kalista.
Just go.
Kalista.
Kalista Nautilus ulted.
Azir just flash in. Azir just flash in.
Don't flash Kalista. Kalista's ulted in. Nice job. Next.
Jan, be careful. Baby, come in. Hey, I ulted
here.
Come slowly. I'm outside. I'm
fine.
I'm looking at Azir side. Azir Junior. I'm fine. Azir no flash. I'm fine.
Azir no flash.
We turret.
End the game. Good job, guys.
Nice job.
Yeah, but this might look good. I'm flanking.
No, it's good. Really good.
I'm flanking. Yeah. We killed them all here.
No flash.
Yeah, kill them. Kill front.
Yeah, I can flash kill, but
I'm going Corki. Don't use us, Corki. I stunned the thing. He might be.
Just finish it.
No. We killed him. I'm so strong, guys. Just play your own game, okay? Play your own game.
That's fine.
Play your own game.
I will jump for Maokai.
MF no flash. I'm fine. I have Starak. I'm fine.
Yeah. No flash.
I'm fine. MF no flash, no cleanse.
Yeah. I will get the MF. Okay, I look Corki, guys.
I saw.
Yeah. Careful. I'm on the flash. Yeah. Keep break. Ulti. I block.
Yeah. Renekton.
I'm fine. Go Renekton. We can go better after.
Yeah. Watch this.
Ace low. I go easy.
Penta.
I'm pushing it. Keep going. Can you? Focus in. We can. Penta kill. Let's go mid.
Okay, then let's walk up. I'm going. I'm out. I'm done for now. There he kills everyone. Nice.
Corki, no flash.
She's killing everyone. Pentakill.
I got his squad, got his.
Nice one, God.
Nice. Power wave. I block them. Don't get something. I need out.
Play together.
Play through. Look at Marcus side. Jerry jumping. I need help, please.
I'm fine.
Hey, Jerry, 5. Jerry, 5. Jerry,
Coming. What's he say?
I can't Jerry. Nice. Kill them all.
Wukong dead.
Hey, I press. We can. GG, nice. GG.
Good job.
Good job.
A Jungle Canyon, Umpty.
Jungle Gang, let's go.
Umpty, Jungle Gang.